Hello. We're live. We're happening. It's real. Who's here? First of all, thank you, Tyrion, for the $2 super chat. Gonna go watch the video now. We'll see you shortly. Hello, Crosscore, Diablos Bros, Peppermint Leaf, Susan, Kestrel, Just a Guy, Just a Theorist, Funny Caddy, Zeta, Vin, Vrar, What the What? Did I already say you? No, I didn't. Strategy Zach, Gooberpod, Snake Master, Diablos Bros. I don't know if I said you already. There's too many. I mean, not too many people. Albino Black Bear, welcome in. Just a Guy. Jaxalato, welcome in. The Great Mario. Ketri Bottle. Setri Bottle. Seeker of Comfiness, Mrs. Trap. Good to see you. Bolt Melody. All kinds of fun people in chat. Kestrel, thank you for joining the Spark. So exciting. Oh my gosh. Greetings for the first time. Hello, Mother of Wasps. Welcome in. Howdy, Nervous. What's your opinion on the link between memory and remnant formation? Okay, so this is a very good question because a lot of what we're going to be talking about today is going to be breaking down what is effectively the difference, if any, between Remnant and Agony. And, I mean, here's me, is that the difference is memories and emotions, right? Like, it seems like when we're talking about Remnant and Agony, it's not... there's a camp of emotions, a camp of memories, and there's obviously the part where it both is. But I think the thing about Remnant is that it does, I don't know if this is separate from Agony, but what I will say about Remnant is that it does seem to erode memory, right? Like, and ultimately all you're left with is just emotion. Because Elizabeth, inside of Baby, remembers that she is to be, like, she remembers that she's the child of her, you know, of William Afton, of Springtrap. But she doesn't necessarily remember who she was before she was Baby. Does that make sense? Memories are made up of emotions. I do like Seeker of Comfiness. I think I like that as the thing is, like, it's the emotions attached to the memories that actually have the power to become Remnant and or Agony. But it isn't just a memory, and it isn't just a feeling. Drawings act like false memory, and that is also, that's another thing, but that's very specific, not quite something I'm sure we experience in the game's verse. Like, there are definitely evidence points that say, well, definitely Remnant. I mean, Remnant is proven to be in the game's timeline. There's definitely evidence points to suggest that Agony is, but when we talk about the drawing stuff, I've only seen that in auxiliary media and not specifically in the game timeline. I think of Remnant and Agony like the ball of memories from Inside Out with just a few tweaks. Interesting. Drawings in FNAF are used to make false memories like how William does in The Fourth Closet and the movie, but those drawings can also be replaced or altered to show the truth. Yes. But is that something that's happened or is happening in the games? Not to say that it's not possible, but not something that I've can look to specifically in any cases of this in the games. Now, there are drawings in the games that are important now, especially, I would say specifically in Security Breach. We have some very important drawings, and you might even say that Gregory's comics from Ruin are some very important drawings, but I'm not sure. I would say, and you guys can tell me how you feel about this, what do we think about the possibility that it is those 8-bit mini games and those scenarios, whether instead of drawings in the games, these mini games are used to alter the memories of a spirit, to affect and influence the behavior of something under the effect of agony? That's the tricky part of auxiliary media. It's a mechanic that's possible in the games, but that doesn't mean it's relevant to the main continuity. I think that's fair. The problem with discussing Agony is that it's never been specifically named in the games. Remnant has specifically been named. Exactly, Diablos Bros. And that is why I really do want to have this discussion, because at the end of the day, maybe we learn nothing. But I would like to have like a bullet point, like a list, a sort of document to refer to say, okay, here are all the different possibilities that are going on with the Mimic, and here's what we can glean from them. What can we use when we're playing Secret of the Mimic? I should frame the discussion. Let's frame the discussion of what we're having tonight. When we're playing Secret of the Mimic, we should have a framework of what we think we know about the Mimic based on the books, what we more than certainly know about the Mimic based on the games that we have now, and what could there be in Secret of the Mimic that we should be looking for. So in my head, I'm going, should we be looking for black tears to appear on something, on a costume within Secret of the Mimic? Do we think that's something that's likely? Is it could that mean, and what would that mean if we did see that? Would that mean Agony is present? Would that mean Remnant is present? Because we've seen the black tear motif most associated, in my opinion, with Agony. And we've seen those black tears in Five Nights at Freddy's, the games. Is that Agony? Is that Remnant in the games? Is that really there? Is it made up in our minds? Is that an illusion of what do you call it? Is that like a hallucination that we're having? Or is that legitimate? Dead by Daylight? It does kind of imply Remnant is possessed metal because of Rise Theory. Are we looking at Dead by Daylight for FNAF lore? The souls in FNAF are vessels containing memories, not the memories themselves. Interesting. Remnant equals minigames. See, Albino Blackbear, I like that because that is the way I've been framing things recently, thinking about all of our past FNAF media, thinking about what we have seen in the Mimic, and ultimately the recurring theme of these arcade games, whether they be diegetic or not, in the world of the games or not. What, like, is it that circuit boards are metal and they're being infused with these really harsh, terrible emotions because the deaths of these children happened at the pizza places? Are they being tampered with in some capacity? What's going on? There's a lot of things. Catastrophe, did you comment that on the video? I feel like I remember seeing this. Security breach, the silver eyes. Security breach equals the silver eyes. Ruin equals the twisted ones. And the Secret of the Mimic book is Henry's backstory. Yeah, I saw that. Agony possesses anything, but it holds better onto metal and plants. Fazbear Fright said that once, if I remember right. Well, here's what I have pulled up. I'm going to show you guys what we've got. Oh, Rid Tom, hello. Thank you. You mentioned how ruined portals are similar to FNAF World portals. Help Wanted 2 showed connection between Vanny and FNAF World. The virtual world is tied to the Afterlife and Glitchtrap. Mimic Ball is a move in FNAF World. Mimic Haunted. Yo. Like, let's go there. Because I love that. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. That was so sweet of you. But yeah, I mean, I've seen, okay, what is it? FNAF used specifically the Mimic Ball move to point at FNAF World and say, what's going on here? And I think that there's something to be said for all the things FNAF World is and could have been and wasn't. The virtual world being tied to the afterlife is a very important call out because it's not just FNAF World where this happens. We see in Return to the Pit, Oswald is specifically in Return to the Pit, the book, right? Oswald enters a video game, a mini game, an 8-bit mini game of his own, of sorts, and is able to lead the children out, right? And like kind of, in a sense, free them. The question ultimately remains, is that emotions? Or is that a spirit? Is it not meaningfully different? It's a lot. It's really confusing, and I kind of hate it sometimes that we have all these special words and things, stuck in a thing. I struggle with the actual vocabulary being used. And I think a lot of people do. And I think my polls proved that, if nothing else, that if there are hauntings and possessions in Five Nights at Freddy's, are they meaningfully different from Remnant and Agony? Is that what Remnant and Agony are? Do you know what I mean? Are they different things and they're all happening in FNAF? Or is only one of them or is only Remnant and Agony at play, and that we need to reframe our viewpoints of what these things are? If the Mimic does have Agony, it would explain how its shiny head and tails is suddenly just as dirty as the rest of its body in ruin. Fair enough. That's a good point. It explains why everyone believed that Edwin was a Henry parallel. Edwin is playing the role of Book Henry, not Game Henry. Catastrophe, that's a good point. Burp Doc, you're a spark again. I think all of the mini-games almost tie into FNAF World because look how the original version of FNAF World looked like before Update 2 and the other connections with FNAF 3. Just because it was a lot more rudimentary, and he kind of made it less rudimentary after the fact. Do I think that the heterochromia in Pig Patch is related to the Mimic or Tiger Rock? This would explain how the Mimic got to the FNAF 6 location through the mediocre melodies. Amber, I think that's a great call out. I think that's, honestly, that's just, I'm going to write that down so I don't forget it for later, because I think that there is something definitely going on there, because Pig Patch is also in Help Wanted 2, which is just strange to me because he wasn't a significant mediocre melody in Ultimate Custom Night. Okay, so Pig Patch, heterochromia, does that relate to the Mimic? Okay, what I was going to say earlier was, let me show you what I have pulled open right now. Okay, so I have all of the FNAF books over here right now so that we can scooch through here and search while we're talking. Now, do I know that Pig Patch is connected to the Mimic in any way? No. But it's an important call out because very legal FNAF book collection. Look, don't tell on me. Don't tell on me. It is what it is. We have them. Thank you, Burp Doc, for gifting 1 membership to Heidi. Okay, And then I also have a document where we can be writing throughout things that we think are important. And then I also have YouTube uploaded up right now with the MCM Archive Clean-O-Vac because I think we should watch this. If Pig Patch is connected to the Mimic, maybe VIP is an extension of that. He is a pig. Technically, Magnus, yeah. But we will silently judge. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So, this is the official moment where I have to say I'm not going to just be, like, reading your comments for the majority of the rest of the stream. When we are having conversation, I will look, but otherwise I will not be able to collect my thoughts at all. So the first thing we're going to do today is we're going to watch the MCM Archive Clean-O-Vac. If you've already seen it, we're watching it again. If you haven't seen it before, hooray, you're getting to watch it now. And then we'll kind of discuss a little bit about this, but then I want to go through the questions that I asked on the YouTube channel. So we'll go through and talk about those. And I want to talk specifically about what do we need to be like looking for in Secret of the Mimic for specific like secrets and things like that. We've already been told by the developer, one of the developers, that false walls are going to be a thing, but I'm thinking like potential solutions to puzzles, people's names, different abilities of the Mimic, how to, we're thinking about like all the different Easter eggs and things that could be in the game that might help us look at things like helper references. That might be like, look for helper, like pay close attention to the things that helper says, and try to see if it is a kind of, if the Mimic is in Secret of the Mimic already communicating alongside of Helpy, so to speak, or does that come later and the helper is going to be a completely neutral entity, because it could be misleading us using the helper if all of that stuff is connected. So, all right, let's watch this. I've already seen it, but we'll watch it.
Are you looking for the perfect vacuum cleaner? There are so many to choose from, but none of them fit every corner of your home. Introducing the brand new revolutionary advancement in vacuum technology, Murray's Marvelous Clean-O-Vac. Never before could a vacuum adjust its size to fit into hard-to-reach places. Patented Murray Tech allows you to clean everything from the biggest messes to the smallest crumbs. One size fits all. And what you really need most in a vacuum cleaner is friendship. Your family will love the new addition. Mom, you won't have to leave the kitchen for the house to be spotless. And your kids will have a friend for life. Murray's Marvelous Clean-O-Vac. Order one today and make your family a happy one.
Okay. Yup. Seeker. Okay, so we know that initially the vacuums... Okay, the vacuum that we've known about in Five Nights at Freddy's before is Mr. Hugs. And in FNAF, Five Laps at Freddy's, there was a teaser of a like billboard for a hug vacuum that was more of a Roomba-style vacuum. This is a completely different thing. It's still a vacuum, but it definitely isn't a Mr. Hug, and it doesn't even look like a predecessor or a, newer version of the Hug. It looks like it looks like a separate kind of vacuum cleaner. The important things to call out here, okay, let's go back and just make sure these numbers aren't saying anything crazy. Okay. One of the questions that I have, though, is, like, should we be writing down all these numbers just in case they're a part of, like, a puzzle or something in the game? I don't know. But important things to note.
Are you looking for...
First, we've seen this family, this group in every commercial so far. In the first one, it was just the blonde woman and the bespectacled man. It was just these two. And they were chit-chatting about coffee, right? And then in the second one, we get this coat rack, and there's a little baby, right? And now in this third one, we have a little bit of an older child, the mother, and they look a little bit more affluent, well off in this commercial than they did in the last one. We see if this is the Murray family, which is what I'm working off of, right? Is that if this is Edwin, it's interesting that in this one he seems less involved. Like, wife, potentially Fiona, is looking after potentially David, and Edwin's over here, focused on the newspaper, which could be telling us something about their family dynamic. He's a little bit busier than he had been in the past, right?
There are so many to choose from, but none of them fit every corner
even as
of
she
your
gets
home.
overwhelmed and everything, he's
Introducing
just...
the brand new revolutionary advancement in vacuum technology, Murray's marvelous Clean-O-Vac. Never before could a vacuum adjust.
Okay, next. The vacuum has the same bow tie as all the other Murray stuff has. That that Murray signature symbol icon, and looks a little bit like a wet floor bot from Security Breach and Ruin, and it looks also to resemble Haps, specifically in the sense that it's this like elongated kind of almost dog-shaped kind of little guy, and his function is to clean, and he's got his little arms that also do little cleaning things. We love a fancy boy. Yeah, Glitch, I think that's a very good call out. The bow tie shape represents Murray Co., while the version with the extra diamond in the middle is Murray's costume manor. Wonder if the wet floor bots are also a vacuum? Hear me out, William ran over David. I have said this many times.
Its size to fit into hard-to-reach place.
Okay, another thing that I feel like is really only easy to see here is the color scheme. Tell me if I'm crazy here. The color scheme of the vacuum, it's very obviously a 70s reference to color scheme, but it's this brown, orange, white, stripy pattern. Reminds me of the carpet from the first teaser. I don't know if there's anything to that. I just wanted to point it out.
This patented Murray tech allows you to clean everything from the biggest messes.
Okay. This is hard to see, and you have to just trust me on this because I'm not going to go find the doctored image. But I promise you this. You can tell that there's a secret image happening in these commercials when you hear that static, that shh. And when you look, when he's all bloated, his tummy's bloated like this.
The biggest mess.
You can see in here, again, you do have to kind of believe me on this, but I'm telling you the truth. This, what's in the middle here, is a birthday cake. It's a birthday cake. You don't have to believe me. But I know there's a doctored version of the image out there that I'm not going to pull up right now because I don't feel like it. But birthday cake. So are we looking at potentially this is a game mechanic? We know that the rats are something that we can throw to distract the mimic. Perhaps a birthday cake mechanic will come into play. Will it have something in it? Will be, like, is this something is it maybe a sound lure or something like that? Maybe it plays a happy birthday sound and we have to use it to lure the mimic elsewhere. Who knows? I'm making things up, but they're showing us a birthday cake, and in these trailers, the secret things have all been... I instantly think of the birthday cake scene in the week before. Thank you, Captain Seawolf. Yes, exactly that. Like, you kind of like with Susie, it was like what? Like the cupcake, and it's like lighting the candle did something, had an effect. So I'm wondering if this is going to be something similar. Imagine David died on his birthday and him in the Mimic's playroom was just left that way after his death. it would be a pretty rotted cake. What if the candles fell over and started a fire? The idea of the birthday candle starting a fire would be very interesting. I like that idea too. David, happiest day? Who knows? There's a lot of different possibilities, but I'm confused as to what helper means for sister location. That might just have to be a conversation that we get to, but I mean, that's fair. I think it just means that William Afton stole Edwin's designs and used them as his own. That's my personal theory. But let's continue.
To the smallest crumbs.
You tell me how this vacuum does this, because I don't get it.
One size fits all. And what you really need most.
Another important thing is the curtains in this Murray household are spirals, which look like what the mimic's eyes end up looking like. Do I know why that would be the case in this? No, but I just think it's interesting and worth calling out. Wasn't the fire in 1970 or 1979? The fire was 1983, theoretically. The first Fall Fest was 1970. We don't know exactly which year the fire happened, but the Fall Fest of 83 is the one that we are shown and the one that we are, like, doing games in. Do you think this implies Fiona lives a little longer in Steel Wool's version, or did Edwin place his wife into the ads to get out of grief if this family is the Murray? And I will say, I really do believe that this family is the Murray household, because look at this guy's tie. That... It's not going to let me zoom in. Okay, well, that is definitely, if nothing, that looks exactly like the logo. And I know it's just a simple bow tie, and there's only so many ways you can draw a bow tie, but I think that's what they're trying to say, is like, oh, in the game continuity, Edwin wears a bow tie, and so that becomes his thing. Like, that's his logo, because he's always wearing a bow tie, so that's the thing. Tonight's dinner is homemade shrimp and andouille jambalaya. Joshua, thank you for the $5 super chat. I hope you enjoy your shrimp and jambalaya. Not an old man silhouette profile. Can't be him. Fair enough. But yeah, so I think this kind of confirms that this is the Murray family. In my opinion. And here's what's interesting. Okay. Ooh, hi Red. Thank you for $10. I like the theory that William and Mrs. Afton ran Fall Fest Carnival as a ringmaster and a ballerina for promising inventors. Henry and Edwin met him there and his relationship with them began. Interesting. No evidence of that, but I do like the vibes. I don't know. I feel like they're more just stand-ins. Well, obviously they're stand-ins. Edwin isn't a drawing. If that's what you're referring to. But the story being told is of the Murray family here is my take on the subject. And in this frame... No, Edwin is a drawing. Oh, okay. Never mind. Got it. But we see Edwin now paying attention with his little briefcase. And he's like, now I'm here in the moment. For the other part, just a reminder, the last time we see him, he's all stuffed over here in his little thing. And she's like dealing with this all by herself with Edwin, or with David, apologies, well, with Child. But then the next time we see him is when he seems to be like introducing this to the family. Like, look, this is me. I did this. I'm the businessman and I made this and here it is. And it's a friend for David. And Mom over here is like, huh? What do you mean friend? It's a vacuum cleaner.
Really need most in a vacuum cleaner is friendship.
And she's like, oh my gosh.
Your family will love the new addition. Mom.
Edwin, misogynist king. I know. When you look, like, yeah, he's not paying attention, and then, like, later it's like, the mom won't have to leave the house, or leave the kitchen, like, ever. It's like, oh, okay. So Edwin was neglectful before David died. Potentially. I wonder what the orb-shaped vacuum is. What do you mean?
You won't have to leave the kitchen for the house to be spotless.
Yeah, listen to her.
Addition. Mom, you won't have to leave the kitchen for the house to be spotless.
Girl, why does she need to stay in the kitchen? I mean, I know it was the 70s, but still. Yay! No pink. What is that? What is it? This is gonna hurt me.
It might not. If you hate it.
I'll stick with, yeah, I would have rather, there's so many different flavors before that.
Like original?
No. I don't even know what original Monster tastes like.
Sugar-free?
Yeah, well, the Pink Dreams one is sugar-free.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was just the white.
And, well, can you put that in the fridge? Because I'm probably not going to drink it. This sounds disgusting. I mean, there's no calories in that, so that must be sugar-free.
Yep, zero sugar.
What?
Zero sugar.
Yeah. So what do you... I don't want to try it first because I'm not tired yet. If I drink that now, we're not going to have a discussion anymore. I'm just going to have a headache. Thank you for the chicken nuggets. Did you get any sauce? Okay. Sexist Edwin theory. It's canon. It's just canon. Yeah, he sucks. Okay. So, this to me, I don't know if we should be taking this literally. I don't know that Edwin brought home, like, created a vacuum to be a friend for his kid. I don't think that, I mean, maybe, if we're supposed to be taking these as in-universe literal things, but I think the story being told is, thank you, I think the story being told is Edwin introducing, thank you Joshua Everett for the 5 gifted memberships, the mimic bot to the family in this moment. This is Edwin going, Fiona, I'm busy at work all the time, and you are here with the child, and it must be so hard for you to get everything done, so I made you this to keep our child occupied while you do your woman things. You know what I'm saying? It would be so funny if Edwin's wife actually appears while Mrs. Afton continues to not exist. So true. We need at least one alive grown woman who isn't trying to be a murderer. I know. It's a big ask. Women in my FNAF. It's a huge ask. But we heard, if you watched my old video, my video from some weeks ago about all of this, when I was ranting and raving, I said, give David a mom. Steel Wool, I said, Steel Wool, give David a mom. And what do we got? David's got a mom now. I'm stoked. I couldn't be happier. This seems to disprove the idea of Tales games being 1-to-1 in the continuity, which doesn't bother me, frankly. I'm a little bit lying. It only bothers me because, like I said a million times, if the white tiger plush could have just been something else, I don't think that I would have ever stopped to be like, if it's the exact same heterochromatic tiger, why would it be different? FNAF and My Women? Wait a minute. But yeah, thank you. Yes, Burb, I made this happen. This is me. They were like, we've got to make some teasers that prove Fiona was alive and that David had a mom. So I think there's one more weird image.
New edition. Mom, you won't have to leave the kitchen for the house to be spotless. And your kids will have a friend for life.
Now, I don't know what this is. There's an image here. There's something going on in this section.
For life. Maurice.
I don't know what it is, though. It's like right there, though.
Have a friend.
Do you see what I'm saying? There is a faint image going on back there. You can see it up around here. Is it a door? Potentially. Is it the poodle? Well, the poodle's at the end, very clearly. This is the poodle. Very clearly at the end, we get a shot of the poodle. It's not a duck. Don't call it a duck. There's a nose right here. And you can see, if you watch the original trailer, you can see this dog. Other part says it's something different. Well, here, let me go back to that spot and see. Because it's very possible that it's just a very faint... This is just a very faint version of the image at the end. And I don't think I would be mad at that. But is it possible that Edwin would show off his inventions to his wife as like, oh, this is what I've been working on, like he's trying to impress her? Yeah, I think that's right, Peppermint. I think that's definitely a possibility. Okay. Wonder if the mimic can be any people and not just animatronics or costumes. It could imitate human voices, then it could imitate the physicalities of people too. I think you guys could be right that this could just be the poodle. I can't see it, but that doesn't mean that it's not there. Because it's really faint. And you know... Yeah, I think I can see the eye here. I think I can see the poodle's eye here. Yeah. Which is all very interesting because it seems to be, like... all the little teasers and things like that, right, relate to the game. But when I'm thinking about, well, why is it that when we're watching this footage, you know, outside of the game, outside of it being a teaser, if I'm just watching this commercial, why is it getting like staticky and weird and showing me some other image? It almost feels like the mimic is coming closer to the footage or something, you know what I mean? And like just messing with it or something. It's funky. I wonder where the poodle is significant. It's such a random character. I'm wondering if it's quote unquote only significant because it's something the mimic can hide in. And really all Steel Wool is telling us is that the mimic can hide in something as small as the poodle. Sorry, my cat was trying to eat my chicken nuggets. I'm going to eat a chicken nugget, so I'm going to turn my microphone off and just kind of let you guys watch this one more time while I do that.
Are you looking for the perfect vacuum cleaner? There are so many to choose from, but none of them fit every corner of your home. Introducing the brand new revolutionary advancement in vacuum technology, Murray's Marvelous Clean-O-Vac. Never before could a vacuum adjust its size to fit into hard-to-reach places. Patented Murray Tech allows you to clean everything from the biggest messes to the smallest.
Hello, Daco. As soon as I take a break to eat a chicken nugget. Hi. Welcome in. That's all we can talk about now. Nice Hex plush. Yes! I have the puppet too. I don't know where it is right. Well, I know where it is. It's in the stack of all of my FNAF stuff, but it's not within reach of me. But hold on. Springtrap is right back there. I love. I love. I really appreciate you making the ones that don't have magnets in them because I'm always afraid of like the little bits coming off and getting chewed up by my dog. Dual Process Theory's here too. Hello. The man is here, guys. Calm down. We're talking about the mimic. Daco, tell us, is the mimic possessed? Yeah, Daco. I'm sure Steel Wool told you everything. As soon as the interview turned off, they just decided to just give you all the lore. No, the interview was incredible. I I also just really like every time somebody interviews a steel wool person because they're so like down to earth cool and they do not feel incredibly like corporate. But anyway, so we don't derail too much. This overall, I do really believe that what we're seeing in these commercials is the story of Edwin's family as adjusted for the games. And I want to point out that in the story, The Mimic from Tales, Edwin even says, like, oh, if Fiona had lived, if my wife were still here, I could have continued to work on my company and I could, you know, be able to do XYZ. And so it really does kind of feel like they're saying that that is the snap point of these two timelines, is Fiona dying in childbirth. Is it images or reflections of who's watching the TV? Oh, dual process theory. What an interesting thought. The cake is watching the TV. Corey, that's so interesting. I kind of love the idea that it's like who's watching the TV, but in this specific instance of the cake, I'm like, who's watching it? In that sense. Hi. Happy birthday, trans butterfly queen. Legally distinct birthday song. I'd love some nuggets right now. I got plenty. We ship them all the way over there. But like to think that Edwin truly did love Fiona, but instead of showing that love, he went half into his work like, oh, I'm going to do this so I can get us nice things. I like that. I like that idea. It's very similar to, like we have said a million times, it's very similar to Henry. And it's very similar to the to Henry, where he loved his daughter so much that when he lost her, it was just like tunnel vision, and then he ended up losing his other child and his wife in the process. It's really depressing. Conservative dad core is crazy. For some reason, my brain is now stuck with the image that Edwin was married to Fiona from Shrek. It could very well be. Cameron Diaz could be canon in FNAF. The cake is for you. Here, Fiona, I got you a birthday, or not Fiona. Oh my gosh, Trans Butterfly Queen, I got you a birthday cake.
All. And what you really need most, the biggest messes.
There you go. There's your cake. But yeah, I think that that's what we're seeing here. That's my grand prediction overall. I mean, there are two possibilities, and one is that this is Edwin's dream family, and the commercials are representing what he wished happened and not what really did happen. Or we're seeing the break in the two universes. In one, Fiona dies, and the other, she stays alive. The Mimic gets created either way, but the path that we take to get there is different. The vacuum bot is cute. I love it. Me too. We love the vacuum bot. We love Clean-O-Vac. Let's go Clean-O-Vac. But yeah, it reminds me of Haps. And it reminds me of the wet floor bots, which really starts to round out this entire idea that Fazbear Entertainment took everything Edwin made and corrupted it and just turned it into their own crazy thing. Steel Bull reveals in the Doco stream tomorrow. I'm so hype. I'm going to be at work, but I'm going to tune in as much as I can. If you guys don't know, Doco is doing a charity stream, and you guys should all be a part of it. It's going to be for the Trevor Project, if I'm correct. Doco, if you're here, you can, if you're here still, you can, what do you call it? You can promote it. You can plug it. Fazbear literally had 0 ideas. I know! I can't. Like, every time I turn around, I'm like, oh, you guys, you did it. You guys didn't make anything at all, did you? So, that's today's trailer. Murray's amazing robo-wife. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, no. Say it isn't so, Edwin. Tell me you didn't build a robot woman. Though, honestly, if he did, then we know who Ballora is, right? It's like, the whole time it was Fiona. The whole time. Her name is Ballora. I mean. Let's go. We love charity. Indeed we do. Murray's magical murder machine. He just like, There are too many kids in your pizzeria having fun? Enjoy the newest invention from Murray Co. Murray's marvelous murdering machine. Eleanor was Fiona the whole time. Yeah. Could you imagine? Oh no, Funny, I'm so sorry. Okay, did you know by the by 25 more people will be sleeping with robots? That's Murray. Oh no. They literally put lore in a name and we are still like, what is this? What do you mean? Can you there's so many things happening. Oh, albino. Oh no. Not the next commercial being like, are you tired of this corporeal realm? Murray is here to help. Did Edward Murray create Roxanne Wolf? Who knows? All the missing FNAF moms turn out to be the same woman. She just ends up with like one toxic guy after another. All right. So let's move on to questions or the comments on my video from today and start talking about, let me frame the conversation real quick, actually, really fast. Let me frame this conversation. So specifically the things that I was asking about in my video have to do with the potential supernatural and or no supernatural. Cleaning up your biggest messes with a cake reflections is dual process theory. That's a very good point. It could very well be alluding to the fact that something bad happened on somebody's birthday. And I don't think that would be so normal for FNAF to do something like that, right? Like David's 5th birthday is just plagued with disaster. Maybe it's the fire. Maybe the fire is when David dies and it's his birthday. And that's why the mimic is burned, is because it tries to save David. Who knows? This is all discussion that we can have around the possession stuff. But so today's video, I was talking about the original Tales story about the mimic, not the storyteller. Like we've talked about the storyteller and things like that in the past, but this was strictly about the mimic, not about the epilogues, but just that one story. And using that information to say, okay, what do we know for sure happened? Based on the connections we can make from those games, from that story to the games, we can definitively say Edwin created the mimic, right? I don't think that in the games, what I'm trying to say is like, do we know about the games? In the games, we know Edwin created the mimic. I don't think that's a secret. I don't think that's a question. I think it's definitive. And also made the Mimic 1 program. Whatever AI program powers the mimic, that was also a Murray invention. You can say like, well, it's a given if one of them is, then the other one is, but we don't know. So we can't be sure. Sorry, my cat keeps trying to eat my chicken. And we also can infer, because of the white tiger plush being an integral part of that story and showing up in the Help Wanted 2 DLC update and showing up in the trailer for Secret of the Mimic, we can deduce that some version of David also exists in this universe. I think that's even more implied in these teasers that we're getting for Secret of the Mimic, where there is like a little baby and then he's growing. We can presume, I think, personally, that based on what we see about the game so far, that some version of David existed. It doesn't even have to be named David. So I'm just saying Edwin had a kid. Edwin had a kid who had a white tiger plush that he was very, very fond of. I think that those two things we know for certain, and I do believe that we can use evidence to say that David died and Edwin got angry and hurt the mimic intentionally in some way. Maybe he burned it. Maybe in the games he burned it. I don't know. But he hurt the mimic intentionally in some way, and this was likely due to the fact that it was mimicking David or his son, his child, and that is what has led to the mimic's programming either getting corrupt by just the AI getting corrupt naturally, or due to some supernatural element that is involved with the mimic. So the questions are all around that concept. Is there something supernatural going on with the mimic? And if there is, what is it? There's the possibility, right? Our main things that were possible are the mimic is haunted either by the literal soul of David or Agony or Remnant. The mimic is possessed, right? Where it's not just like partially in control, but fully or have any kind of influence. It could be possessed. It has full control over the mimic due to a soul, Remnant, and or Agony. 3, it's this sort of, what is this, nebulous third thing that is hard for me to wrap my head around, which is a really big thing that I ask you guys in this video and ask you here now, is if it's not haunted and it's not possessed, but it does have Agony or Remnant as a component, whatever that looks like. And there's a possibility that it's just an AI, that there is no supernatural element going on whatsoever, and what we're dealing with is something completely different. The mimic is here! Guys, first we had Daco, now we have dual process theory, Corey and Connie, and now we've got the mimic. If it's supernatural, I'm on Agony's side. Fair enough. Thank you, Mighty Observer. So, the questions I asked, the first one's about Agony. If you believe that Agony is at play in the mimic, but you don't think that the mimic is haunted or possessed, what, how do you, like, what's your reasoning for that? How would you describe what Agony is, only using information that we have from FNAF? Like, what does that to you? Like, what is Agony to you, if not a possession or a haunt? 2, the question is, some people are saying that they believe that Remnant is at play with the mimic specifically. And I asked, like, what would have to happen in the game continuity, not in the books, in the game continuity, how would the mimic have Remnant as a part of it? If Remnant is something that's supposed to be injected, or it's more of like a, if it's an accidental Remnant thing, or is it more purposeful? How in the game does the mimic get Remnant in it? Okay. Maybe I'm not wording that question very well, but the third question is specifically about possession. Do you believe, or haunting, sorry, what I should say is, the third question is very specifically about David and his soul / Agony / Remnant. I think it's just Agony if it's not a soul specifically. I don't really know how David could be Remnant, become Remnant, but all right. The third question is just, do you think that David is a part of the mimic? Either by Agony or by like an actual possession? Do you think that? And the fourth question is, it really boils down to whether or not you think the mimic is supernatural. Do you think the mimic thinks it's a real boy? Do you think the mimic thinks it's a human and is just trying to be a little human? Okay, so I'm going to click on my video just so I can get to the comments, and I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to read through these together, and anything that I have like specific thoughts on, I will show you. But first, I really do want to eat some chicken nuggets, so I'm going to pause, or I'm going to turn off my microphone again and eat some chicken nuggets and read you guys' thoughts. Okay. So, first let's just read dual process theories comments since it's up at the top here. Let me get it on the screen for you guys. Make it bigger. Okay, that seems pretty much big enough. Okay. This is Connie, specifically. I think, in general, the Mimic is an amazing plot device as a multi-layered metaphor. It being representative of the dangers of AI replacing creatives is made incredibly obvious from the storyteller, and I think it's also very clear about it being a metaphor for the cycle of abuse plus violence. After all, the Mimic literally learns violence from his grieving father and goes on to repeat violence in the way it was taught. Love that, first of all. I don't think their comment addresses any of my questions, but we'll just do this and then we'll get into more of the question-based ones. But I also want to point out how good the Mimic is as a metaphor for repetitive and corporate storytelling. This I really love. I read this earlier. As it copies Afton, it is literally trying to recreate the events of Five Nights at Freddy's after its story has already completed. It tries to continue the story by repeating the same things, which reminds me a lot of corporate mandated sequels where the creatives didn't think much ahead for a sequel, so they just repeat the first story again. They reference The Little Mermaid 2. The vast majority of slasher movie sequels are just setting the slasher loose in a new location and hoping it has the same spark the first film did. The Mimic is literally a sequel trying to capture the magic of the original in order to prolong an already completed story. Not saying that this was a sequel forced on Scott. We all know he was the one who wanted a story element to help wanted to. But it could definitely be a metaphor in the same way. But on the topic of the Watsonian critique instead of Doylist, I do have something that I don't think anyone else has brought up. In the original Mimic book, there is a brief mention made to Edwin doing upgrades on the Mimic the night before David dies. One of the upgrades is specifically listed. I love this because this is something I was going to talk about. By Ape, I am so excited that you're about to say this. Because I was going to talk about something like about this specifically later, but I'm just really excited about it. Anyway, in the original Mimic book, there's a brief mention of Edwin doing upgrades to the Mimic on the night before David dies. One of the upgrades is specifically listed as him being able to throw the ball farther. That may imply that the Mimic threw the ball too far, it bounced out the door, and that is why David was outside. Adding another layer to whether the blame rests on Edwin, who gave the Mimic that upgrade so that he could keep David busy. The Mimic, did it do that on purpose? Did it not know its own strength? Or both? Neither, etc. Dual process theory, literally, while I was reading the story again and thinking back on it, I had this thought of, is it possible that the Mimic, in effect, killed David? Because what we're looking at the end of the day is a bot learning how to be a child, a specific child, David. It is learning how to be David, how to do everything David does and be everything that David is. And I don't want the Mimic to have any ill intent right off the bat, necessarily. But there is this opportunity that the Mimic has to say, very similarly to Lally, in Lally's game, there can only be one. You know? And in Lally's situation, it was like only 2 people can play the game, so I have to kill anybody who's like the third person playing the game. It's also mentioned in the epilogues that the Mimic witnessed a very dark game of hide and seek, which also reminded me of Lally's game. It just felt like it was like a Lally's game. I'm not possessed. Okay, got it. The Mimic, understood. You're not possessed. It's all very interesting. But yeah, definitely hive mind energy where I was like, did the mimic put the ball like did the mimic throw the ball outside on purpose? Like, because I'm thinking like, did David open the door? Did the mimic open the door? Did the ball go through a window, an open window? Koskin, I think it would be crazy if we lost a hand. I don't know if we will. I think that poster, the one that I believe that you're referencing, may just be suggesting that like the mimic rips your arms and legs off. But for what it's worth, and this is something that I mentioned in the video, we have a number of instances within the Tales games of a robot thinking that it's human or wanting to be human, acting that way, or instances of robots or AI specifically believing that it's better than a human. More the mimic rips your hand off. I mean, honestly, that would be nuts, but because like Lally's game is very specifically giving mimic energy, and I talked about this when I covered that story, and this is very easily could be post-corruption mimic, but Lally is hiding in plain sight, right? Like it stays so perfectly still that what is her name? The protagonist, some might say Kelsey something. It's like so still that she can't quite see it, and it seems to do the hiding in a way that the mimic does, at least what the mimic seems to be doing in the epilogues and Secret of the Mimic, the game. So, and Lally, we don't know what the internal motivations are for Lally, right? But it's acting on programming, but it's also very malicious, like not really understanding what in the program of Lally tells it to like kill people. So, you know what I mean? So it's definitely a corrupted program, but I just think that there's a part of me that goes like, I wonder if the mimic started to learn so much about David that it thought that it was a kid, a real kid in some way. Anyway, but also the all this to say, or all this aside, there is also the implication that the mimic did not mean to hurt David, right? It just threw the ball like it always does, but it did, like you said, Connie, it didn't know its own strength, which would be able to translate into maybe the next time it murders somebody. It doesn't know its own strength. So it's grabbing something that it thinks is a coat and putting it on a coat rack, following its programming, but it doesn't understand that what it's really doing is impaling that thing, So that's a lot of questions as well. Okay, so let's start with the first question. I can get this to zoom back to 100%, please. Let's just hold on. Let me load up as many of them as I possibly can here. I think I can go in my back end and sort these better. So that might end up being the right thing to do. Hang on. Let me just make sure, because I don't want it to pull up anything that don't want you guys to see personal information like my email or something. Let me go to comments. Though sometimes I feel like in this, it doesn't show me everything, but let me see. Sort by. No. Can I just search? There we go. Search for Agony question, because that was our first one. Yes. Okay, this works. Perfect. And this should be easy enough to just pull up for you guys. Okay. So let's make this bigger so you can actually read it. Okay. TLDR Agony question. I think most agree with the concept of the mimic having its own autonomy and it's agony based. And while that looks like a haunting, and by in-game definition it is a haunting, there is no body or spirit attached, so the semantics are the issue. And this was a really big thing, is I was asking people, you know, how are we classifying the mimic not as a haunt when by definition that is what it is? Oh my gosh, okay. It looks like I can't affect the size of this without also affecting you guys. Chat. That's okay. So this was about my question about like how are you doing that? How are you making the connection between, oh, it's definitely agony based, but it's not haunted. And semantics, I think, is kind of the end all be all the answer to the question. Is that I don't think that even as FNAF fans, we can separate the notion of a haunt from the presence of a spirit, not just harsh emotions or memories, strong memories. To the difference of haunting and agony based on in-game definitions, I'd say agony requires a haunting, but the book's depiction of how the mimic got its agony shows it's just Edwin Murray's anger going in. So either emotion is enough to haunt something in this universe, or someone's spirit is involved with a mimic, likely David. I think the discrepancy comes from haunting needing someone dying, while agony has always been associated with the emotion and not necessarily the spirit it's attached to. Additionally, we already have non-haunted agony manifestations with no spirit, Yellow Rabbit, and agony creation that had a spirit, the Tangle. So this could be the third way they're made. Interesting thoughts. I answered of why I thought on this is it. Talbert directly said that agony is specifically the manifestation of the most negative human emotion. I would agree, Gameslayer, yes. Haunting is basically just memories and emotions attached to a physical object. It can be a soul, but it is not necessary. Could the mimic be his own source of agony? If he's mimicking an active agony, could he be like a vessel? I don't mind at all, Terry, not at all. Haunting is an adjective like water being wet. Haunting is a move in FNAF world. Acts as a debuff with a ghost Freddy impacting the enemy. Interesting. So, I think, K. Martin Lucas, this pretty much answers the agony question. I'll look at other people's answers as well because I'm sure other people have different answers to the same. Well, stop coming up here to try to eat my chicken nuggets. You can't be up here because all you're trying to do is eat my chicken nuggets. You're not trying to hang out. You're not trying to be cool. You're just trying to eat my food. Crosscore. So, I think this pretty much answers the question. It's hard to call the mimic haunted unless you believe there's a spirit in it. That doesn't say that everybody who thinks the mimic is haunted thinks there's a spirit, but you guys know what I mean. I think that I would agree that this is very succinctly kind of wrapping up my confusion about that. So the new thing, I guess, is we need to figure out how to define what's going on with the mimic, because saying infected with agony can just mean so many things, I feel like. Have we discussed if the mimic is overtaking other animatronics in MCM? Overtaking? Like, does the mimic need a soul? No, it doesn't. No, of course, no, it certainly doesn't need a soul. I like to differentiate possession, soul, and haunting, just agony. Chicken for cats? Exactly. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, is that it's haunting feels so connected despite what we know from from frights. Hauntings feel so specific to a soul that trying to unmarry the two concepts is just a little too complicated for people. She's trying to apologize now. I love you, Toasty. She's trying so hard to say sorry. She's like, okay, just let me up here. He can flicker lights like Nosferatu. Does that count? So that's a really important thing we're going to talk about when we get to when I get to documenting things. Okay. So thank you so much, K. Martin Lucas, for your question. I don't know how much I agree that the Tangle has a spirit in it. I don't know that we know that. But fair enough. I forgive her. I was never mad. All right. This is from Fantastic Pandemania, who is in chat right now. Tarian. Agony question. Answer. Agreed. I personally correlate possessions with actual people being trapped in another place, while haunts feel are more coordinated with what's said in the Silver Eyes about someone stripping their feelings onto wherever is around them at the time. But that's just my interpretation. Super fair. Agony question from the Crin Eyes is yes. The Crin Eyes, yes. It could be the Crin Eyes, yes, or it could be the Crin, yes. It could be the Crin Eyes, yes, or it could be the Crine, yes. But either way. Molten MCI did have spirits and then they moved on. True. But I don't know, but did it, or was it all just Agony and Remnant the whole time? Was it all just memories? I don't know. Henry calls them spirits. We'll leave it at that. Henry calls them spirits. Okay. The mimic isn't necessarily haunted as there is no evidence the mimic could be possessed. This is interesting. So this person seems to be suggesting that hauntings and possessions are definitionally the same thing. From what we see with possession, wouldn't have Afton stolen the mimic for Remnant? Because if that's the case, then the mimic shouldn't be walking around. It should be molten metal. I guess if Afton used it for Remnant, that would be the case. But it would have to know that. So anyway. However, there is more than enough evidence to support Edwin's agony bled into the mimic. Yes. As the book stated, Edwin could almost feel his pain and anger flow through the mimic. Yes, we talked about that in the video. Also, the mimic's eyes glow red like the blob, who we believe is an agony-created abomination. I don't think that's real Scott, because there's no check mark. It doesn't have a check mark. I don't think that's real Scott. Really easy way to find out is just click and see on the page. Yeah, mimic Scott, exactly. I'm not sure I can really decipher a lot of what you're trying to say here, but at the end of the day, it does seem like this person's just trying to say that they think that possession and haunts are the effectively the same thing, and that's why they don't think the mimic is either, because the mimic isn't possessed. So if it's not possessed, it's not haunted. Fair enough. I don't agree that they're the same thing necessarily, but it is what it is. I do agree with the evidence being more leaning towards this not being a spirit. I do agree with that, but I do also think that there's evidence that there is a spirit involved in the mimic. We've talked about that. Not yet, Slat. Okay, agony / mimic question. Is it possible that the mimic becomes one with Shadow Bonnie to make a Glitchtrap if we consider them born from agony? I see your point. I would say, if anything, that we've seen in the games, in the modern games, is Shadow Bonnie, I think it would be Mixus before it would be the Mimic. Game Slayer, that's not an unfair point, but it's hard to use FNAF AR as evidence in that respect because it's a game full of characters that definitely don't really exist, like Chocolate Bonnie. So, okay, Agony question from Cetra Bottle. Did I skip any? No. Thank you, Tamir. I don't think that this, I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't think I agree. Okay, Agony question. The stuffing method used left too much individual personality in the resulting remnant, resulting in the spirits haunting the originals, Puppet and Baby. And the 4 original animatronics plus Puppet and Baby, you're saying, are all spirits specifically haunting. The fun times, barring Baby, seem to be less human and more in line with what their characters would be. So more emotion and memory-based than soul-based. I am assuming that's what we're saying. If we take Molten MCI as canon, then perhaps the cooking process, for lack of better words, is at least part of the process for the personality wipe, creating the Mimic One, I theorized above. Oh, these are two very much linked to each other. My theory is that the secret of the Mimic, or rather the Mimic One program, is that it seems to be the secret behind all Murray Co. tech. Fair enough. Yeah, Cetri. I see it. We're reading it now, I'm sorry. Instead of being an actual AI code, it runs on human intelligence that has been scrubbed of previous identity in order to create a blank slate capable of learning by observation. I think that William learned the secret when Fazbear took control of Murray's assets, and this is what started his own killing spree, his way of making the perfect animatronic characters. The stuffing method, so like what he first tried left them too individual. Then the fun times that weren't Baby, who we know got her supernatural element from killing Elizabeth, seemed to be less human and more in line with what their characters would be. If we take Molten MCI's canon, perhaps the cooking process is part of the process for the personality wipe, creating the Mimic One. So, Cetri, in this world, Murray Co. is using Remnant? Is that, do I have that correct? Is that your theory? Yeah, Slat. That's a very good point. That's the secret of the Mimic. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Oh, fun, TC. We'll see if we get to that, but... Okay. Okay. The Mother of Wasps, I see your thing doesn't technically line up, but it seems to be about Agony, so... The concept of Agony is one of my favorite things in FNAF because it reminds me of 2 of my favorite horror titles, The Shining and Ju-On, aka The Grudge. I'm going to dive into The Shining a bit, but I promise it ties back to the Mimic in FNAF. In both of these properties, they describe how bad events leave a stain on where they occurred. I initially had a section diving into Ju-On's implications on Agony, Remnant, and the Mimic, but it was too messy. Okay, fair enough. In The Shining, the ghosts in the hotel align most with FNAF's Agony creatures, stains of pain and negative emotion that only people who can shine can see and feel in their truest form. I appreciate you bringing this up because I also believe that Scott Cawthon was inspired by The Shining when he was creating his version of hauntings and things like that. Ooh, Game Slayer, very cool. Okay, last thing I need to push forth here, before I wrap all this up with a neat bow, is that I believe Mamakado's theory that David is possessing the Mimic. If you haven't watched it, watch it. It's linked on today's video But if you just type in Mamakato, you'll find the haunted mimic theory pretty quickly. I think this adds to my perspective, but this isn't the thesis of it. Steel Wool has named The Shining as inspiration for Secret of the Mimic. I think that's true. I think, and we know they said that, yes. I really think that this means more than just a reference in the carpet pattern or the layout of the costume manor. I think the mimic, and potentially Murray's costume manor as a whole, is set up to be haunted by Agony. Edwin's agony infecting the mimic. The previous cleanup team's agony from being killed by the mimic, and maybe David's agony from when Edwin brutalized the mimic. So not only do I think it's funny that you say it's like David's agony from that, but not from the part where he got hit by a car. And maybe David's agony from it. So not only do I think the mimic is haunted by Agony and probably Remnant, I think MCM as a whole is going to be haunted. Love that thought. Thank you for sharing. Click. Love that thought. I haven't, Gameslayer. I have not seen that video. Love this. I also really like this idea because I think we have seen a number of instances within FNAF where it's like one child or somebody is able to tap into that world. And that supernatural kind of world. And it's not, no, it wasn't really messy. It really wasn't messy, Mother of Wasps. It really wasn't. I think it's pretty well laid out. But yeah, I love the idea that it's very similar to like the hotel where it's just, there's a lot of supernatural things going on. I know other people like the idea of the mimic just being an AI, and I can reckon with that, but I don't know if it's me. I don't know if I believe it. Okay, Albino Black Bear, here's your agony question. The way I see haunted and agony is that agony is an energy within itself, while something being haunted has to have someone's soul attached to it. The mimic is just kind of agony personified in my eyes. Fair enough. And again, like we said, I think that it's a semantics thing, and just like this, we really just can't. I think it's too sophisticated for the 70s to just be AI. I agree. I fully agree. I have thoughts about how Edwin could have created a very advanced AI without, even though it's the 70s, without even recognizing that something supernatural was happening. But we'll see if we get to that tonight. But yeah, okay, so that's the way you see it. Fair enough. Okay. Ben, I've seen, this is this is one of the things I saw, I think earlier. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I think the discrepancy comes from the difference in the common usage and in FNAF usage. Pop culture hauntings typically involve the presence of a spirit of the deceased, very similar to like everything else we said. But you said something specific about Phineas Taggart in here. Okay. I think the way things are phrased also matters. The way that Phineas Taggart describes Agony in 1:35 a.m. makes it sound like people believe they are witnessing haunted objects, but what it is in fact is Remnant. He says, this, I believe, is what explains what people call haunted objects. And I appreciated that call out because that's really possible. I think Remnant is haunted metal and Agony is haunted dead biological material. Interesting. So in your world, Joshua Everett, thank you for the $5 super chat. In your world, if the mimic is anything, it must be Remnant because Agony is only for biological things. So how would you look at the battery and the mask in... How would you look at things that don't have metal or biological material? Because so are you saying that the Stitch Wraith is really Remnant and not Agony? Rebellion. Okay. But I do appreciate this call out because it does kind of put things in perspective for me in a way that I hadn't thought about before, where what we're talking about is understanding what is a haunted object, not that it is a haunted object. Like, if haunted still means spirit, and let's say that it does, people in this universe have been under the impression that spirits are real, souls are inhabiting objects and things like that. But the phenomenon can be scientifically explained by this agony, these strong human emotions. Agony, very specifically the darkest, right? Like the most powerful negative emotion. And that is really what's happening. I just think Phineas was wrong. Okay, DPT, because that's something else that, like, I was trying to articulate to a comment earlier, and then I just abandoned it. But it was like, are we maybe just supposed to look at Phineas Taggart as, like, trying his best, but did not quite figure it out? I am the Stitch Wraith. Yeah, so I'll read the last of this question real quick, or this answer real quick. There's also the issue of there are definitely cases of the more traditional idea of hauntings in FNAF from the MCI, Charlie, Elizabeth, etc. And I think fans are going to have a hard time saying that the situation with those possessions are the same thing as the Mimic's case. And here we are again, using the term haunting and possession interchangeably, even though in my eyes, they can be two different things, and generally are two different things. Because in my eyes, a possession would be like, you have been animated in my will, and a haunting would potentially mess with the way that something where, like, the light's flickering or something like that. That's not dubious. I'm not saying a ghost necessarily must possess the light to make it flicker, but just the ghost's presence would cause the light to flicker due to weird energy stuff. Phineas says ghosts aren't a thing, but in the next epilogue, 2 ghost kids with memory loss talk to each other. Fair enough, DPT. Fair enough. Yeah, Phineas might just be wrong. It's possible. And it wouldn't, I mean, it's hard because I'm just like, the whole thing is like, Frights isn't canon to me. Frights isn't canon to me. So, like, is, you know, how useful is that information really if I don't even think it's necessarily canon? I do think it's trying to tell us things about the world, but it is what it is. Yeah. I think the presence of Remnant or the memories of a dead individual or whatever is probably the main line that people draw where they decide that something is haunted or not. And I think that this is a great point too. So in this line of thinking, when we look at the Mimic, because we don't see a soul, again, could be David, that could put us in this situation where it is haunted, definitively. But when we see stuff like the missing children, Elizabeth, Charlie, things like that, those feel more traditional hauntings to us. So we don't want to call the Mimic that because it is definitively separated from it. Like, it's different enough. Possession feels like a taking control. Yeah. And so, there's this thing of like, okay, because when we do look at Baby, specifically in-game Baby, we'll say, it is not just one sentient entity in there. There seems to be an issue because when you are quote unquote transferring Baby into Innard, when you're sending her off to be scooped, or she's already been scooped, I don't know, whatever. The thing is, she's like, there's something good inside of me. I want you to take the good and leave the rest. We seem to take what is or what was effectively Baby. And what's left is Elizabeth. Not the other way around, right? We're not taking Elizabeth and her memories or whatever and like helping her put her. Once we take whatever's good, what's left is this like mean spirit, whatever, of Elizabeth, who is like, I want to go help my dad. I want to go be a part of my dad's little, I don't know, plans, evil plans. I don't know, whatever. But she's She no longer speaks in the third person about Elizabeth, no longer speaks in the third person about this other entity. It all becomes very first person, like you're my dad and this is what's going on, and it's, I don't know, it's just very, very interesting. I don't know. I feel like I'm losing track, but I agree with this concept that as we think about the mimic, maybe we can't really use terms like possession or haunt. And I want to parse all this out so that when I'm like theorizing about the mimic, that I'm being mindful of like exactly the terminology that I'm using and really try to break down what it is that the mimic is. Hi, Angel Theory. Welcome in. So that's that. And I understand what people are saying when they say that these characters in particular seem to be more... Thank you for joining the Sparks Rebellion. Seem to be more straightforward in what's going on. She asks you to put it in your hand unit, though. Who is deciding good, baby or Elizabeth? I'm not saying that one thing is good or what is, I'm using her terminology. I'm just saying that there are two separate things. What baby, Elizabeth, whomever decides is good or bad, that's not a part of the conversation right now. The point is that there's something that was in the way of, I guess in essence, Scrap Baby, or what remains of Elizabeth, to be in control of like what she is. Now, could you look at a crazy world where like technically Elizabeth is the one being removed and Baby is what's left, but she has been fused with Elizabeth's consciousness for so long that she thinks that she's Elizabeth, and that's why she's saying like, I'll make you proud, Dad, and all this other stuff, because it's possible Elizabeth is Baby the whole time and she's just pretending. But she is effectively both. Like, at the end of everything, she's effectively both things at the same time. Corey thinks that the Mimic is fully AI because that was the second option of the first game. Either the animatronics are haunted or AI that wants to stuff you in a suit. They ended up being haunted, so now we have evil AI. Okay, fair enough. Not a bad thought. But yeah, like I'm not speaking of a moral quandary between what is good and what is bad inside of Elizabeth/Baby. I'm just saying that there is an Elizabeth and there's a Baby. There was a robot that was programmed to do something specific and serve William Afton. And there's a little girl who was William Afton's kid. And they're fused for a really long time in that endoskeleton. I can imagine memories getting all jumbled up and everything like that. So what's left, I suppose, can be up for debate. But based on what Henry says to Scrap Baby in FNAF 6, and the fact that he's burning her, seems to suggest that what's left with her, it seems to suggest that what's left with her is the, I'm just going to say, remnant of Elizabeth. And what we removed is any kind of programming that would make Baby not want to follow Springtrap. Because she very clearly, up until a point, is against the whole thing. And wants to escape. And it's just, anyway, I don't know. That's a hard... We're talking about the Mimic, so I gotta shut up. I get the point, at the end of the day, is what I'm saying, that Ben is trying to make. Okay, Agony question. I think that most people separate the Mimic being haunted with being infected with Agony is because we associate haunted objects with possession. Again, here we are, using possession and haunted totally interchangeably, even though not really the same thing. I believe the whole concept of Agony is an elaboration on the tidbit in the Silver Eyes where the characters talk about places being soaked with emotion. Yes, I would agree. Agony is pure negative emotional energy, leaving its effect on objects and environments. Therefore, Mimic is not possessed. but due to beating Edwin, the beating Edwin Craven is not only learned from his behavior, but was soaked in his agony, his fear, his murderous intent. I really like what you said in the video about the mimic viewing itself as Edwin's son. I also believe that the whole mimic saga may be a metaphor for the cycle of violence. Yes. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean it. Oh shoot. What happened? What did I do? Search. Agony question. I think at a certain point we're kind of getting repetitive with these. I don't want to like leave anybody out, but I don't see agony question here. It's just remnant question, so we'll scooch. Agony question. Could the mimic's endo be the endo inside the Golden Freddy suit? The bit down on CC. Dave could be Edwin's David. And Cassidy could be the Afton child. I mean, I suppose it's not impossible. We already know that Edwin, David, Mimic. Thank you, Solmors. Solmors. We already know that the Edwin, David, and Mimic are basically the story of the Silver Eyes, but with a different skin. Fair enough. But I think the Mimic might be taking inspiration from the Charlie dilemma of the fourth closet too. The fourth Charlie explained how life was from her POV as an AI without a real soul until she got her own soul. Her explaining the memories she had left from the real Charlie, and how it's cruel to be a kid without the ability to understand what you feel. That's the flaw, the greatest sin of humanity, the girl said. You're born with none of your intelligence but all of your heart, fully capable of feeling pain and torment, but with no power to understand. It opens you up to abuse and neglect, unimaginable pain. All you can do is feel. Very similarly, right, to when Edwin is beaten on the Mimic. And obviously we know that there's a parallel there between those things, like that Charlie bot, the fourth Charlie bot, and the Mimic. I would fully agree that there's a connection there. She studied her hands again. All you can do is feel, but never understand what a sick power it is you're giving. Rage. Yeah. She got a soul of her own. Elizabeth drew herself up and shook her head. My father abandoned me. Henry abandoned me. Of course, I could not comprehend those memories until I had received a soul of my own. Once I took it for myself. Once I had endowed myself with a soul, I experienced those memories anew, not as an uncomprehending toy, twitching and seizing with an all-consuming rage I could not fathom, but as a person, as a daughter. It's rather a cruel irony that I would escape the life of one neglected daughter only to embody another. All really fair. I don't know that this really answers my agony question, but it is interesting to think about nonetheless. And yes, that basic connection. Agony question. I think people see agony as more of an energy imbued into a material, whereas they think people see haunted to mean the spirit of a specific dead person being tied to something. This is a very succinct way to put it as well. Agony, I've seen other people say this. Agony is just a power source, an energy source, and haunted, again, specifically spirit. Okay. Not agony question. Since I didn't read the books, I didn't know this detail, which made me vote not possessed, but not possessed, but has agony. Even so, I was not asking about possession here. I was asking about haunting. But I believe that haunted being agony and possessed to be remnant. Okay, I would agree. Basically, since agony and remnant are close but not the same in their uses, agony is more about feelings and remnant and more about the souls, which is also interesting because when we look at the Pizzaplex and my remnant plex theory and what we learned from the storyteller, that I don't know if that really that would see remnant as a power source. So I don't know. Maybe I don't believe this, but this is how I've thought about it, but I don't know how accurate that is, if I'm being honest. But fair enough. Thank you so much, Just Theorist. Agony question. Seeker of comfiness, we got to you. The problem here is that most FNAF fans haunting implies a soul. Okay, yep. Same. In FNAF, how I interpret it is all hauntings involve agony, but agony doesn't need a haunting to exist. with hauntings having a soul or identity attached, agony being emotions left behind. Same difference. I mean, if you ask an agony question in here, Peppermint, I can't. I don't know. Okay. Are you able to get to this? What? Okay. Not across my channel. Search for Remnant question. Now, this is, I hope, people talking about how they think that the Mimic could have Remnant in it. All right. Amy on her computer. Remnant question. The Mimic would have had to cradle David's dying body like the puppet, and he would be possessed by David to have Remnant. It's either that or the legs they gave him would have to be from a haunted animatronic, which is very unlikely for 1979, early 80s. Any chance that Secret of the Mimic has been framing William this whole time? Owned him. I have a video about that. It's called something. It's called something like The Mimic Witnessed Afton's Crimes. Yeah. The Mimic Witnessed William's Crimes. Watch that video if you want to know my thoughts about the idea that William Afton actually never did anything and it was all the Mimic. Okay, because I run through that whole possibility in that video. So, interesting. Amy on her computer is suggesting that Remnant doesn't have to be like purposefully injected. It can just happen to an animatronic, which I'm not sure Remnant has been described that way in Five Nights at Freddy's, but that's the way that we're looking at it here. Remnant question from Cautious. Help wanted had animatronic parts of all games scanned alongside Mimic, so maybe Remnant fused that way. This is interesting because it suggests that, like, look, there was no Remnant involved with the Mimic until the Fazbear Entertainment people got a hold of everything post Sister Location activities. And so at that point, Remnant and the Mimic became connected in some way. Like that idea. I really like that idea. So let's hope I don't forget about that. Okay. Next, we're looking at Terry and Panda's Remnant question. I personally see all Agony being some form of Remnant, but not all Remnant being Agony. So all that really needs to happen for something supernatural to be at play is for someone to leak out their Agony or any other form of Remnant and to attach it to the Mimic. That's all it would take. I think that's fair. I don't know if I can, in good faith, just based on it's hard to look at Agony and Remnant as, like, quote unquote the same, but based on everything we've seen in the games, it almost feels like the idea is that Remnant is what the game has and Agony is what the books have. So when the books are describing what's happening with Edwin when he's beating the Mimic, our minds go to Agony, but in the game, that's going to be a Remnant thing. I don't think that's crazy. Very fair. Okay. This is not the Remnant question. Okay. Such rebuttal. We already read your Remnant answer. A Remnant question. Okay. Tarot. Remnant question. It's easy. Remnant is the mixing of some sort of memory, emotions, ghosts, etc., with a physical object, mainly, but not only, metal. Interesting that you say not only metal, because I was under the impression that it's definitely only metal. So according to that description, the Mimic is Remnant, since it is haunted by Edwin's emotions or David's spirit. A different thing would be if it was injected with Remnant, which would be done by shoving or injecting a possessed object into the robot, like in the fourth closet, or like what happened to Larson in Frights. Interesting point. Did Agony exist pre-mobile game? I feel like Agony got added just for gameplay reasons and now it breaks the lore. What do you mean mobile game? You just talking about FNAF AR? Because FNAF AR is focused on Remnant, and Agony was introduced in Fazbear Frights. Well, yeah, officially introduced in Fazbear Frights. The concept of hauntings being emotions and memories was introduced in the Silver Eyes, though. KML, heck yeah. Agony is square, Remnant is rectangle. Let's go. I actually really do like that. Mimic, oh yeah, my name. What? Okay. Remnant is what's left of the person, the substance left in the place where the person spent time, their happy memories, and bad memories, light remnant and dark remnant. Agony is the emotion, is on one emotion of memory. I think that's valid. I think that is a valid way to look at it. Could it be that it was never a haunting, but when Steve made the games, his bias and not knowledgeable about Remnant and Agony, so it was never meant to be supernatural? Nika, Gears, oh my god, what? Could it be that it was never a haunting? See, this is a good point, because what we're looking at there, right, is like, yeah, okay, so Steve Snodgrass makes the games, and he looks at it as a haunting because he doesn't know more than that. Hi, Lucas. But I would venture to say that even if it is just Agony, quote, just Agony, quote, just Remnant, it's still supernatural because it's strong feelings and emotions and everything. But you're right. It's possible that Steve Snodgrass just didn't obviously have the knowledge of those things, and so wrote the games to appear more like a specific thing that it ultimately wasn't. And that the missing children's incident and Charlie and Baby, all of those characters were always just Agony / Remnant, and never any spirits were involved. I think that's possible. I think that's very possible. It's definitely something I've thought about a lot. And I don't really know what it would change just beyond the definition of those things. But yeah, okay. Supernatural just means it's outside your natural understanding of reality, so even if they have defined processes in the FNAF universe, Remnant and Agony are still supernatural. Yes, exactly, Jaxolotl. Exactly. Okay. That was that. Remnant question. Okay. This is long. I'm going to do my best. I think there's both Agony and Remnant in the Mimic. Edwin's Agony for clear reasons, and David's Remnant, citing the real Jake for this, due to David's attachment to the Mimic. A strong enough attachment to the Mimic to make up a language to speak with it, so it was seen as its own sentient creature by David, and David both imprinted on it himself and the Mimic imprinted onto him. What really sold me on this concept and Mimic theory was Mamakato. We've talked about that. The real Jake directly and the Mimic directly proves that souls can attach to items with just a strong emotional bond to them. Since Jake never sees or knows the Jake doll ever exists, that means you don't need to be in a suit or not. This is very real. This is a really big point to David being a part of the Mimic. I really like it, and I would agree that it's a very real possibility. Her other point was that Edwin loses it on the Mimic after David is gone because Mimic asks for David's white tiger plush. Yes. As she points out, this is not the Mimic's normal behavior. It is out of the established rules for a Mimic creature to suddenly want the thing that should be reserved for the person / other being that it isn't around anymore. I would agree. There's also the possibility, and I just want to point this out, that this is the Mimic experiencing grief and wanting to hold David's tiger plush because it misses him. And it's just this bot that is coming into sentience, very similarly to how we see Glamrock Freddy coming into sentience and kind of being able to go beyond its programming just because it gets that smart. So it's also possible that the Mimic animatronic is just that smart and is capable of complex human emotions. And that's what's happening there. But I don't want to discount that it is also evidence for this other thing. I also agree that if this is David possessing the Mimic as well as the Mimic having its own Mimic 1 program routine running, it's terribly tragic because it means Edwin brutalized his son. True. Which also ties into her point about the storyteller. Why would Edwin say, I'm sorry to the Mimic 1 program? What real good to an engineer who thinks it's just a machine to apologize to some code and wires? Again, I mean, this is just a caveat. This is just playing the devil's advocate or whatever, looking at the other things. I feel like Edwin has to be using Remnant / Agony for his inventions. This man is putting size, changing metal, and learning AI in the coat racks and vacuums within a decade of the moon landing. So true. I think I will talk a bit about that in a minute. But yes, I don't think you're necessarily wrong. But yeah. Okay, sorry. My devil's advocate for this is that Edwin understands from being with the storyteller and communicating with it the way that David used to, that it is sentient. And he is only just learning then that the Mimic could effectively feel what it was to be beaten and understand that it did feel emotional pain. Maybe it did not feel physical pain, but it did. He could easily be just realizing in that moment as an inventor that he did that. He corrupted it. He turned it into what it was, and then he abandoned it and left it to fend for itself. When up until that moment, it was basically his son. Maybe not legally, but effectively, that Mimic was his kid. And he worked on it and cared for it until the day that he didn't. So. Anyway. Not Real Name Not At All has a very good two puppets theory, which I think makes sense. I would totally tell you guys or encourage you guys to watch that, because I also think that there are a lot of similarities between the Mimic and the puppet that could suggest that the Mimic did end up being the puppet effectively. The way FNAF is treating Puppet at the moment, it also allows for the fact that the Mimic is possessed while still operating on the original Mimic 1 program. Love that. I don't have much to expand on either theory other than the Puppet is its own... Let me try this again. I don't have much to expand on either theory other than if Puppet is its own thing from the Mimic, then it explains the Puppet black and white fiber optic cables all over the place, or why they're painted like the Puppet / marionette. To me, the fiber optics everywhere remind me of Epcot and the ride that used to be inside the giant silver ball. So Puppet making an incursion against Mimic and what had been Glitchtrap makes sense for the Puppet to send out physical cables to not just operate over the spirit plane and have a stronger contact. Feels like a good way to keep it grounded in sci-fi as well as supernatural, like a restraint, corpo, event, horizon kind of story. Interesting. I think that's a lot for me to process. Yeah, exactly, Seeker. The David theory and Mimic asking for David's stuffed tiger and not its own is the most compelling thing for me. Fair enough. I think this is a really well thought out comment. We got through it and everything. Whoop. Okay. Remnant question. In the Silver Eyes trilogy, Henry created the suicide bot after Charlotte's death / kidnapping. It looks similar to the Mimic. Does it? I don't know if it does. Anyway, Diablos Bros. I wonder if Edwin will still be alive in the game's canon, or maybe he programmed the Mimic to suicide him, even if it breaks the first law of robotics. Now, Diablos Bros, that is an interesting point. But the Mimic is... Okay, so this would be a different continuity, obviously, because in the books, the Mimic is beaten beyond being able to even move and isn't able to move again until the technicians go and add legs to it and, like, fix it up. I just spilled Gatorade on myself, so I don't know. I have a drinking problem. I don't know how to drink. But I do like... Okay, in a different continuity, in a different world. Edwin programs the mimic one last time to kill him and maybe set something on fire to try to burn everything, get rid of everything. Yeah, Diablos Bros, yeah. So it would be an interesting idea. So if the mimic in this continuity, obviously different, was programmed to kill Edwin, gains the murder skill that way, and is also programmed maybe to hide the evidence or something to like not get caught. I don't know. You know, you could see it a couple of different ways. Maybe it was programmed to start a fire. Maybe Edwin also started a fire to try to burn all of the evidence of what happened. I don't know. Hey, funny catty. This is not, I promise I'm not about to say something like where I'm getting onto you. I'm saying something funny. I know you're doing a thing where you're like, people in chat are trying to guess something that you're like about your story. And it's funny because I just keep looking up and seeing you say nope after I finish a sentence. And I keep having to remind myself that that's going on because I think you're just telling me no. So anyway, in the game continuity, Edwin died in childbirth, having David and Fiona made the mimic. Yes, Jax. Oh my gosh. Edwin and Fiona are fairy godparents, which means the boy's the one that gets pregnant. Ooh, that's interesting. That the fire was completely an accident, potentially. No. No, it's okay, funny. That's why I prefaced it with saying, like, I'm not getting on to you or anything. Like, I promise, I'm not telling you something negative. I'm just saying it's funny because I keep having to, like, do that in my head. Dave is an average kid that no one understands. Yes, David is an average kid that no one understands. Fiona and Edwin and the mimic are the only people he knows. Oh my gosh. Okay. Anyway, sorry. This is a good point. I like the idea that Remnant is a part of the mimic because he was had just some different programming going on. Fair enough. I actually don't really know how you're answering my Remnant question in this, but I do like the thought. Okay, Remnant question. Have the body of David like children inside other animatronics or be close to the body after the car crash like Puppet? I agree, but I have heard it being more programming, being haywire with Edwin Agony, or get metal melted from other possessed animatronics like the toys. Just a theorist, fair enough. Pink girl and green guy arcade games. David. Once David dies, Remnant Agony became a part of David with the mix of the mimic program, and Agony leads to what we have today. Anyway, okay. All right, Peppermint. I just want you to know that I did ask no walls of text. So I'm just going to do my best here. When David would laugh, the mimic's eyes would glow. And when David would eat, the mimic would try to eat too. What if the mimic and David's bond was so strong that when David died, the program and his soul became one and the same? This is very similar to what somebody else said. I would agree that it's a possibility, and I like it. If David is one of the factors keeping the mimic alive and active, then Edwin's agony might function as a kind of firewall. What are firewalls designed for? To block incoming threats based on a set of pre-programmed rules and to determine which users can access specific areas of a network. So what does the mimic perceive as a threat? Humans. Anything that moves. The last time David was in control, he said, "Look, Dad, I'm a ghost," while holding the Tiger Up plushie. Edwin, in response... What? Anyway, the books made it clear when Edwin yelled at David for doing something wrong, David would retreat to his room with the mimic and seek comfort there. David was, in fact, in control at the time. It's possible he retreated into the mimic's mind and broke down emotionally. Given what we know about agony and its influence on certain objects, the mimic would have responded with intense anger. But instead of just offering comfort, it may have gone further. Locked David behind a mental firewall of sorts to protect him. This is interesting. I don't know if I agree with the literal, reading of this, but I do like the idea that if David is in the mimic in some capacity, then it would make sense if the mimic knew that and was protecting David. I do like that concept. All right. Moving on. 2. David question. Don't see that. Don't see that. David / real boy question from Tarian. I see it as Edwin's agony being so intense that it persuades the mimic to try and comfort Edwin by acting like David. Yeah. Yes. And I talked about this a little bit in the video too. Yes. It's very similar to that second teaser that we got for Secret of the Mimic, where it's like the coat rack, one of its things is like, it will comfort you if you're sad. I think that it's very possible that the mimic wanted to comfort Edwin while he was grieving, but that Edwin just saw it mimicking his son because that's what it does, and took it personal. Although being abandoned by Edwin after being beaten with all Edwin's agony could have confused its programming into fully taking on that persona. No, Peppermint Leaf. I don't think you worded anything wrong. I really don't. I don't think you did. All right. I guess this is technically an answer to David's question. I don't know. Okay, it's been a while, but David's question is, do you think that it's possible for David to be a part of the mimic somehow? And Captain C. Wolf is saying, Elizabeth and David from the mimic story are parallels. Love for ice cream, love for a robot that their parent built especially for you, ends in tragedy for everyone involved, probably similar ages, unless I'm way off in my understanding of how old Elizabeth is supposed to be. They both have neglectful fathers that spend all their time working and whose neglect causes the inevitable death of their respective child. True. The ties between Elizabeth and David are absolutely there, although it might just be Scott having a limited pool of plot threads to pull from, in all honesty. I literally said this yesterday. Scott just only has 3 stories. If you are not a traumatized child, a neglectful father, or a possessed robot, or, like a supernaturally inclined robot, that's all he's got. That is all he has. It's okay, Peppermint. We got through it. All right, that goes somewhat with my theory that in VIP, Ike and Devin's relationship are parallels that of the crying child and Mike, but earlier on, that is nothing about... Okay, circling back to David and Elizabeth. Taking them as parallels, let's ask this question. Are Edwin and Afton parallels, or are they examples of how differently things could have gone if one or the other was different? Is Edwin what happens if William didn't fall into an obsession with immortality? Would Edwin have beaten a child in rage for being reminded of his dead son? A common theory is that William killed Charlie in a blind rage out of jealousy. How is that different from what Edwin did to the mimic? I mean, one of them is a kid and the other one's a robot, but I understand what you mean morally, or not morally, narratively. It's a parallel. If William had beaten one of his Fredbear animatronics instead, would this be a franchise with one dead child instead of dozens? If they're parallels or dark reflections of each other, if they're parallels or dark reflections of each other, what does that mean? I don't know necessarily right off the top of my head, but I like the idea of viewing David and Elizabeth as parallels. Definitely. And I think that when you view David and Elizabeth as parallels, you would strengthen the argument that David is a component of the mimic somehow. Okay. Agony. Okay. And then last question. before I can start writing things down is real boy question. Let's see how many people talked about this. Okay. Real boy question from Redmond. What's annoying me is that people don't like the Mimic because they think he is just a scared thing that doesn't know what he was doing. FNAF came with a theory that the Mimic actually killed David with the car crash on purpose so that he could replace him. When did FNAF make this theory? And I believe this in this theory because at the end of Ruin, he keeps repeating, I am Gregory, as if he wants to be the person. And he's wearing an outfit that it's like fashioned out of mascot costumes that similarly, yes, seem to be suggesting that he is trying to be Gregory. And I would agree. I think that this is a really big possibility, and it's something that I really, it's going to be a part of our document over here where we talk about that. I feel like I've watched all of his videos. I wonder if John said it in a live stream. Parallels between Mimic / Edwin with Geppetto / Pinocchio, just taken to the extreme where the father figure can't accept the new child he created. Good thought. John did say the baby is the Mimic, which is true in canon. Yes, exactly. We do know that at least. Okay, Tarian, this is your last part of your answer. I see... Okay, you did David and Real Boy question as a group. I see it as Edwin's agony being so insensitive. Okay, duh, we already read this. That's why I'm like, why does this sound so familiar? Reese says, Real Boy question, then how did we even get here? If there is no spooky scary, why are we here? Look. I kind of agree. I feel like with no supernatural, it is what it is. I don't love it. Not my favorite. It is what it is, though. Just saying that there's a possibility that that's the case. And I do want to, I think the Real Boy angle would be, in my opinion, the main creative, good, exciting way to implement a purely AI thing into FNAF in a way that still offers a level of tragedy and more haunting, as in like, who is haunting, rather than like literally. Not paranormal, but just shiver down your spine energy. So. Burp Doc. That's funny. I am so glad that violence is only fictional. Aw, thank you. Yeah, like the video. All right. Real Boy question from MT13 Industries. Host, you can't have my chicken nuggets. Thank you. Up until recently, I thought the Mimic was just an AI. But honestly, that's probably the sci-fi fan in me forgetting that FNAF is supposed to be spooky, just like Reezy said. I do think that the Mimic is mostly just code gone wrong. But the source of it going wrong is more likely to be spooky in nature rather than just bad code. Oh, Omdom, I agree with that sentiment right there. Scott can't do this because he doesn't know what he's talking about. He refuses to learn. I don't think it thinks it's a real boy, mostly because its base code doesn't seem advanced enough to learn the concept of sentience or what a person really is. And we were talking about this earlier, how it's like it's the 70s. Could an AI that advanced even possibly exist in the 70s? And that's a really big contender for me for supernatural stuff being at play. And that's something we should definitely make note of. Okay. I don't think it's a real boy, mostly because if it got that idea, it wouldn't have been until later when it is taken in a lot more data and potentially some amount of agony or other spirit stuff. That is a super valid point. I have to agree. That is a really valid, good point. I'm going to heart this. I'd be surprised if FNAF went down the can AI be sentient path because A, it's a giant can of worms. It's more difficult to answer than it might seem. And B, I'm pretty sure FNAF would land solidly on the AI alone can't be sentient side, with what human consciousness / souls being treated as separate from people's bodies. Also, AI definitely isn't sentient, usually doesn't make for great stories. I think that's all. I think that all makes a lot of sense. I think that all makes a lot of sense. I know that I'm not like we'll keep expounding upon this during our conversations, but okay. Seeker of Comfiness, you asked a couple of questions. We talked about your Agony question. I did not get your David question. I don't know why it didn't show up in the thing, but David question, I hope not. I want the mimic to genuinely love David and miss him. That wouldn't really work if he literally is David, so I don't want that to be the case. Fair enough. Real boy question. For the same reason as above, I like the idea that he sees himself as a real boy and David's brother. Fair enough. And Harrison. Real boy question. Being a fan of Westworld, particularly season 1, I definitely think an AI can think it's a real person. Definitely easier if they look like they look human, though. To be fair, yeah. Does Edwin's manor have mirrors? That would be a really big question. Side note, Secret of the Mimic theory. I think the Shining Carpet is teasing a very similar story where the manor will be haunted by the mimic. Someone else said that too. Maybe spread unintentionally throughout by the player using the data diver. That is that. Okay. So what we do from here. I've read a lot of stuff. I feel like I'm fully in the mind of Mimic. Seeker, I agree. If the Mimic purely is AI and Steelwool and Scott Cawthon are throwing out believability of what's happening, this could be a 1970s. We can look to Fallout and the way that the Fallout looked like, what, in the 50s? For a similar kind of idea here. We could be looking at a world where tech developed differently. And so if we put ourselves in that mindset, I like the idea of the Mimic, not if the Mimic is not haunted, I like the idea of it being really sympathetic and very sentient and very like Johnny from Short Circuit, where it's just very soft-hearted and only made hard and cold and upset by what Edwin did to it. So we'll leave this pig patch thing for a little bit later, but let's write down a little bit about possibilities, okay? Supernatural. Let's see. I'm just going to say options. I'm not saying this is the best made Word document that's ever going to have been made. Okay. AI only options. So here's some stuff that we can lay out. These are some different, like, theories, right? Maybe I should just say theories. Theories. We know what we are. We know what we are, who we are, when we are, where we are. Okay. So, some of the supernatural theories are Edwin infused his agony into the mimic after directly. Okay. David's agony was infused into the mimic indirectly. Okay. The mimic could have been imbued with Remnant as a result during the, what are we saying? During the Fazbear VR game development when old circuits were scanned into their computers. I don't know that I believe that one as much, but I'm putting it there. David's soul could be we'll say spirit. The spirit of David. The spirit of David could be inhabiting the mimic. The real Jake style. And what did somebody say? Saying someone was saying, what if William was driving the van and actually hit David on purpose? He just thought we'd get an extra kid murder in. Straight up. So, and then the mimic, I don't know why that one decided it wanted to be bold after everything else, but okay. So it's possible also that the mimic is collecting more and more agony over time. Killing gives it power. I don't know. Okay, AI only theories. 1. Edwin built an Edwin simply programmed the mimic to learn, and it learned being violent from Edwin. And what was the other? Oh. The Mimic 1 program is so, what's the word? Is so, the possibilities are endless. Not endless. The Mimic 1 program is so advanced that the Mimic became sentient, believing itself to be, sentient and able to feel human emotions. And then aside to that, also possible, it believed it was a real boy. And even Edwin's son. Okay. I learned it from you, Dad. So true. Okay. Also put here. Hold on. Oh no, it's not gonna do it. Okay. We'll say looking at teasers. It's Steel Wool Secret of the Mimic teasers. It is possible it was trying to comfort Edwin after his loss. Used do similarly to the coat racks emotional support mode is what I'm gonna call it. Okay. How does a mimic choose what to mimic? It's been taught to mimic a child, so why does it only mimic violence? It's not the most recent behavior as it's encountered humans since Edwin. Well, Lopdev. Assuming we're only looking at the book continuity because we don't fully have all that information about the game. What happened is, in the games, in the books, in the books what happens is Edwin beats the mimic so much that it can't move. It can no longer move when he leaves. So it's just laying there until those workers come and put legs on it. So it's entirely possible that what we're seeing happen there, which because we don't get to see really what happens to the first team, is that it just mimicked Edwin, like immediately after. It sat there for, I don't know, months before Fazbear Entertainment Techs came, gave it the ability to move, and then it immediately went into like survival mode, basically. So it was on the defensive. It was scared. Maybe something in its sensors are messed up and it thinks that it's looking at Edwin. Edwin is the one who programmed it before, so in its head, if somebody is messing with its programming or messing with its hardware, it could be like, this is Edwin. And the last time he was here, he beat me up. So he'd be like, ah! Oh no. You know what I'm trying to say? And just like go after these guys. And it's possible, I don't know. I can't think of another real avenue for that, but I don't think that it only mimics violent things. I think that it just immediately goes to violence when it's put back together by the Fazbear era technicians that came to collect it, or whatever it was supposed to, whatever they were there to do, supposedly collect the mimic. It's just possible that it didn't really get a chance to do anything else. And it does seem to still be trying to do the stuff that it was doing before. Because like it hangs one of the first group guys like on a coat rack. So it's almost like it identifies it as a coat. And I would say if it's the mimic, it's been like hit that many times, its code is all scrambly. So I could totally see a fully AI mimic just being like, I'm trying to do the things that I'm sorry. I'm losing my train of thought. But yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is like it could have really, really got messed up in its programming. So it's just like it's not seeing things like it's supposed to see things, basically. Dad, can I get a McFlurry? You can get a McFury mimic. What's a Mick from Into the Woods song 7? Ow. What? You can get a McFury. Oh, I'm reading this wrong. Okay. You can get a McFury. What's a Ow. I get it now. Thank you for the $5 super chat. You said that's very fair. I just assumed since it wasn't built for violence and it's been taught to mimic a bunch of stuff, you'd expect it to sometimes go into child mode. It's funny to see it in the game. And I'm wondering if it doesn't do that when we see the like pages where I don't know. It depends on how you interpret a lot of different things, but we do see that construction paper covered room, post-it note room that has been drawn in a lot, and it reminds me of the way that the mimic was described as drawing in that game. I don't know how the mimic would have escaped and then got put back down there. Behind the cement wall. But it'd also be that the mimic feels sad about what happened to him, and because of Edwin, he learned to cope with grief through violence. It depends on how sentient that mimic is. The machine is broken. The original animatronics were said to have a glitch. Seeing as you empty a costume, now the mimic sees you as an empty costume. Oh, seeing you as an empty costume. Yes. And that, I think, is supposed to be a clue that potentially that mimic AI has been used in the FNAF animatronics. Very specifically the toys. I don't know if there's evidence to point at it being used in the others, but very specifically in the toys, I could absolutely imagine. And definitely in the fun times. So, what if we end the game by hugging the mimic and teaching it to mimic kindness? My Little Pony core. I'm really not even against that. Okay. Okay. So, when we are looking at... If I'm missing something that I was supposed to have put here, just tell me that I missed something. And I will do my best to see it. Why is this... It's annoying. Okay. Okay. So now, let's look at the Mimic's abilities. In, Tails... hold on. Mimic's abilities in Tails. Okay, so what all is the Mimic capable of in Tails? Let's talk about it. 1, superhuman strength, right? Can mimic a child's voice. Has the power of every form of plot armor imaginable, literally. Doesn't like that being... Okay, superhuman strength. Can mimic a child's voice. Morphing shape. Disguises self in suits. In mascot suits. You assume the mimic can walk on its hands. Yes, this is Personian. This is only about the physical mimic. We can do a specific thing about the AI, like the Mimic 1 program as well. Edwin, before folding the mimic, good thing you know sign language, because all you're gonna see are these hands. Thank you for the $5 or £5 super chat. That's not the pound symbol. What is that? Is it? I'm an idiot. Honestly, all of FNAF could have been avoided if everyone went to therapy. So true. Hi, Theory Chum. Change its shape. True. I said morphing shape. Yeah, it turns into a spider with this crazy. That's the thing that I think is extra crazy. Yeah, exactly. It can become a snake, which makes me uncomfortable. Disguise itself in mascot suits. Is there anything else specifically? Devises. Should I say devises like traps? Can scheme. Creative lure. Creative. Capable of creating lures and traps for victims to fall into. Oh my gosh. Who did that? Thank you, Joshua Everett. 5 gifted memberships. That's so kind. It can go into people's dreams. Is that the physical mimic? It has control over the mini music men? It does? Mimic distorts the tech around it. Yes, I think that's true. Distorts surrounding tech. Lights flicker. Is it sick the little mini music men? I don't remember that part. Yes, Jack's true. He has laser beams for eyes. Hilarious. Not proven. Dream. Okay, thank you. I was like, I don't remember that. Springtrap can throw fire weapons. What? You were supposed to talk about Nosferatu. Well, this is that. The lights flicker. I mean, this is evidence-based. This is a piece of evidence. Another piece of why I believe the... Oh, I get it. Oh, shoot. What was I saying? Mimic is capable of pretending to eat ice cream. Well, all I will say is it has... Can communicate via sign language and hieroglyphic based language. It's important. I don't know how to spell hieroglyphic. Oh, look, Edwin. I can now phase through walls, says the mimic. Edwin looking confused and concerned at the same time. So true, Lopdev. But that'll be the Mimic 1 program, right? Problem solved pretty well. So we can see its POV in one of the epilogues. Fair enough, yeah. Problem solving skills. We'll just go that. But there was something else I was gonna just say. Oh yeah, my whole thing was about the lights flickering. I said this in the video today, where I was saying, like, if the mimic, and this is just one of my evidence points, not the only one, if the mimic is only an AI, why does it have effect over the lights in the Pizzaplex? Obviously, if the mimic is trying to hide, if the mimic is trying to sneak up on people, it would not want the lights around it, the electronics around it to flicker, to go off, you know, to get weird. If that were the case, it would not want that. So it is not doing it on purpose. I'm just going to say, like, this may be inadvertent. Or I will say this seems to be. This seems to be out of its control. That's what I'll say. So I don't think that the mimic is doing that. Theoretically, you could say, like, maybe it's doing it to, like, taunt the kids, the teenagers that are in the epilogues, but I don't know why it would. It's old tech, possibly just an energy surge it can't control. But Lopdev, what is it powered by? In that case. EMP field that's been boosted by Agony. I'm just saying, it seems very supernatural. Oh, there's like an energy field. Could be putting off energy it can't control and putting a shift. Okay, fair enough. Like the cell phones having an effect on airplane tech. Powered by hopes and dreams. Fair enough. I think that's fair enough. But I'm just going to say, like, it doesn't seem like it does have that. Okay. So we have superhuman strength. Superhuman strength, can mimic a child's voice, morph shape, disguises itself in mascot suits, seems to be able to scheme because it can create and lure traps for victims to fall into. It has the inadvertent effect of being able to make lights flicker and things like that. So it does seem to have an energy field of some kind, whether that is due to it being old or due to it being supernatural. Sorry. It says that the stage in the Tales books, the one we find beneath the Pizzaplex, is perpetually powered before the mimic shows up. Maybe it found infinite energy. Valid. Low-frequency items are more exposed to interference with the CRT TV, static being influenced by the mimic while being watched. Can it mimic any voice or just kids specifically? I said can mimics a child's voice because I don't hear it, or I can't find examples of it mimicking anything other than a child. Do we know of an instance where it isn't trying to be a kid? I mean, we're going to exclude Tiger Rock for the purposes of this because that is the Mimic 1 program, right? That is not the physical mimic. That is a VR experience. So I'm gonna separate the two. A question is, Lopdev, that's a good point. just say can mimic voices. It's well, mimic voices. So I feel like already implies that things that it's heard. Oops, I missed something. It does use what Gregory said into the Faz Watch, somehow keeping those recordings. Yeah. I'll just say can mimic things it has heard, namely people. Because we don't really hear it like making other noises that, you know, like mimicking other noises that I know of. That doesn't mean that it can't, but we don't know about that. The mimic is able to remember things for a long time and adapt super quickly to its environment. Okay, so we'll say, long-term memory, and we'll say well, problem-solving skills feels like adaptability, so we're just going to say adaptability here in problem-solving skills. Bye, Peppermint. So this is, if we think of something else, we'll put it here, but we'll say mimics abilities, we'll say physical, right? Mimics abilities entails. Now let's say physical mimics abilities in games. Okay. So some of these are going to be repeats, but this is important stuff because we can learn. I think we'll be able to learn more about the mimic by saying we haven't really heard much of his mimicry skills, and who's to say it can't be adapted? True. What if the mimic's just autistic? Okay, so we know that it can mimic things it has heard. Cassie, we'll just say namely people again, because again, we haven't heard it mimic not people, but that doesn't mean that it can't. Not that fast. Got it. We do say it can contortionist. Well, we said morph shape. Is there a test coming up? Secret of the Mimic is the test. Hi, terminal error. I'm going to keep reading what you guys think that the Mimic's abilities are in the games real quick while I do this. Okay, I saw someone say strategic. I'm going to change the can scheme thing up here to strategic. That makes way more sense. Okay, so disguises self in mascot suits is the same. Morph shape is the same. Do we know if the mimic in the games has superhuman strength? Have we seen this kind of evidence? Because we haven't really seen it go up against a person, just Roxy. TC, are you saying inductive charging, also known as wireless charging, uses electromagnetic fields to transfer energy from a charger to a device without a physical connection, such as a cable? Are you just like expounding upon like why the mimic might be able to like mess with the electronics? The mimic pushed away a giant forklift. Fair enough. Superhuman strength. A lot of things are lining up here. Where, Theory Chum, in the games do we see the mimic rip human limbs off? I'd love to know. I'm listening, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just asking where we find that out in the games. Does it ever try to take over other animatronics? I don't think so. Because we're separating the book abilities and the game abilities. Makes great coffee. Hilarious. In-universe mimic can't shapeshift, or else it would have gotten into the lift with Cassidy. It has beautiful eyes. Write that down. And a snatched waist. Mimic is canonically a baddie. Okay. It's got heating coils for eyes. I could say it has heat vision. Yeah, I don't think we know that necessarily yet. So somebody was saying that the mimic can't shapeshift in the games. Do we think that that's actually true? Because if it's going to hide in the little poodle in Secret of the Mimic, I would say it can shapeshift. I will say this. Here, we'll say this. Will likely be able to contort its shape. We'll just say its size. Maybe here's why I'll say that I'm gonna do it differently. I'm wording these two a little differently. We're gonna word these two differently because it may just be able to get a little bigger, a little smaller, a little bigger, a little smaller. It may just be able to get a little bigger, a little smaller. And it may take it a little bit longer. It may take it a little bit longer. So we'll say maybe it'll be able to get a little bigger, a little smaller. But we won't say fully morphing shape because the mimic in the books... Toast, you have got to chill out. You have proven yourself to be in a non-chill state of being. Gracious me. Adjustable size is not the same as shapeshift. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's why I changed it. Chill. Don't be mad at me. I'm making a really good point. Morphing shape is what I'm calling the ability in Tails. Because it can become a snake and a giant spider with a weird nose. In the games, it's probably not going to be able to do all that stuff. So but it still will be able to make itself bigger and smaller. Shapeshifting 2.0. Does it make a difference if it can rebuild itself? I don't know. Off the topic, sort of, do we think the MC of Secret of the Mimic is lore important? I have theories. We're either a nobody, which is an uncommon. It's very, very uncommon that we play as a nobody. If it ever happens at all. 2, we could be playing as Edwin, coming back to try to stop everything before something bad happens and failing. 3, we could be Henry, who is a more novice inventor who is, you know, going in there as a favor for Fazbear Entertainment. You know, as like, okay, well, now we need to send a big guy in there who actually knows what the heck he's doing here. Henry, you're new and fresh and whatever else. 4, it could be William going to the place, pretending like he's gonna be, you know, like he's kind of going in disguise, where he's just like, you know what? No, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna see what's happening because he's really curious about this mimic bot. And he takes the mimic and uses it. Yeah, Lop. I think that's one of the options. Okay. So, in the games, the mimic, we know it can mimic things it has heard, namely people. So far we've heard mainly people. We know it could have mimicked Roxy. That line at the very end of Ruin could be the mimic mimicking Roxy, but we don't know that. So it's not, you know. What if he plays like a 6-year-old Michael Afton? It's just a little baby running around. Just a little tiny baby. Okay. Take off mimic is canonically a baddie. Real quick. No offense. Okay. It can mimic things it's heard. We know that. It definitely is disguising itself in mascot suits. We know it'll likely be able to contort its size. I can't. Mother of Wasps. That's a really good point. I would have to agree. Disguises itself in mascot suit will likely be able to contort its size. And it does indeed have superhuman strength. Would we say that it is distorting any tech in the area? Because I don't know that we've seen anything like that. TC, is your timeline like really, really long? Because I really just wanted to read the comments of the people who are answering my question. Oh my god. I don't know when you even left this comment. I feel like you're kind of like derailing the stream because you want me to read your comment. And I can't find it. I didn't see it. Oh. I am not seeing anything by TC. What's your name? Who is it by? Who wrote the comment? I was looking for the name TC. I'm not seeing it. Thank you, Lopdev. don't know who wrote it. I looked for TC going all the way down and I didn't see it anywhere. I don't know what your actual name is. Like your @ I don't know what your @ is. Tell me if I hover over your name. Here's your whole channel. Sandhammer. Could have just said that. Okay. Yeah, I'm not reading all this. Do you see how long this is? What? MCM is created like what, by his parents? But Edwin definitely made the Murray Company. He okay. Okay, I read it. What was your point? I'm sorry. We're talking about the physical mimics abilities in the games. What in your comment were you trying to tell me about his physical abilities? Just the fact that he stuffs endos into suits? Alright, well, you got what you wanted. I read the comment. I'm going to go back to what we were doing. Okay, physical mimics abilities in the games. Can maybe these are... Okay. Do we think, which is what I was asking, that it distorts surrounding tech in any capacity in the game? Because I don't know that we see it being able or doing that. If in the hold on, let's just watch the chase sequence real quick. Actually, hold on. Believe it will, but not seen yet. Let me just look at something real quick. FNAF ruin ending. Okay. Fair enough, terminal.
Get out of here! Run!
There's orbs. Let's just see, because there's a bunch of work lights in here.
Cassie, can you hear me? Gregory? Is that really you? I mean, really you? I've been trying to reach you all night. I'm not at the Pizzaplex. Something's trying to trick you. You're a bit late. This thing in the basement sounds just like you. How do I know this is you for real?
That's so true.
You need to get out of there now.
Is there another option?
My friend has access.
The other option is that it's the Mimic 1 program. Can't put the mask on down here. Does that count? Does it?
The building map. Just follow instructions.
Okay. Ah, indeed, girl. Okay, look at these work lights. We'd have to like look back at them. But they're not flickering, you know?
It's right behind you.
So as of this moment...
Go right.
That one's turned off. It's not flickered off. Oh, one of them's flickering up there. You see that?
Almost there.
We see that. We see one flickering. It's not all of the lights, but one of them flickers. Jax, what do you mean are those electronic lights? Can you please enlighten me on what else they could be? Do you think that they're like fire? You think that they're like literal fire torches? I'm just going out on a limb here, and I think that that is an electrical light. I don't think it's not. Tobos, you can't sit up here if you're going to try to eat my chicken nuggets. Yeah, they're work lights. Look. You can see the wires right here. Probably not. If so, why wouldn't it disable the scooper? What are you talking about? Us when we were in a cave as a drone. So real. Remember when we were in a cave as a drone? I would say it's Gregory communicating, but sometimes the mimic is giving a mass communication every time Gregory's voice gets interrupted. Don't you have to use generators down there too? I mean, kinda. Why is the scooper even in there? What a point. No, Colby, we're here. Read the document. Distorting surrounding tech in the Tales stories. When the mimic gets close to the teenagers that it's chasing, the lights start to go out and flicker. So it's not like doing that on purpose. It's just happening. Electrical does not equal electronic. I mean, you're right. You're right. I mean, it's not. I'm not saying they're digital lights. I'm not saying they're LEDs. I don't. Colby, that's the kind of the question. We don't know if that is it or not necessarily, but yeah, kind of seems that way. Anyway, we don't see, but see, like, look, there's one. That one flickers. But it could just be one loose light. I don't really like that it's only one that's doing it. If this person had turned around and looked backwards, maybe we would have seen that, but I don't know. Oh, the elevator does, though. The elevator gets all wonky, doesn't it? Yeah, the elevator does get a little wonky.
Cassie, it's me.
Could just be a fluorescent light that's flickering because it's fluorescent. But I was thinking, what if it only flickers when the bot has a specific emotion about it?
You were never supposed to go to the Pizzaplex. That thing in the sinkhole tricked you. I really don't know what it is, but it's been trapped down here a really long time. The Nexus security program was designed to keep it hidden, but you shut down the security, and now it's free. It's not your fault. I know you did it for me, to save me, but we can't risk being followed.
It's weird that it would still be flickering if we're really far away from the mimic at this point, so.
Sorry.
Gregory? No!
Now that's flickering. Cassie?
Cassie.
For what it's worth, I think it's very possible that... Oh, to be fair, the arm is with Cassie. Fair enough. The lamps could flicker because the mimic could possibly have a different magnetic field around him. Some animals in nature do, in fact, have magnetic fields. Anyway. So
saved me.
you saved me.
Gregory? I'm Gregory. You're not Gregory.
Hi,
What
T-Dreads.
are
Welcome in.
you? I'm Gregory.
Oh, God.
Get out of here! Run!
Remember when that was the first, like, we just found that out? We were suspecting it the whole game, but then we, like, actually got to see the mimic in the game for the first time.
Cassie, can you hear me? Gregory?
Cassie, can you hear me?
Is there another option?
Basically the same thing. Okay, hang on. It's like the lights are off and then they turn on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. That's interesting. Enough, right? That the lights aren't on and it's like he turns them on. It's like he turned the work lights on or something did. How sweet. He turned them on for dramatic effect. Albino, no, not at all. That his code is everywhere. Yeah. Okay, so... yeah. The lights turn on when she screams! Lobdev, thank you so much. Anybody who can bolster the idea of Remnantplex, that's good stuff. So, because here's my thought process is that either the Mimic did that or Gregory did that. So, I don't know if we can confirm this, but here's what I'll put. Here's what I'll say. We'll put this under... let me make a new thing just outside of this. It's like things to look for in Secret of the Mimic. We're going to make this list real quick just to make sure that I... okay. One thing I'm going to say is reference to Pig Patch. Heterochromia... that's not how you spell that. Twinning. Okay. Anyway, but also is a look for what was it? Look for mimic having effects over surrounding tech electricity. And I'm going to change that to electricity as well. The shadow is what? Oh, this thing. The mimic and the book mimic can turn into a spider thing. It really is just Monsters Inc. Genuinely. Yeah, Azu, it almost feels like that. Like, and what somebody else before, it was like it has to activate that or something. Is Edwin gonna have a scooper? I don't know. So let me look at this again. That's so interesting that... turn the volume down. Super interesting that the lights only turn on when the chase starts. Almost as if, like, it could have been Gregory. If Gregory is good guy and actually trying to help Cassie, then it's possible that... oh, that was a different light that flickered, wasn't it? Oh, did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? Shut up. Shut up. Hold on. Check it. Okay, see that one flickers? And she turns around on this one and look. It flickers when he walks past. I don't know. I don't know. That could be something. Okay, And then she can put the vanity mask on. This is what I was going to say to somebody earlier who was like in the book, Xena Boy, blood has an electromagnetic field. Teedra, that's what we've been saying. That's what we're saying. That's the same light, to be fair. Could be faulty wiring. It's so true, Lepdev. You're so right. I'm reaching. But what I was going to say to somebody earlier is that she can't put the vanity mask on in this area. I think that's more of a game mechanic thing. That's just not a part of the chase sequence. Because you can put it on when you get up to this thing. But I don't know. We could. You guys are right. We could totally be reaching. But that's why I'm not going to put it definitively in the list of things that the Mimic can do. I'm going to put it in over here. Mimic having effects over the surrounding tech electricity. We'll look for that in Secret of the Mimic and see if it carries over. But I find that really fascinating. Vanessa and Gregory have ice cream. They were scooped. Oh, what an interesting thought process. In the scooper ending, look at the walls in the hallway leading to the scooping room. There's a gas, liquid nitrogen shooting out. Methinks. Okay, we'll look at that. To get the scopper ending, every time I watch this game track, every time I watch this video, this is the one that always pops up. It always says scopper. Okay. To get scopper ending, you will need to find hidden cameras. Oh my god, he is so stupid. What are we meant to do in FNAF Theories if not reach? I think that's right. Scopper canon. They got scopped. Not the scopper. No, not the scopper. Oh, I hope so, Zeno. I desperately hope so.
Gregory, I made it to Catwalks. You said I could get to the raceway from here? Hold on.
Okay. I didn't put this in fast forward mode. They must have just fast forwarded for my sake. Okay. Yeah, we have to find all those question mark cameras, which this is already interesting enough that, like, there are cameras. No, this is the normal speed in game. You just go that fast. It's because, dummy, that's where they keep the scopper. These weird cameras and doors. Yeah, this is already something. Where it's like somebody was keeping an eye on the Mimic down there. Just a thought process. But let's get through all of this to the part where they actually do it. Okay. Let's just watch the chase sequence one more time. Why would they need 5 cameras in a hallway, right? Do you know why they call it the scoping room? Oh, in the hallway leading to the scoping room. Okay. I will do my best. Guys, can we stop calling it the scooping room? It's very obviously the scoping room. Clearly the doors inexplicably being opened by the cameras is a part of Remnantplex. Yeah, it's all... Oh, Harrison! That's crazy! Well, I'm glad you're all caught up now.
You saved me.
Okay, hold on, wait. Sorry. It's better lit. I'm sorry. That's terrifying. Yeah, Jax. I think it's doing it to, like, exactly, Funny Catty. Isn't Secret of the Mimic releasing in Pride Month? It is. Jax, I think it was attempting to, and other people have said this, it's not just me, I think it was attempting to be a, I think it was trying to create a Gregory costume as best as it could with what it could find. Also, I want to note, all these little Orbeez, do we think that there's anything with the orbs? Because I do know that there, I mean, look, this is just ghost hunting stuff, but like the idea of like, oh, there are orbs around something that's like haunted and there's tons of orbs around here. Homo Mimic.
Gregory?
This is so spooky.
I'm Gregory.
See? It's like it's trying to look like Gregory, our gender fluid king. Just spores. Yeah, it could also be dust. I'm not saying that it has to. Yeah.
No, Gregory. What
I'm-
are you?
I'm Gregory.
I'm Gregory.
So I don't know what to tell you. I bet if you pause the right frame, there'd be 14 orbs.
Get out of here! Run!
Ooh, chicken. Or sorry, crow. Burby. Can I be honest? I really do feel like this is the canon ending. Really basic note if you haven't written it yet. The Mimic has no voice box in the story, so it's weird that it can speak. David specifically has to use sign language with it. Yeah. Yeah, who put a voice box in that thing? Or did it just learn? We do see in Ruin, Cassie puts a voice box in Chica, or back into Chica. I wonder if there's some kind of like thing there of saying like, oh, some unsuspecting person did it. Except in the prologues when it uses the radio behind the stage. The Mimic is taking on the White Tiger persona because the Mimic sees itself as David's best friend, not David himself. Tenacious E, it could upgrade itself. Oh, in the epilogues. Well, okay, Nolan, yeah. The, I think the point that T-Dreads is making isn't that it doesn't speak. It does speak. It's just weird that it doesn't have a voice box, and then it does speak later. Let's do a redo of Security Breach. Yeah, can it only communicate through technology? The question is, like, in that moment where it's literally trying to say, I'm Gregory, is that not coming directly from the Mimic itself?
Cassie, can you hear me? Gregory? Is that really you?
I mean, really, you.
I've been trying to reach you all night. I'm not at the Pizzaplex. Something's trying to trick you. You're a bit late. This thing in the
Yeah, that's how I feel,
Pizzaplex is just
T-Dreads.
like you. How do I know this is you for real? Is there another option?
Oh, Peppermint, I believe you can sleep. I believe you can do it.
My friend has access to the building maps. Just follow instructions.
My friend has access to the building now. Whatever that means. And the lights turn on. Let's see if that same light flickers.
Go right. It's right behind you. Keep going.
Did we make it to that light before we make a different turn?
Right. Hurry.
It does seem like it's the same light. But then there's a light further ahead. It is the same light. But see, that one is a different one. Okay. And then all these doors are open for us. Ugh, this room is crazy. Okay, hold on. Liquid nitrogen. Okay, so here's the pipe. Okay, when we turn around, we'll see it. Okay, so here's the pipe that T-Drez is talking about, shooting some kind of potential liquid nitrogen, the gas, whatever it is, right up here. It is indeed pouring it out, and we see it also engulf the Mimic too, don't we? And like, hold on, let me go back again. If we're looking at this, well, the floor's not slippery per se. It's just dirty. But yeah, that pipe is busted in that one spot. The scopping room! It's imminent. And there's the nitrogen itself. So when you were talking about the liquid nitrogen, here is the big tubes of it, the liquid nitrogen. For whatever the heck it's supposed to be doing. Okay. She presses this button knowingly. There's condensation on the window too, true. So it's like the room fills up with whatever this gas is. And it grabs him. And like mangles him. Is he still in the suit when this happens? Or has he been scooped out of it? It's actually liquid agony. Hilarious. He got knocked out. That's it. That's what I thought. He done got scopped. Oh, he scopped. Bam. Does Cassie know what the button does, or is she hoping for the best? Seems like the only person coming down here should be Vanessa, right? Yep. Yep, T-Dreads, I would say that's right. If anybody, T-Dreads, if you and or Terminal, if you want to hop on and just chit-chat for realsies, you can. But yeah, security breach ruin shows the mimic doesn't really seem to suggest that there is a there's no Cassie from Roxy during this ending. True. Anyway, I think that pretty well confirms that he doesn't definitively have those powers per se, but it's not off the table. It's not off the table. Okay. Just see T-Dread's answers. Not working. T-Dread doesn't want to talk. Okay. No big deal. He said, hold on, I'm coming. Okay. You just call me when you're ready. You just call me when you're ready, and I'll pick up. Those other book abilities could just be out of operation after being stuck down there so long. Harrison, not a bad point. Toast is trying to steal my chicken. Boop. Hello.
Hello, Mimic Squad.
Woo! It's Mimic time.
I've waited so long. Yes.
We're almost to finding out everything about the Mimic, because Secret of the Mimic's gonna tell us everything, and then we're not gonna have any more questions moving forward.
True.
We're really excited.
Edwin will walk on screen and he'll say, "That's right, the books are not canon." Yeah.
He just like sits at a desk and like has a stack of papers, and he just starts reading the lore. So here's what happened.
1983.
Literally that. Log 1. Today, my wife told me she's pregnant. I hope nothing bad happens.
HRY 001. we go all the way up to 223.
Yes. Literally that. Literally that. Oh my gosh. Okay. So I think we have a pretty good idea. I don't know how long you've been watching Lurking in the Shadows, but we were talking about different theories depending on if the mimic has a supernatural element or
Okay,
if
why
it
don't we go over them? Because I
doesn't.
was not watching.
Yeah.
a whole
Okay. So
bunch.
supernatural. It's possible that Edwin this is talking about in the games,
In Tales?
things that we don't necessarily
games, okay.
know yet. So these are just the theories.
Mm-hmm.
In the books, we know that the mimic has agony imbued into it by Edwin. So one of the theories is that the same thing happens in the games.
Yeah.
Edwin is infuses his agony into the mimic directly.
can see that.
Another option is David's agony was infused into the mimic indirectly. So the idea that when David died, his agony was put into the mimic because of how tragic his death was, and it was close enough to the mimic that it could have indirectly been a part of it. There is the possibility that the mimic could have been imbued with Remnant during the Fazbear VR game development when old circuits were scanned into their computers. So that in that world, the mimic actually was AI only all the way up until Remnant happens with William, and then from there, the mimic gets corrupted way later in the timeline. The spirit of David could be inhabiting the mimic, the real Jake style. That's off of Mamakado's theory about the spirit of David inhabiting the mimic, and that's why it carries around David's tiger plush instead of the little second one that they made for it out of lace and stuff. And
that's cool.
And what was the other thing? There's another thing. Well, one of my points was that it asks for ice cream as if it could eat ice cream, even though the mimic should know that it can't eat ice cream. So it was a very specific, strange one for it to signal for. Oh, and it sleeps in David's old cot.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Even though it never saw him doing that.
Yes.
Because he'd always power it off downstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was like really weird that it was doing David things, despite the fact that it's supposed to just mimic David. So why is it just... No, it does gain the ability to respond. But anyway, that's one of those things. And then one of them, somebody said was that the mimic collects agony as it kills. So it's getting more and more power kind of every time it ends up killing something because its agony grows and grows and grows over time. I can't remember exactly what they called it. I'm like an agony conduit, but like the mimic is just like becoming more and more filled with agony to the point where it's like a conglomeration of a lot of different awful things.
Yeah, that's adding to that idea. If we're assuming that like Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie are made out of agony, those both directly interfere with like technology. So Shadow Freddy messes with the camera for a little bit, and then on a more like meta level, Shadow Bonnie literally crashes the game.
Yes.
So that might be the electromagnetic field kind of thing.
Ooh.
If it's got too much agony, it's like disabling everything.
I like that. Okay, I'm gonna put that down here. Hold on. Agony.
Legendary.
Good effect. Is it affect or effect? Effect.
I never know.
Mimics. Right? Like, who cares?
Yeah.
You guys aren't my teacher. Okay. And then AI only theories. One is just that Edwin programmed the mimic to learn, and it learned being violent from Edwin, and it's just a really that's just how the AI works. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah.
Secondly, it's possible that the Mimic 1 program is so advanced that the mimic became sentient and is able to feel human emotions. And a point off from that is that it could believe that it is a real kid because its whole existence was mimicking Edwin's son to the point where it could believe that it was Edwin's son.
Yeah, I've heard that from like Map Hat stuff.
Yeah, and then looking at the Steel Wool's Secret of the Mimic teasers, it's also possible that it was trying to comfort Edwin after his loss, a la that coat rack, who's like one of its abilities is like comforting.
To hug you.
Yeah. Like,
that's funny.
So it's just like, it's possible that whole time it was just like,
okay.
You are sad, Papa. Let me help you feel better.
My only problem with the first one is that I feel like if it was just learning violence, like with the material it's made out of, with the material it's made out of, it shouldn't be able to rip your brain out of your skull with one hand.
Look, yeah, I don't know how it became a Mortal Kombat character in between.
Finish him.
Literally. Yeah. Yeah. So these are not all necessarily things that all of us agree on. They're just possibilities. So we've listed them here. But yeah, I would agree.
Ideas, yeah.
And I think a lot of us in chat are similarly minded that it's like the late 70s. So unless this is a very different planet Earth, I don't know how this AI could possibly be what it is. So, oh, this is what I was going to tell you guys earlier. I don't know where this fits in on my graphic yet, so we'll have to figure, or not graphic, my Google Doc yet, so we'll have to figure that out. But in the storyteller, Edwin talks about positive emotions being able to be harnessed as energy, which is the first time. I mean, what there's like light remnant and dark remnant. But this is kind of the first time, especially in Tales, that we're talking about the concept of a very positive and happy emotion being able to affect something. And so I was like, I wonder if, and this is crazy, I don't know that this is the way that the games are going to go, but if the reason that Edwin is able to make such fantastically elaborate AI programs and like, I don't know, what a vacuum that can get bigger and smaller is because his like positive emotions are creating like anti-agony. I don't know what you'd even call it, but it's like it's like he's breathing real life into these things, and that's why they're able to do like things that they should not be able to do. I feel like that sounds crazy, but I'm just throwing it out there, and that's I meant to tell chat that like an hour ago.
The mimic also came from the field, unfortunately.
Came from the field?
There's whole passages like the code started to take shape by itself and just came to Edwin. All this stuff.
Yes. You're so right. Yeah. Yeah, that's another.
field.
No, but you're right. Like it is. There's so much about the mimic's invention and evolution that seem like it's like this was foretold by some higher being that like passed on some sacred knowledge to Edwin. It's very weird. It's
so weird that happens in the story, so because even in the very first one, like Into the Pit, it's like Oswald thought that he should go over here for some reason. So then he did. It's oh my god.
Well, and that was what we were talking about earlier, where the mimic and David become so close, and I don't remember who said this. I should have like screenshotted these things, but then I would have just lost the screenshots. But somebody in chat and in my comment section was talking about the mimic before. Oh, it was freaking dual process theory. I was like, this is somebody I like wanted to do.
Cool.
I think specifically Connie was talking about how one of the upgrades that Edwin makes to the mimic shortly before David dies is letting him throw the ball further. And so it's like,
oh, so we think he put like a hydraulic piston in his arms to kill people.
and like, but it's like, did the mimic throw the ball into the road to like?
Ooh, oh my, wait, ooh, I never thought about that.
Isn't that crazy? Connie and I both had this thought. Mine was a little bit different. I want to like to be honest. Like I was just like, ooh, was the mimic trying to like convince David to go out into the road because he wanted to replace David? And then Connie's thing was just like, did it just happen to do that because Edwin let it be able to throw the ball further? So he threw it and it got into the road, and that's how David died. And it's like, oh, was Edwin like responsible for the death of his own son by over upgrading the mimic? So yeah, that was something else. I don't know how that's
I'm looking at the book right now to see if I can find the exact quote.
Oh yeah, I have it. I have the tab. I could just look it up. Everybody talking about my definitely legal copies of all these books that I have. It is indexy. Yes, search. Upgrade? No. Let's see. We'll just look up
He
ball.
worked at updating Mimic's program so the Mimic could... Oh, I lost the page. Hold, I found it, though. There you go.
Oh, no.
He worked at updating Mimic's program so Mimic could use his arms and lower torso more fluidly. This new agility would give Mimic an expanded ability to play with David. Mimic would be able to scoot himself along the ground in approximation with the speed David often butt scooted across the floor.
Butt scooted.
Oh, yep, and he'd be able to throw the ball further and retrieve it himself.
Yeah. Okay, chat, I pulled it up for you guys, too. He'd be able to throw the ball farther
yeah.
and retrieve it as well.
That's you think he was like, I'm killing you now.
I
I'm
mean,
the real David.
that's
Sorry.
what I mean. Like, is it not possible?
No, I mean, yeah, that and keep in mind, this is the page before he dies.
I know,
the next page, he's dead.
It's right before.
That's interesting. Why would he do that though? Because
I don't know. It's possible that it was just an accident. Like he just threw the ball like he always throws it, but now he's able to throw it farther. But he doesn't have time to process that he can do that, so he just does.
The only thing that rubs me the wrong way is the sheer, absolutely overwhelming amount of stories Scott has written that are like, so I'm gonna take over your body now.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So, yeah.
What's like? That's what that was my. No. You're so like. I'm just glad that you're not like going. Well, nervous. That sounds stupid.
No, I mean it happens over and over again in this, like, you know.
Yeah, like
Eleanor, Lonely Freddy's, Fazgoo.
Yes.
Probably like 20 other things.
So many, and like, and so much of Tales is about like these like robots thinking that or wanting to be as human as possible, and specifically the Bobby Dots, unfortunately, relevant in this conversation. But there's two versions of the Bobby Dots. There's the first version that were really made to help people. And then the second version came along and believed themselves to be superior to humans and were like wanting to kill the humans around them because they were like, but we're better than that. Like we're like the next level.
Yeah.
Yeah. Evan said it could be because the Mimic is mimicking David. It can't comprehend the danger of a car, which is also hilarious. It's the idea of it's just like,
running out in the road.
How did the car kill him? It wouldn't have killed me. We are both metal.
Yeah, if I had to guess, it would be like the Mimic just threw it too hard, and I know, but why were the doors open?
That's my
why. See, because David would have had to have opened the door because the doors are just flung open.
Yeah. Like,
weird.
Did the Mimic open the door? Did the Mimic tell David to open the door? Do you know, like, because it's like they have a sign language, but they also have that hieroglyphic language that they start talking in. And in my head, I'm going, oh, the Mimic could be communicating to David in this secret language that Edwin doesn't understand. And
yeah.
And it reminded me of Ike from VIP.
I thought you were going to say Fire Emblem.
It reminded me of Fire Emblem. Hear me out.
Prepare yourself.
Just make the craziest leap. Like, yeah. Actually, Fire Emblem is in the FNAF universe in this
canon.
essay.
Well, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Because there are a couple passages. Eventually, it just starts... they just start, like, role-playing and playing like actual kids. So, like, instead of copying David's actual movements, David will do something, and the Mimic will understand that it's supposed to respond to that by pantomiming or something. But it pantomimes something completely different.
Yeah, they
start playing like actual children. Yeah,
they're able to actually communicate back and forth. And, I don't know. There's too much we don't know about the Mimic's inner dialogue. I think we only get a POV or a first-person perspective of the Mimic when it's been programmed to take the arms and legs off of endoskeletons. And it's like, I can do that. So that's like all we really have to go off of.
The weirdest detail for me is how... Edwin in the book kind of laments. He's like, "Oh man, if only I had used this in everyday machines, then I could have some money." And then in the teasers, he is using it in everyday machines and has a whole successful business.
Yes.
And so I'm unwilling to believe that he comes back. He's like, "All right, now I'm gonna shove the mimic inside of a clown." And I'm gonna make more stuff and then leave again. I'm like, it's so weird. The timeline.
Yeah, that's why we were talking earlier about how I think potentially the split between the two, if there are two timelines, which I know we can't necessarily know that one way or the other, but because of in the teasers, Edwin has a family. You know what I mean? It's like the first one is like him and that blonde lady who doesn't have a name.
Yep.
And then in the second one, he has a baby, and it's still the two of them. And in the third one, this little baby's a little older. I was wondering if the timeline split was Fiona doesn't die in childbirth.
I was thinking about that, but a counterpoint could be that if you go look at that teaser, the woman is drawn in an entirely different art style than the boy and the father, which could be meant to imply that she's like dead or different or something.
Interesting. Yeah, our other thought process was like, yeah, when Edwin is like making these commercials, he's doing his perfect life and not the life he actually lives.
Oh, he's like making it up.
Yeah, like this is his AU.
That's so sad. That's so sad.
He's like, I'll make a coat hanger. I'll make a coat rack that hugs me. And in my commercial, I can have a wife and a baby.
Stop, I'm getting depressed.
Oh, sorry.
No, Edwin. My name is Edwin.
Ondum says, I think Edwin and Henry are lovers.
Hey, let him have someone, man. Let him have someone.
I'm just saying, like, we don't know that yet one way or the other, but if Steel Wool Studios is trying to kind of seed out this past of Edwin and being like,
oh my god, wait a minute, this Enderman is getting turned on me.
Oh god.
Oh, I'm about to die. Oh no. Oh, I beat his ass, never mind. All right, we're good.
Okay.
Oh, that was close. All right, back to the conversation at hand.
Okay, I'm shocked you're able to multitask like that. Good night, Burp Doc. Thank you so much for the super chat.
All right, sorry I interrupted. It was very important.
No, you're fine. My chat has been listening to me talk about the mimic for like nearly 4 hours. I think they can handle 30 seconds of Enderman.
I barely could. I almost died.
Oh, what if the mimic came after the commercials and they were actually all failed projects, then cobbled them into the mimic and added AI?
Oh.
It's an interesting thought, Harrison.
See, I would call that a retroactive continuity change, otherwise known as a retcon.
Yeah, I don't, like, genuinely, I don't. Oh, it's only been 3 hours? Why does it feel like it's. Do I not know how to do math? We won't worry about it. Oh, I can just. No, I've been live for 3 hours and 40 minutes, you goober. I'm watching this. I was like, I have a timer. I was told today that goober has a negative connotation, so I just want everyone to know. I do not.
Man, you can't say, man. Taking all the good words,
That's
bro.
what I'm saying. I refuse to accept that goober has a negative connotation. Like, if you are offended because I called you a goober, you're a big goober. You're huge.
I have never heard that ever.
I haven't either until today, and my coworker was just like, it means you're a fool. And I was like, but not like a horrible, silly, it's like, it's supposed to be silly fool. Like, oh, you goober. Like, silly.
Yeah.
Not like, I
mean,
think
even
stupid.
SpongeBob says it. Even SpongeBob would never say something so mean.
What's funny is, and during that discussion, they were like, well, goober means two things. One thing it means is peanut, and the other thing it means is fool. And I was like, oh, so in SpongeBob, because the goofy goober is a peanut, they're saying you're a goofy peanut? Which I'm like,
How are you supposed to call people dumb without being mean nowadays? God.
That's what I'm saying. I'm calling you goobers. I don't care. It's the most unnegative connotative way to say that I think you're being a little crazy, a little bit silly, If you don't want to be called a fool, don't be a fool. That's right. Why are we analyzing SpongeBob? I'm sorry, you're right. Let's get back to the topic at hand. So the mimic
SpongeBob the
killed
Mimic?
David. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna say other theories. Other.
Oh yeah, go ahead. We left off at I don't remember.
It doesn't
Something.
matter. I'm making a new section that's just other theories because this could pertain to a supernatural mimic or a not supernatural mimic. Though it would have to have gained its supernatural abilities before it ever encountered death, but the mimics upgraded I'm gonna say upgraded arm could have led to the ball being thrown too far into the road and led to the death of David. It's possible that this was intentional. Okay. That's a good...
It's like if Geppetto had a son, and so Pinocchio murdered him.
Yeah, and then you're like, wow, okay, I hate this puppet, actually.
It's like, I want to be a real boy.
Oh, another other theory, and this is one that I know somebody brought up in my comments earlier, and then also Not Real Name Not At All made a video about this, and they specifically said it is not a theory. It is a speculation, or speculation, or a thought, but I'm putting it under the theory category because I don't care, and words don't have real meanings anymore. Mimic is connected to the puppet. The way David dies and the way Charlie die are very parallel-y.
Oh, Car.
Yeah, yeah. Car just outside of where potentially, like, it seems like a very unfortunate sudden thing, and like where it's like, oh, had the dad just been a moment sooner, you know, like maybe he you know, was Henry working? If he had just been working that night, maybe his kid wouldn't have died. Who knows?
Yeah.
And also the fact that there is a pretty advanced kind of bot in the vicinity, because the mimic isn't a security bot, but it is a bot that is supposed to be keeping Edwin's son occupied.
Mm-hmm.
Similar, not exactly the same, but similar to how the puppet was supposed to keep an eye on Charlie and failed. New theory, somebody stuffed the mimic inside of a music box, and that's why it couldn't save David.
Oh my goodness.
Why didn't the mimic jump in front of the van and save David?
His little arms couldn't get him there fast enough.
he's like a gorilla tagging, moving across around trying to get to him. Oh,
scuttling.
Maybe it's like maybe it's the same way that Glamrock Freddy can't leave the Pizzaplex. Other theories? Can I spaz out about the Stitch Wraith? Okay, we can put that down. I'll put this down. I don't believe it, but that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna write it down. Stitch Wraith. What exactly theory? If I were to sum up your thought about the Stitch Wraith, is the mimic? It's just it just is the mimic.
I like the endoskeleton it uses.
Yeah.
That's neat.
I've read more about this before, but frankly, things leave my brain as quickly as they enter.
Yeah, someone submitted a theory to our forum that was like every single animatronic in the entire series has had the mimic AI, and that's what lets things possess them, because the mimic AI in particular is susceptible to being possessed. And it's like, oh, please don't do it, Stu.
Yeah, sometimes I had a thought where I was like, oh, there's a possibility that the mimic is the one that did all the murders, and they pinned it on William Afton because that was easier than saying that they invented a murder bot. And they were like, well, there's no actual evidence that William did it, so he'll just be you know, put on trial, but then they won't be able to find any evidence, and then they'll give up because the police would never think that a robot did it. And so the whole time it's just been the mimic. Yeah. And I'm just like, it's really, I don't think that there's I'm like, Scott Cawthon wouldn't let that happen. I'm like, surely Scott Cawthon wouldn't let that happen.
That would be kind of crazy.
I
That'd be
would
a little
lose
insane.
I would lose it. But right now, my working theory about the Mimic, the thing that I really think is likely to be revealed in Secret of the Mimic, is that William is the one who ultimately recovers the Mimic from the factory, from the manor or whatever, and is like, you're strange, and then takes all of kind of Edwin's stuff, and like that's how he ends up making the fun times and things like that.
Yeah, I'm sure Mixus is designed by either him or Henry.
Evidences.
I think. Oh no, I can. There you go. Okay.
No,
Like I say, I think Mixus would be designed by either him or Henry.
yeah, and the Mixus is a whole other thing because it is, as far as we've seen it be implemented, seems to be specifically security to keep the Mimic contained.
Yeah, how it does that, I'm curious.
Yeah,
I'm assuming it just like whatever, because since they're like security nodes, I'm assuming it's literally just whatever code it has, it negates.
Yeah, anti-mimic technology.
Because it seems like if Mixus wasn't in place, it could like open doors and shit through the Mimic AI, assuming it's everywhere in the Pizzaplex.
True.
If it's got like the master control, so I'm assuming because it doesn't literally contain it. It's behind cement. The cement is the thing containing its body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, it's a Mimic security system. What was, somebody came up with like a really good idea for what Mixus stands for, and I can't remember it anymore.
Mimic extraction and encapsulation system.
Yes.
Bars.
Theory could mean mimic extraction and
me going to the local grocery store to pick up some mimic extract for my cake.
It's my mimic extract.
You guys got any mimic extract left?
I'm trying to make a cake that tastes like another cake.
That's actually that'd be kind of cool.
It's like tofu. It's like you just mix it in with whatever you want the cake to taste like, and then it'll just do that.
I said on Gibby's stream this morning, I was like, chat, I'm calling it. Today's video will be Murray's Magic Vape that changes flavors depending on your...
It knows. I know how much nicotine you need better than you do.
I know your tolerance. I know your tolerance better than you do.
Designed to keep you from getting addicted. I was like, what? If the Mimic is trying to rebuild David in FNAF VR, we rebuild Glitchtrap by collecting tapes. What if one of the pieces to rebuild David is Gregory? Do you think that that's what the Mimic wants to do? Rebuild David?
He wants another David? Where's my ball?
Where's my ball? I want ice cream. I mean, now that
I don't even know what the Mimic wants, bro. I think it wants to be William Afton or something. I don't even know.
Yeah. Well, okay, because if its whole program is mimicking, I think it had to have either been a part of or witnessed the murders somehow. Because, and this is tying in game. This is tying book lore into the games, and we don't know this yet, but the epilogues. I don't know who it is, Kelly or Lucia or whatever, say that the Mimic must have witnessed like a weird game of hide and seek. I don't know if it's this.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find it. I did text to search for you goobers.
I'm currently shooting fish in the water with my bow and arrow.
My God, I can't believe that it would just show me anything that's got "and" in it. Like, just do hide and seek. Maybe if I put it in quotes.
Yeah, it's pretty cringe the way Archive works.
Yeah. Ha ha! It just so happens to be in this epilogue, so I don't have to keep looking. Lucia closed the notebook. I think the mimic might seem like a malevolent creature to us, but it's really just a robot that was designed to copy what it observed. At some point, it must have seen maybe something like a hide-and-seek game. It probably can't reason that the trick would only work once. So just the
Do
fact
they even play hide and seek in the Mimic? I don't even remember if they do.
this is the story or the epilogue that the hide and seek game is mentioned in is in the same FNAF book as the Mimic. It's in Nexi. And this is the only instance of hide and seek being mentioned in the whole book.
Strange. That's strange, yeah.
So it's like, could it have played hide and seek with David? Obviously. You know what I mean? But
maybe they're referring to like the whole like hiding in costumes thing.
That's what they're referring to. They're saying like,
okay, it could be that, I guess.
Yeah, they're saying like, oh, the mimic is trying to trick us. And Lucia finds a notebook that was left behind by the guys from the first epilogue, where they get the mimic and bring it in. Anyway. I'm just whatever, you know what happens. If you guys don't know what happens, go to archive.org and read the Ding Dang books. It's free. And it's legal. It's so legal. No one stopped me. What was it? I'll just type in notebook and see where they first found it. And it's crazy because in Help Wanted 2, when you take the Vanny mask off or put it on, when you use the Faz wrench to open up the arcade room door, where it first tells you like you can take your mask off, there's a bench next to you. Princess Quest is in front of you, and on your left side is a bench with a notebook on it and a pencil by it. So. And I mean,
weird.
A book, whatever. It is what it is. But it's super. I just am like, this is interesting.
No, I agree. That is weird.
Okay, there's a notebook. Okay, here it is. Yeah. I think I might have found a little insight into how the Mimic's programming works. This notebook belonged to one of the engineers on the original Fazbear Entertainment Animatronic creation team. Okay, so not even one of the people from the first epilogues. One of the original Fazbear Entertainment Animatronic creation team. The ones who built all the characters that provided entertainment in the Freddy Fazbear pizzerias. From what I can tell, when the team created the Mimic line, they didn't want to have to program in every show routine step by step. That was a lot of coding. So they just programmed the Mimic to watch and learn. Now this is like kind of them rewriting history within the story of the Mimic, right? Because it's like, well, they got the Mimic program from Edwin. But
yeah, I'd always assumed that it was just Fazbear Entertainment, they get their hands on it somehow, and then they put it into the VR game, and then they're like, all right, let's use it to make Springtrap, and they type, this is what you do, and it said, oh, okay, I guess that's what I do. And then started doing it.
I'm that guy. But yeah,
like William Afton's the kind of person where, hypothetically, if he was stuck in a VR game, he would take over somebody's mind to get out. And so the Mimic was like, I guess I'm doing that.
he's like, I can reason if I were the most amoral person on the face of the planet, what would I do next?
That's basically how the Mimic works. What would the worst person ever do in this situation?
But this is talking about the idea that like a whole line of mimics was made. And that's always made me wonder, like, is the Mimic in the epilogues specifically, is that Edwin's Mimic, or is it one of these guys' mimics?
Well, you think they made like a second Mimic?
Well,
like they put the Mimic AI on a different guy?
The way that the story is being told. Now, do I know that this happened in the games? No. But we know that the Glamrock endoskeletons seem to be a version of the Mimic, you know? So they're
well, there is one there is one key ability that the Mimic has in Tales that it definitely does not have in Ruin. And that is that it's basically like made out of like fucking water. It can change itself into any shape.
Yes.
It has like tentacles at some point. It
It's
has
a
tentacles.
snake.
It uses wires.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is one of the reasons I'm like, well, are we really saying that this is in the same continuity? Because how does it get from that point to having like nothing but just a basic metal body?
Yeah, can't even get into the elevator with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked.
If it were the snake mimic, he would have slithered in there. All right, go ahead.
Exactly. We talked about that earlier because I made 2 tabs. That's one of them is what are the mimics abilities in the Tales stories, and then what are the mimics abilities in the games because they're not all the same. And that was a very specific one where I said on the game ability, I said well, we'll likely be able to contort its size because of what we know about Secret of the Mimic. It's going to be fitting into different suits. So it may be able to, I think, in a more rudimentary sense, get a little small, like pull its little arms in, pull its legs in, get squat, and then get longer, but not be able to turn into an 9-legged spider, right? It can be it can be crazy stuff in this thing.
My favorite theories are just the just meta theories that all of this drama is just incompetence from Scott and Steelwool and Scholastic, where it's like Scott will give Scholastic and Steelwool the same brief, and they'll both just make their stories out of it.
Yeah, like,
and then they don't overlap. They're like, this character can mimic things, and that's all he tells them to do.
It's like,
and then they're like, oh, okay.
I don't like the idea that Scott told both Scholastic and Steelwool that it can shapeshift, and Scholastic was like, oh, like it can be anything. It can go anywhere, do anything. It's the most incredible technology that the world has ever seen. And then Steelwool is like, it's like a coat rack that can get bigger and smaller.
Yeah, and then in the Secret of the Mimic trailer, even it can adapt to any costume and become any character.
Yeah.
And then you see it in Ruin, and it's just a hunk of junk.
Yeah, and there was somebody who was saying like it's possible that the Mimic can't do as much as it used to be able to since it's been trapped under the Pizzaplex for a really, really long time. So it may just be that it's now rebuilt itself, and that version of the Mimic doesn't have those abilities. But I hate all of this, like, well, it can rebuild itself, so every time we see it, it could look completely different and be completely different, and who cares?
I've been calling that the ship of Mimicus. How many parts does it have to take off before it's no longer the Mimic?
Right, like, okay. I think we're done. I need it to have, like, a particular set of skills, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah.
That would be nice.
Yeah, so it seems like in the games... Or sorry, Jesus Christ, I'm never going to get this right. In the books, they made a mimic line. So they're kind of suggesting in the books that the endos that were made for all of the characters in all of the Freddy Fazbear pizzerias were made based off of this mimic endo. And they all have the Mimic One programming in them because it's like saying it says the notebook was made or the notebook was written by the original Phasant creation team who built all the characters that provided entertainment in the Freddy Fazbear pizzerias. And then it says they created the Mimic line and they programmed the Mimic to watch and learn. So not only could a Mimic fit into any costume, it was designed to observe the other routines and then mimic them. And Kelly raises an eyebrow and says, that sounds like tricky programming. And she said, and
I am always watching.
And Lucia said, yeah, too tricky. So it's like, are they lying?
Yeah, or it's like some like extra evil means where it's like the Mimic just programmed itself and
Spook.
The field.
The field.
It's crazy that he managed to make a story like that a year before the generative AI craze started.
It is kind of crazy. I
think he must have used the field to make it.
I mean, yeah, now we know. now we know it's real and we can prove it. Let me go to one-page views that maybe chat can see this a little better, but here.
I just stole 3 stacks of iron from Withered Circle. Sorry if you're watching.
Sorry,
But I wanted it,
Withered.
so I took it. Don't leave your chests open next time.
Yeah, you're supposed to be watching your chest, man. You can't just leave your chest unoccupied. Okay, I can't make it all up. Okay, got that.
I keep pulling this prank where I go to my friend's house.
Where
and
I steal things?
I leave us. No. That's a pretty good prank. But the better one is I go and I put a sign down that says, "I've rigged one of your chests to explode."
Oh no!
so then he has to dig up his entire floor, but I never actually rigged it to explode. I was just lying. It's just funny.
That's great.
It's like I dug up my entire floor.
I was like, well, at least you were careful. Okay. And then it says, it seems like the original Mimic began, and it's interesting because they said the original Mimic, but the notebook is not theoretically talking about Edwin's Mimic. It's talking about, but again, they could be lying. It began not just mimicking other animatronics, but also people. And it did it in ways that weren't intended, which pretty much mirrors what Henry says in his final speech. Like, these creatures of my making or whatever, set to new purposes that I never even thought possible. Like, so, I don't know. But ways that weren't intended, to me, again, suggest that potentially it witnessed what William did and did it again. Which could also explain the DCI. That's something that Chat and I were talking about. I was like, oh, what if William did the MCI and then the Mimic did the DCI? Because then that would be the toys, and the toys would be more likely to, like, act like a... They're more likely to have the Mimic program in them because of how they're programmed. Anyway, it says, I'm not sure what it did. I can just make out the words misconstrue, scared, potential disaster, and deactivate remaining Mimic endos, which does to me confirm that there was at least more than one.
Ooh, interest. Yeah, that have the programming in it.
Yeah. So, and again, this is the books. This is not the game. So I'm not saying that any of this... I feel like I have to preface it because I'll always get like 3 things being like, no, it's the books. It's not the same. Glad to see we're appreciating the peak epilogues. Connie,
Andrew's in the games.
I was talking about the notebook. I mean, you can see that. I've got the word notebook highlighted like 17 times on my screen right now. I don't think anybody's confused about what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh. Have you seen the new chat feature on YouTube where the yappers get crowns?
Oh, I've not.
So the top 3 people who have interacted with the stream, whether that's through chatting or super chatting or sending stickers or whatever, they get crowns for 1, 2, and 3 positions. And so my chat's fighting over the crowns.
That's funny.
Get a crown, Terminal. You just have to try. I'm supposed to be top yapper. I'm sorry, Jax. Keep yapping.
Yes, engagement. Yeah.
Never give up. Never give up on yapping.
I love algorithms.
I hope that you had a good nap, dual process theory. AKA Connie and Corey. I don't know. I don't ever know if one or both of you were watching. But yeah. So that's how Lucia kind of decides that maybe the Mimic isn't evil, it's just I'm just programmed that way.
I was born this way.
Yes. Oh.
I was mimicked this way.
Truly.
I'm excited. I have like a 2 to 3 hour video essay coming out. I can't wait for someone to just comment the word wrong.
Literally that. Oh man. Yeah. I watched the whole thing. I disagree. And I have no further comment. Like, okay.
Literally.
Thanks, guys. Terminal's gonna do it. Terminal's gonna be your number 1 op, and it's just gonna like wait for your video to come out and comment wrong.
A bit of constructive criticism for you. You're wrong.
I have some deconstructive criticism for you. Delete the video. Okay. Yep, I think that's pretty much the only times I talk about the notebook. But it's very interesting to consider the possibility that the Mimic program has been in everything since day one.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like it.
I kind of don't.
I don't know if I
I'm like, oh god, because that could be the secret. That could be the secret.
That's. I mean, and I like. Technically, we don't know, but it's speculated. That's true, Rebellion. I can only hope that we never know, so I can keep speculating that it's not true.
Yeah.
Rebellion, you don't know about Mayo theory? That's embarrassing.
Tragic.
I'm sorry.
I cannot believe this behavior.
You're gonna have to.
No knowledge of Mayo theory. No.
Don't tell me you don't know about anchovy theory either. Mayo theory is definitely in the works. Yeah, you're gonna have to. you're gonna have to ask Narrow Raven about Mayo theory, because he's like the lore keeper of that. Connie, yes, join the call. Who cares? And, let's all chat about it. How do I don't have a group though. Can I just keep calling people? I don't know how Discord works.
Yeah, you can just add members to call, be the top right, like little two guys with a plus next to them.
Oh, what do you know? Let me find you.
Man, why do librarians upgrade so slow?
Well, do you know how long it takes to get a Master's of Library Sciences? Oh god, it automatically called them. Did it uncall T-Dreads? What's going on?
Every day.
You're back.
I was talking about Minecraft.
Okay. But Hi. But I was just making a joke.
Sorry. Corey is also here.
Hi. We accidentally just joined it.
I don't know how to uncall you. So.
Oh, fuck.
Turn the TV off.
Sorry. I meant to pause it. Oh, our cat is here too.
Oh,
hello, Inky.
My cat is also here.
Good. Oh, Inky said hi. Good girl.
Aw.
Okay, yeah, we're talking mimic theories.
Yes.
My favorite thing.
Yeah, we have
we have literally, I think, our most crackpot theory on the mimic, and we're like, it's probably gonna be proven wrong.
It's either gonna be proven right or wrong.
Like immediately as soon as the game drops.
Heck yeah, let's go.
Okay. Should we just like go out with it? Yeah, this did start before we knew Tales was book canon, was game canon, although I kind of
very likely.
I kind of knew it
could very well just absolutely pull the rug out from us.
Yeah.
Which I wouldn't be super surprised about.
But okay, so I kind of always assumed Tales was like mostly canon, but like this was like another like I don't know, maybe. But so I'm just gonna out with it. We think the Fredbear plush is a fucking mimic.
Okay.
Oh lord.
Fredbear plush
Let us
is
explain.
mimic
like,
or the mimic?
She's better at
So like
Mimic AI.
the reason we came up with this in the first place is I was like, hey, it's really weird that the mimic story, like the one specifically with Edwin, has like eerie parallels to The Cliffs, which is a short story where, if you guys don't remember, a single father is living with his son after his wife died in childbirth. He gets the son a robotic toy to babysit him so that he doesn't have to deal with him.
Because he's working.
Because he's working, and he's a single father. He needs a second. Yes, Inky is crawling on my shoulder. And then when the kid, something bad happens to the kid, he proceeds to beat the ever-loving fuck out of the babysitter toy.
Which is a robot that's just doing what it's programmed to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And while the Cliffs ends happily, obviously not Mimic didn't. But I was like, hey, should we think about that and the fact that the Cliffs had a Freddy toy like as the babysitter.
we were like, yeah, that's
Interesting.
And so we ended up proceeding, and we were like, hey, you know how people who don't believe William is the Fredbear plush will point out that he was in the back room while the Fredbear plush was talking to Crying Child. What if it's just mimicking his voice?
And well, we also something else I had been thinking about consistently in the Tales books, because I was using the idea of like, similarities. They keep talking about how there's a giant white tiger head that was in the storyteller.
Okay, I
And
thought
we've
you were going to
never
say that
seen
that's
that.
in the cliffs, and I
It's
was going to be like,
consistently
what?
keep showing us that there is a giant Freddy head in the basement.
Oh.
Like they keep like in both Security Breach, Ruin, and like 5 Laps at Freddy's. They're like, here's this giant Freddy head that's in the basement. They keep showing it to us like it's important.
And it's like, I'm not, what I'm going to say is going to sound a little different than what I mean, but it's a golden Freddy head.
Yeah.
Well, also what I was thinking, I was like, okay, but what was the point of a white tiger if they're, but if they're trying to, get us to think about specific things? Helpy consistently shows himself as a small white bear that is giving us helpful little tips.
And, like, obviously, like, with the actual white tiger showing up and Edwin showing up in game, we know obviously it's not, like, the Mimic and David is, like, just a direct parallel to William and Crying Child, but it could be, like, an indirect parallel, or, like, it could, and because why we were saying this is going to be proven right or wrong in, like, 2 weeks, there is an entire, there is, like, obviously, like, what's going to happen is they're going to be, like, either they're going to be like, all right, we got the Mimic, we plugged it into a computer, and now we're locking it in a case for 12 years, or it's going to be, like, William
has kidnapped the Mimic and has decided it would do a good job if he took off his legs and shoved it into plushie, which was another thing of the idea.
Just to feed into our ideas.
About that.
The other thing we mentioned.
Hold on, wait. T-Dreads had something to add to that thought, and then we'll go back. But yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna say just to feed into our ideas in the teaser that released today.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
One of the lines is
Am I insane?
Let Dreads talk.
Sorry,
she has ADHD.
I'm dreading over here. Come on. Okay. One of the lines was like, and the most important thing is that it will be friends with your kids.
Yeah.
Or something to that. Yeah, something to that extent.
I noticed is she pointed out, she's like, hey, it's a yellow thing with a bow tie. And I said,
it's a yellow thing with a bow tie, and its face could look like a bear head.
I said its face kind like if you look at it as like a bear head in like 2 ears instead of 2 eyes, it could look like a bear head. But we're just crazy.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at her like, am I insane? Connie, am I going insane?
Yeah, but we do also have this running bit now of us just being like, at William picking this thing up, and he's like, oh, you know what? This killing machine would do a great job with babysitting.
I mean, it was made for babysitting a young boy, either way.
But yet although the other thing we pointed out is the Golden Freddy plush is in the sister location bunker, where and sister location has apparently a lot of connections to the Mimic lore.
And if the Mimic chip is a baby, then that would have a very direct lead of where it would have come from, as well as something about the Fredbear plush. If you look at the one Crying Child actually had, because it's in the bunker, unlike other plushes, it has an open mouth that's like hanging open.
Yeah, it
does. Which, again, in the trailer today, it's almost like they're telling us that it can get in very small things. As well as
however that's
what
possible.
I went up to the chat, and I was like, interesting how they're like, it can clean up your biggest messes and showing a birthday cake. Like, I feel like I'm going insane.
But yeah, and then also like it can shrink and fit into the size of a fucking Fredbear plush, and we're like, are you serious?
Again, like this latest trailer, I'm like, they're gaslighting me specifically. They're in my head.
Scott Cawthon listened in to our phone calls and was like, you know what'd be really funny?
He's gaslighting me specifically. He's after me.
Hang on. Peppermint
Targeted repost.
Peppermint Leaf in my chat. I don't want to gaslight you or anything, but you can't keep saying, what was that? What happened? What was that? And be the most unspecific that you could possibly be. Because I can't answer the question. I don't know what that was. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't help you. I'm so sorry.
What happened is we are slaying in Dead by Daylight right now.
That's right.
Yeah, we're like half paying attention, and
Oh, never mind, there's the Tokyo Ghoul.
hi Tokyo.
I care deeply for your mental health, Peppermint Leaf, but I can't help you.
Oshiete, Sugo, something, something.
God, I love that fucking See, the thing is, I love that song, but I've listened to the no, not Anna Pantsu, Amelie version so much, I just think of the English lyrics like a nerd.
God. What are you?
Oh my god, now my chat is like messing with me. They're messing with me. I'm so mad at you guys.
Are they joining our madness, our insanity?
They're just all
Listen,
saying,
twisted world.
Listen, if they want us to join in if they want to join in the madness, we can start talking mini arena egg theory. But no, we're on subject of the
I don't like the way that sounds.
What do you guys think?
In the whatever, like in the Freddy, is it the Freddy Files? I don't remember. It was one of those where it said that the Fredbear plush was saying like all of the last stuff when it was clearly two different characters. And I was just sitting there like, oh my god, what if it's sitting there and the reason like all of the dialogue is playing, but it's just the Fredbear plush there? It's because it's repeating the shit that people were saying to Crying Child on his deathbed. That would be so fucked up.
Oh my god.
Okay, wait, is this a swearing stream?
Yeah,
Well,
sorry.
what I was about to say was like, guys, the swearing has begun. It just is what it
Sorry.
is. No, it's okay. I
I can censor it. I work around kids. I can censor it.
Okay.
I have a
Well, like, T-Dreads has
Yeah.
already said curse words. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
So
But
what
I have-
we didn't start the fire. Go
I
ahead.
have not.
But-
I don't curse on my. I don't curse in general when I'm being recorded.
That's fair.
I was unaware of this.
Well, it's okay. I'm sorry. I don't publicize it. It's not a thing. You know, recently John FNAF was doing a live and put up a poll that was
Yes.
like, "Guys, would you be mad if I swore in my video?"
Oh my god.
I was there. That was so good.
I'm like, this is so
He has
adorable.
very similar to Josh Hutcherson in the FNAF movie. He has very woman freezing in the cold with a small baby from a mobile game ad. Like he seems like a wet dog out in the rain. I mean that in the best
Damn.
way possible.
No, it's
We want
it's,
to pick
I
him
think
up
it's a
and give him
compliment.
and give him a laugh. And have you ever seen like people cleaning dirty kittens? where
Freezing
they,
dog in the
literally,
cold is a compliment.
bring them out like a rag. Like I want to do that.
You're right. It doesn't sound right, but I'm in my head. I'm just like, oh, it's just like, like the thought of this fully grown adult and just being like, guys, would you be mad if I cursed? Because I don't want you to be mad at me.
Like, I get it because he has a big child audience, but it's
Yeah.
also like really funny sometimes.
Yeah. Well, like that
It's
when
the
you
context
guys made your
is
first video, you were like, guys, we're gonna say swear words. So
Yeah, I mean that's how we had to open like our first videos. Like we're not gonna be able to stop ourselves.
Yeah.
Especially me. I am the worst at it. Connie works around kids, so she's trained. I have been in college for the past 3 years.
I'm trained to sit here and be like, oh, cheese and crackers.
Yeah,
Oh,
and to the point
my.
where my professors are also cussing.
Holy crap, Lois.
Like I'm in the gaming and art area. My professors aren't censoring themselves. Like
Yeah, we were just watching Look Outside.
yeah.
Sea Turtle, thank you for becoming a Spark officially. That's exciting. I don't know.
Yay!
I don't know how to differentiate between people who were gifted subs and people who got them themselves. Besides the literal stream.
I mean, I think if there's on YouTube, I think it'll show you that someone gifted. I don't know if it'll show you who they gifted it to, but it'll say like, "Oh, whoever gifted a sub,"
Yeah,
and then
it,
like the next sub will be the person who got gifted.
it will. But like on my back end, like in the studio, there's no way for me to separate like who paid for a membership and who was gifted one. It just shows a full list of my members. I can see how many people. It'll tell me like this many people actually like paid the money and this many people were gifted. Thank you, Joshua Everett, for 5 gifted memberships. You're so kind.
The
Yay!
next 5 people are probably going to be from
Good
that.
job.
You got Burb and Moo.
Yeah.
What kind of crazy
But
people?
yeah, okay,
The
Mimic.
people subscribe to. I know there's 2 Burbs. What are we gonna do? We have Burb and Doc and Burb.
It's the mimic. The mimic.
Speaking
Yeah.
of swearing, I It would never ever happen, but my dream would be a like rated R adaptation of the Mimic epilogues just
Oh,
for like the
yes.
gore factor.
It would
But
be,
like also then they could swear however they wanted.
It would be an incredible slasher film.
High schoolers, they're about to
Oh
graduate
yeah, well,
high school.
almost
Yeah.
college students.
Yeah.
They didn't
In
get
this
there.
world, it's mimic or be mimicked.
The Mimic has a gun?
How many cuss words do you think the Mimic knows?
Oh, the Mimic
Too
kill
many.
people. It knows all of the cuss words.
Corey,
I killed a bunch of construction workers.
Corey-
It knows cuss
Corey,
words.
volume.
It knows everything.
The thing Corey keeps saying is that the only way to defeat the Mimic is to lock it in a room with YouTube poops for like a week.
And then let it out, see what it
It's
does.
brain
Like,
rot.
not even a way to defeat it. I just want to let it out after that and see what it does.
Yeah, it's like,
I will now repeat every word I've heard on 4chan.
it's like,
Oh
it's like
no!
doing
Mimic
that.
are all slurs. You can't reclaim any of those.
Honestly, I was thinking it would just be like hedgehog. Like it just starts repeating hedgehog stew.
Well, it's
until
gonna
it dies.
It's gonna start making dinner.
Yeah, you know more about this stuff than me.
Evan in chat says it's gonna walk out an Andrew Tate fan, so we have to be very careful.
Oh, goodness.
To be-
Just got arrested again.
You could make it worse.
Shocker.
Okay.
I mean, it comes out being able to differentiate humans from endoskeletons, but it could also differentiate male from female. That's a problem.
Oh no.
It's just like its dad.
Yeah, it's become sexist.
just like his dad.
Just like Edwin.
The red
Yeah,
pill
I
drifter mimic.
I am the
We are in
sexist.
an era of old men characters not beating the sexism allegations. The Sonic movie 3 was just like, yeah, no, Gerald was kind of sexist. It's like, actually, I can believe that. As a very in-depth Sonic fan, even with the like game timeline, no, I can believe that.
It's like, yeah, he was in the movie timeline he was in the 70s. In the game timeline he was in the 50s.
Yeah,
So,
he was
like,
an old man in the 50s. Like, I can totally believe that,
Oh, yeah.
actually.
So, as far as our chat is concerned, I want to move on from the Mimic, because I think we've talked, a lot about the Mimic, and talk specifically now about the Mimic 1 program. So that will be entails, I feel like the Mimic 1 program is like, most everything, unfortunately, which is a lot to talk about, but at the very least, we'll just kind of talk about its abilities and just like what it is capable of doing. It seems to be capable of generating entire realistic like VR AR experiences.
Yeah, Tiger Rock was insane.
I mean,
man.
if it's mimicking reality, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, why? Like
Literally
AI generated.
mimic
Yeah, it's
reality.
very machine learning coded.
Oh my gosh, Corey, I want a short film adaptation of Tiger Rock, but like the like fake world looks like vaguely AI generated.
Oh, absolutely. It would absolutely be like
It's
that.
not actually
Tiger
an-
Rock has like 7 fingers on one hand, and 2 of them are merged together.
Yeah, Tiger Rock is an enigma in and of himself, but
Oh yeah.
so
Dude, sometimes I go to the FNAF theory Discord where everyone hates each other, and I'll ask about like, what are your guys' mimic theories? And I get like some wild, like someone said that B7, the mimic was mind controlling him through the television to make him want to mimic the animatronics.
Oh my god.
See, my thought with B7 is like there is potentially parallels there, and like some sort of lead up of like, oh, it's a human thinking it's a robot instead of a robot thinking it's a human.
Yeah.
And like maybe we'll get like a mimic mirror where like it, it has that sees itself in the mirror and freaks out moment. But that's the most I've ever thought of, like,
Relevance.
of relevance. Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer not to think about B7.
Yeah, I thought our golden
Tough watch.
our Fredbear plush theory was
Out there.
was out there, but yeah, I mean sometimes you hear stuff like that and you're like,
maybe I'm
Mhm.
normal.
maybe I'm not insane. You're not insane, and neither am I.
So as far as the Mimic 1 program, let me go through all of the books real quick. So do we think the Mimic 1 program is in Lally's game?
That's a
What does it
great
do? What does
question.
Lally do? Play hide and seek?
La-
Dun, dun, dun.
Lally
Oh my
thinks
god.
that
Oh my god.
he
Like the
plays
Mimic.
hide and seek with like a lonely kid, very lonely Freddy style, like a solo kid.
Yeah.
And like the mom implies she thought that he wasn't supposed to be able to move and like the kids would hide him themselves. But because Lally does move in the short, I'm not sure what that was about.
Oh, that was another thing about because the mimic program saw like a twisted game of hide and seek.
Yeah.
However, it was always the hider, and it would hide, and then when found, it would like jump out, right?
Yes.
You know what is a game that fits that? Is when Mike would jump out at Crying Child once found.
Michael.
Honestly, might even fit better than like say FNAF 2 or something.
So Michael
But,
Afton is the myth.
No, the idea if it was the Fredbear plush, it would have seen Mike
Oh,
do that
oh,
and then
That's
mimic.
huge.
Michael's the mimic, Corey.
Yeah,
Let's
Michael's
go for this
the
now.
mimic.
We can go for this now.
Oh, jeez.
Like we should have. You know, it'd be a fun
Okay.
game night.
This is like Mike. This is Mike Victim 2. Like if anyone walked up and was like, I think Mike's the mimic, I might punch them in the face.
You know what would be a fun game is you take a two wheels, one that has human FNAF characters and one that has animatronic, and you spin them and you have to argue that X human is X animatronic for like a set amount of
Watch
time.
the wheel hits William Afton is Toy Chica, and we're like, oh no.
Okay, but so
I will say Lally is a
was supposed to
buddy
play hide and seek
animatronic.
with kids
Yeah.
by
It is a kid's
hiding.
playmate.
The parents didn't think he moved, but he does move, so I don't know what was up with that. And he ended up becoming really possessive of this one kid and broke out and started killing people. So the kid trapped him in a trunk for 10 years.
Does he come out of a box too?
Well,
Yeah, that was his
the trunk.
box.
Yeah. So,
He locked him in a box, and then
so what's
oh my gosh,
what's
Fredbear plush was in the box, and it's the mimic. No.
Stop.
that is literally some. I think that I don't know if I said that exactly in my video where I
never
talked about
thought
it,
that was
but I was
amazing.
like, is this weird to anybody else? Why would
I mean,
they
to be fair,
do
also
such a
Charlie
thing?
Bot was put in like the same box.
Yeah, Charlie Bot was in that box.
Rebellion said bad mimics get locked in the naughty box.
Oh no.
Bad mimics go in the box.
So
Maybe
what
the way to defeat the mimic is lock him in a sensory deprivation tank.
You know what? You know what, Mimic?
Fair
You're
enough.
in timeout. Get into the
Then
box.
he'd become.
Get in
He'd
there.
find 11. He'd find 11 from Stranger Things and become psychic. Don't do it.
Why is Mike's room in the Pizzaplex even, Snake Master? It's an excellent question. One I don't know how to answer.
I feel
Our
a sister
argument
location
was
must exist. Steve Snodgrass or whatever his name is must have made it in games.
Yeah, and so the
Maybe.
mimic was like, I'm gonna build that room, I guess.
I'm
And then
gonna
Because
build
I
it
like
all.
those cutscenes.
And
now
then
we need to
also
put
put a-
Vanessa in here.
And then also
Be
put
more
a
like
CD
Mike, watch
player
some
in it
bad cartoons.
on the wall so I can take
And then
my
cryptic
recorded
writing.
therapy tapes or therapy CDs in the wall so people could
I'm
listen
gonna make
to
her
them.
listen to her therapy CDs over and over.
So I could gaslight her.
Sis-
Or I will be listening to them, which is an alternate. Why?
Yeah. Well, if the thing is those CDs seem to have been taken by the therapists, which means probably GGY would have stolen them because they went well past when Vanessa left.
Was the sister location room the therapist office?
That would be crazy. That would be crazy. That chair is too
Having
big for
therapy
you.
with next to the world's ugliest lamp.
Oh yeah,
It's like we're in a
ugliest-
cubby
the lamp is
hole.
different. The lamp is different in the Pizzaplex
Corey,
version.
Corey.
I think this is very important.
Corey, I need you to relax.
Ah, Feral.
She was an interior design major. She's now graphic design, but it's
it
still
was
in
for
her.
a semester.
Okay.
Alright, should we move on to under construction?
FNAF 4 house and Mike's house have the ugliest goddamn lamp in the world, and it's the same lamp, and it's hideous.
Hold on. Well, okay, so for Lally's game, what I'm putting in here, like the Mimic One program abilities, is there anything specific to Lally's game that it shows us the Mimic One program's capable of, or is it just that is this just kind of like an instance of like, well, Lally probably is running the Mimic One program?
I could see it that Lally wasn't supposed to wasn't supposed to move, wasn't supposed to have AI, but like they just threw the Mimic One program in there, and that's why it's like that.
Yeah, but that's not. I don't think there's anything new that we learned in there. So yeah, under construction is the AR experience.
Okay,
so
yeah.
immediately for that, what I'd say is that there is the main plot of the game is that, or the book, sorry, is that the main character goes into like so it's like, it's supposed to be like a birthday harmless AR booth.
Yeah.
And so she goes and she plays this video game, and then playing this video game starts to fuck with her mind.
Yeah.
Sorry,
and she
swore.
thinks
Starts
it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
But
We're at the point where all the people who were going to get in trouble if they were listening to like a swearing thing should be in their rooms or asleep.
Yeah.
Oh, one more thing.
Okay.
Then she starts to, like, as she's going about her day inside the world, not knowing she's in the world, weird stuff all around her starts glitching out and looking weird, which is kind of similar to Ruin, how in the AR mask, you start to see some wacky stuff.
Yeah.
But that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
She thinks she leaves the simulation, but she doesn't.
But she never does.
So
Yeah,
that's the can literally mimic reality thing kind of coming in, where it's like it can be so real and feel so real that they don't like that the people in it don't even. Oh, it can tap into your memories. Okay, I'll stop talking now.
I have a very specific theory with Under Construction, which is that it was a proto Help Wanted 2. And I know that's going to sound even crazier, but so me and Corey's assumption with Help Wanted 2, like, and this has always been our assumption, we don't know, we just kind of, like, from the first time we saw it, was that you never leave AR in Help Wanted 2, that you're always there even when you think you've escaped.
People will just talk about like, oh yeah, the real world in FNAF in Help Wanted 2, but if you look at it, Mrs. Hippo says, have you ever really looked at your hands? And in both worlds you still have the like AR VR hands.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's a really good call out. You might still be stuck in there.
My theory was that
theories.
Because it is we have the ending where we see that we're in Maskbot.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
My assumption was that what happens is the staff bots are all in a hive mind where they think that they're just doing normal work and just like being a normal employee going around doing normal tasks, but they're actually the staff bots doing their assigned tasks and they have no idea.
That's sick.
They're living through Help Wanted 2 / Under Construction.
They're just
world,
constantly
which is
on
why
their
the
first
staff bots
day.
need to go on breaks.
Yeah, which is why they need to go on breaks, because then they'll notice something's up. But
and then the defectors become like the in your dreams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the reason because I noticed Under Construction is her going into this fake world and then her doing the same menial task on repeat. Helping people, cleaning up after them, all that stuff for like a year. And she her mind is like kind of lulled into a sense of never questioning it.
Yeah.
And
even when crazy things are happening.
I was like, I wonder if that was the proto staff bot program and it hadn't opened because it was not ready.
Ooh, yeah, it wasn't.
And that's why it wasn't ready, because we know she immediately gets infected and dies.
Yeah, it gets brain cancer.
Yeah. Well, I think the suffocation killed her faster, but the
machine
blob cells were
fills up
definitely
with smoke.
Yeah, but the blob cells were definitely probably supposed to evoke cancer cells.
This
But
is terrifying.
the idea is that was the proto Help Wanted 2, and then once they perfected it, they just started putting their staff members in there after harvesting their remnant, I guess.
Okay, so I'm gonna say other theories. Staff bots are. I mean, what is it? Just the employees' consciousnesses at this point? Because they're definitely not alive. Our employee consciousness.
There does seem to be a brain of some kind in
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 Mascot.
Mascot.
By the way, if we start rambling, just let us know. We get very loud when we're info
If we're
dumping
talking
together.
too much,
I
tell
think
us to
I'm
shut
a
up.
pretty good. You can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm a pretty good. What do you call those people? Meeting facilitators.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can do that pretty well. So there's enough time where I'm just like, okay. I kind of try to find a beat and then go like, and back to the mimic. Okay.
Yep. Back to the mimic.
Oh hell no! Sorry, I'm preparing for like the next stories we're gonna get to.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, starting with what is it called? Help Wanted. Oh yeah, of course. Okay. So based off the teaser, the book, sorry, based off the teasers we've gotten recently, the I'm always watching, learning. I know what you want better than you do. Makes the perfect cup of coffee. It's a coat rack that hugs you. The fact that the robots in Steve Snodgrass's fake house know exactly how to portray the perfect family for him makes me think that they are using mimic AI in that fake house for Steve Snodgrass.
Right. Yo.
He even says like Fiona or whatever her name was. I forget her name in the story. Robot wife was his perfect woman. It's described as something like she's beautiful. She acts exactly how he wants. I know what you want better than you do. So I'm saying, So I would definitely say, you should probably write that down.
I'm still in
The kids
under
are very
construction because
robotic.
Oh, okay. I want to get off under construction. That story is concerning.
That's fine.
Like they're not realistic kids. Like they're actually listening to their parents, which kids don't do.
Yeah, but he probably think that's like lit. You know what I mean? He's like, oh my god, this is perfect.
He's like, wow, my kids are so sweet. I hit the jackpot.
Yeah. I never want to leave. Oh, and he's trapped in a constructed reality, just like the last story, under construction.
Yeah, just like last story.
Where you
Help Wanted again.
you live in fake town.
You live in
have
fake.
mimic AI in them is a whole rabbit hole. but
Your
it's
whole
not
life is
everyone
fake.
can go down that.
I'm so sorry, but you live in fake.
Your life is literally no purpose.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to go through this all again when we get to Tiger Rock.
Okay, so the only other story in the first Tales thing is just it's just Frailty, and I don't think that the mimic has anything to do with that. So
No, that's just Eleanor.
That's an Eleanor.
it's just weird holdovers. Okay, yeah, Help Wanted. So very likely. Oh, let me get back to my document.
I forgot about Frailty.
That one's a good one. That's a great
love
short.
Frailty. I love it.
That was really weird to be the first short because I didn't read or know anything about frights when I picked up Tales from the Pizzaplex, and I started with Frailty, and I was like, I wonder what that meant, because I just like didn't know those connections, and I was like, that was weird. Anyway,
it works on its own though.
it does work on its own
So
because they're all horror short stories, so they're all a bit ambiguous anyway.
this is kind of, I don't know how related of a. I mean, it's related. If we're talking about the Mimic 1 program, and we're talking about the fact that the Steve Snodgrass family bots, right, were running the Mimic 1 program very likely to make it something that Steve would be wanting to stay in. There's a smoke detector in that story that's heavily implied to be an illusion disc. And that's how he breaks out of that illusion. Do we think that like the illusion technology of the illusion disc is a part of like the VR AR stuff, and that it's like, what if it's not quite like, maybe that's why it's so convincing, is because it's not just you're in the VR AR stuff, it's that there's like that funky sound that is like.
I just remembered.
If it's in your head.
I just remembered something, and this will tie into both that and the under construction Help Wanted 2 theory I just dropped.
Okay.
Which is when I reread Under Construction recently, right at the beginning, they specifically are talking about, like, they're like, oh, Jackson, what's the difference between AR and VR? You know, to explain it to the 8-year-olds reading this. And he's like, well, AR, they can make you think that an object is there or that it's not there. And I'm like, oh, you mean like a mysterious wall that Cassie can make disappear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like,
after she gets a chip in her head, yeah.
yeah. And
Yeah.
he's like, well, it's like you can reach out and touch it, or you can think you're walking through it or whatever. And I'm like, man.
Frailty, the protagonist dreams of a metallic entity that tears off her limbs. This is strange because it's not described as Eleanor's modus operandi. It's more like the mimic. Oh, man.
Does
I'm
break off
mimicking it.
Sarah's limbs.
All right, go, Jiron. I'll put it on here.
Oh, great. Are we going to get into the conversation of, is Eleanor the mimic?
Sure, why not?
Why
Sure.
can't she be? let her girl boss. You know what I mean?
God
Oh,
forbid
oh.
women have hobbies.
Chat, I have huge news. Chat, I have huge news.
Oh,
Haps carries around a disinfecting spray. Haps the reagent. Thank you.
Oh my god.
that's
Yeah, Corey, like, just straight up hasn't read Escape the Pizzaplex because I was like, you don't need
That's
to.
on you.
Yeah, no, I
That
was just-
Connie's
I just said
decision,
you
not
don't need
mine.
to. It doesn't matter.
Connie reads like lightning speed, and she took all of the reading ability in the womb before I came out because I struggle with reading. I love it. I struggle with it.
So I binged all of the books via audiobook. Shout out Susanna Elise Freeman,
Let's
saving
go,
my life.
Suzanne Elise Freeman.
But the Choose Your Own Adventure books I read, and like the first one, dungeon mastered with my sisters on a live stream, and it was really fun. Return to the Pit, I was going to do that, but it just ended up being so insane. I was like, I can't hold this in. I need to tell you guys what the hell happens in this book. And then Escape the Pizzaplex, I was like, oh, this isn't going to be fun to play because it just leads to the same place.
Breaking.
Yeah.
Oswald shot dead.
There are not enough. What do you call it? There are not enough. Varied endings in Escape the Pizzaplex. I get very tired of reading them.
Oh, yeah. But like week before and VIP were so good. Like I usually hate Choose Your Own Adventure books, but I loved those two like so much.
It's crazy if VIP is like still my favorite
Oh yeah, that one was amazing.
after all this time. They should all be 130 pages and only have 5 endings.
Yeah, sorry, Corey going up to get something, and her cat is staring wistfully after her
Aw.
because she has some attachment issues.
Valid.
If Corey is not in the room with her, she will stand at the door and scream.
Jesus.
Yeah, she's not like in trouble or anything. She just loves her mama. But whose theory was it that Scott just wanted to write the week before, and Scholastic said, well, it needs to be a series, so they just, like, shout out
A bunch of others.
the other two.
Well, also, VIP had more effort in it.
Well, VIP had more effort, but it was also shorter.
Okay.
But,
So somniphobia is a weird one because it's about that strange homework orb.
yeah, it's a metaphor for drug abuse, and we all can figure that out pretty fast.
Do you think that thing has an illusion disc in it?
I
They never describe, like, ringings or
'Cause
anything.
it goes into your mind
It
and
does.
like analyzes your mind, kind of the same way the under construction
Oh
AR.
no, I know what you want better than you do. I'm always watching it. No!
Yeah, so I'm thinking that the Dream Sphere is also an application of the Mimic One program.
Nervous specifically, I feel like that's very Remnant Plex because it's putting kids into comas,
You said that.
and we know from the end of the story that they're gonna get put into comas by Moondrop taking them away,
Mhm.
like in their minds. Because the kid at the beginning of the story, it's like, oh, he was in a coma. Oh, look, he had this orb. Anyway.
Yeah. God Mimic. Yeah, God Mimic
God
theory
Mimic.
is
Yeah.
real. Mimic is everything and everyone.
The Mimic is all.
Yeah.
The Mimic
You're
is
the mimic standing up. You're the mimic. You're the mimic. Everyone's the mimic.
the secret of the Mimic is at the end. It's gonna be a like live video feed of Scott Cawthon, and he like takes off his human suit, and he was the Mimic the entire time.
Yeah.
No, that's totally fair that the Dream Sphere can play back your memories exactly. That's
Yeah.
that's mimic coded as it were.
And
Mimic.
what's crazy is that not only can it play back your memories, but it seems to be able to expound upon them because in that story, the kid's dad passed away.
Yeah.
And the longer he's in the Dream Sphere, you're only supposed to have it on for 10 minutes. And it's only when he keeps it on longer than 10 minutes that it goes from being his homework related and all the right here, right now to these more
Yes.
distant memories. And
Yeah.
If we want to, go ahead, finish.
I was just gonna say, it just starts to seem to like be like, okay, here's new memories with your dad, things you never got to do. And the Mimic Storyteller program's whole thing was being able to use bits and pieces of old stories to create new ones. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, which is very also under construction. If it's using her memories of her home, her her
Yep.
family.
yeah. But T-Dreads, what were you gonna say?
What I was gonna say is that if we want to stretch just a tiny bit, we could say that this is our third story in a row where the protagonist is in a way living in a constructed reality.
That's true. I would have to agree. It's really
You have the VR booth, the fake house, and then he's constantly going back to his dreams, trying to stretch them out for longer.
and that and at the end of that story, his face gets eaten off by a dog.
Potentially.
Okay,
True.
I fully believe the dog is innocent, and Moondrop just needed a way to convince him to stay in the dream.
Oh, so he just like convinced him that he died? Because
Oh,
he has
yeah,
a fear. Because he has a
was
fear.
talking about dogs eating people's faces.
Yes,
He was talking about dogs eating people's faces, and again, the beginning of the story, we have a seemingly random, like, segment
Yeah.
about this kid that's, like, barely brought up again, who just also had the dream sphere and then fell into a coma and had to be transferred to a hospital, and the doctors had no idea what it was. And I'm like, so the MO is putting them in comas instead of killing them.
But making them
So-
think they're dead so that they never try to get out of the dream sphere.
Yeah, exactly.
That's freaking crazy. I literally never
Interesting.
considered that he
I
didn't
just
literally
tried.
get his face eaten off by a dog because I was just like, wow, that's so crazy.
Yeah, that's not, like, really a thing dogs do
Yeah.
unprompted.
You're so very right. I was
Dogs
like, he
can,
wasn't
like-
alone that long.
Yeah.
The dog wasn't starving.
Yeah, like why? Okay, pressure is the next story.
I do want to say real quick something odd about the dream.
We are simulating FNAF 3.
Realized
Mhm.
taking old memories to make kind of new ones in a sphere-like thing is very Jake with the ball pit.
Oh. That is true.
Coma theory.
New theory: Dream Sphere is all the old balls from the ball pit. They took them and they sold them, and then
Mass producing.
mass producing.
Honestly, the idea that all the dream spheres are in a ball pit somewhere.
Ball pit.
This is a ball pit full of dream spheres.
Dude, there were so many ball pits and haps, and it drove me crazy every time.
Yeah. Haps is a really weird story because it's another one of those examples of like the only reason that Haps is an antagonist is because those kids were jerks.
Oh
Yeah.
The only
Well, that's
reason.
another cycle of violence short. Like the
Yeah.
kids are the one kid's bullied and the other one's implied to have an abusive dad. They beat up on Haps, and so Haps turns violent.
Okay, so let's do narrative themes that we're seeing throughout, and this can be anything. But yeah, I think that's a good thing that I need to be keeping track of too, because I want to like when I'm playing. So here's the tea. The day after Secret of the Mimic comes out, I'm traveling out of state to go to a drag show.
F in the chat.
Good luck.
F in the chat.
Oh yeah. So I have that day to get as much information as I can about the Secret of the Mimic. I'm taking off work. I already, took off, and I've got that taken care of. So I'm like, the moment that Secret of the Mimic drops, I'm gonna play it all the way until I simply cannot possibly stay awake anymore, and just do as much as I can.
Doing that. We would be doing that, but we're not. We just bought Dead by Daylight stuff, so we're just gonna watch Rytoast play it probably.
Yeah, we're just gonna turn it
Yeah.
on and do other stuff while Rytoast plays it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hi, Nara Raven. Do you want to join the conversation?
Hi, Raven.
Gosh, we're
Join the party.
Explain
Do
to
we
the
get to
people
pressure
what
yet?
Mayo theory is.
What?
Mayo theory. Okay, I'm calling.
okay. Yeah.
Is it the theory that William Afton liked mayo because he's white?
Is that it, Raven? We don't know. It hasn't been made yet.
Yeah, we gotta be patient for these kind of things.
Yeah, we have to.
You.
wonder if I can get Fujitex on real quick, because these people can't
Raven,
see any of you.
Raven, I
Cry
was
Theory
just,
is better
like,
than anything you've ever
watching one of
made,
your videos,
Raven.
like, I
Cry
can't
Theory
remember
was
which one it
better.
I have no clue what you just said because T-Dress was talking. What'd you say?
Oh, I just said that I was just watching one of your videos, and I don't remember which one it was. I just remember your voice.
That's crazy. I have no idea what you said. I just remember that you were talking.
Raven has a very particular cadence in his videos.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
a
helpful.
very certain way.
Anyway, I found a very interesting quote from Pressure I wanted to read.
Okay, go for
Oh
it.
lord.
Yes.
Okay. Wait, almost there. Okay. Luca puts the suit on. Yep, the Springtrap suit, because he's pretending to be Springtrap. And he notes
Yes.
that the fur and metal, holy Jesus, the fur and metal endoskeleton beneath it stretched to accommodate his exact height.
Oh.
Huh.
It's mimicking him.
Interesting.
No!
Oh. That's interesting.
Murray's Magic Springtrap.
Murray's Magic Springtrap.
Murray's Magic Springtrap. Is it better
So
than
that's
Mayo
cool.
Anchovy Pizza Theory?
This is I speculated that Steelbull tweeted out that order for a specific costume. Like, I'll make you a costume, and then it's like special instructions. And I'm wondering if we would find the costume order for Spring Bonnie in the game.
Ooh.
That'd be cool.
Like, hey, man, help me out.
I just don't
Williams
know how to make
That's so
this happen.
weird.
And
Yeah,
Edwin
it's
would be
like,
like,
"Well, I'm
"There's
paying for
nothing
it.
wrong
No,
with
thank you."
this. Anything for money."
Hmm.
Okay, so
Yeah, Pressure was the next one we're about to talk about, which, by the way, cannot wait to see how the hell they do that in graphic novel form.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of that is in the kid's head.
My only other, because since Nervous is I'm losing my ability to speak. Since you're asking
Yes.
for narrative parallels,
Or-
Pressure is literally a story where there is somebody forced into FNAF 3 and forced to mimic Springtrap in a roleplay game scenario.
Yo.
Yeah.
So
I'm mimicking it.
yeah.
I'm mimicking it.
You sounded like Withered Circle. You said that.
Might as well call me the Withered Circle.
Well,
Yo,
I
chat,
was-
thanks for 107 live viewers on the She's Always Nervous live stream.
Wow,
Make
that's
sure you guys
crazy. That,
smash the like.
Never happens. Yeah, please like it. Sorry, I cut
Smash
off.
like if you're mimicking it right now.
Are you feeling
Mimic
it?
on
Mr.
that.
Craig?
Same mayonnaise anchovy pizza theory if you're enjoying the stream.
Yeah. Are you guys
I'm-
more excited for anchovy theory or mayo theory? Let us know in the chat.
I hate that I'm literally going to be writing that while I'm on vacation in Minnesota tomorrow.
You're gonna have so much fun. You're gonna love it. Okay, cycle of violence.
I'm on vacation every single day.
What else? My brain is a little bit fried right now. But what are some other not just like not like parallels from like past things, but just like when what did the Daco interview? He was like, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. Like that kind of
Yeah.
energy.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's like poetry.
It's like
Rhymes. It's like mimicry.
Yeah.
It echoes. Oh God.
Girl, every time we talk about like the mimic, I just think of like the new Sonic the Hedgehog IDW comic where there's just a panel of Whisper going, "Find mimic, and mimic," and I'm like, that's gonna be us next week.
Yeah.
What is a tale story that probably has absolutely no connection to the mimic? I'm just going to look at the summary and read so far into it.
frailty's the
I don't know.
closest thing.
We're going through right now. Cleatherphobia has Ballora rip his arms off, so that might be a mimic.
Ah,
You're like, oh, we just need a guy getting his arms ripped off.
Animatronic.
she can also move and twist her body to fit through the tunnels at any like shape or width.
Animatronic apocalypse.
Yeah. Whatever the hell happened there.
Well, what's submechanophobia is about a guy who works at a water park, and I don't know what that has to do with the mimic because it's just like there are animatronics at this water
Yeah,
park.
none of them are very mimicky.
Not even, yeah. It's like,
It's more like parallel to first game lore.
Yeah.
I've fallen asleep every single time I try to read this one.
that's
submechanophobia?
Yeah.
Oh, I love submechanophobia. I think there's just something
pretty
about
good.
this guy, and he's like, he like finds this shoe, and it's I don't know, it's just like a little fun little mystery, because it's like we all have the knowledge of FNAF telling us what he's probably gonna
Yeah.
understand, but it's cool because he goes down into the tank and thinks that an animatronic is coming after him, a la Springtrap, but it's just a guy in a ding-dang suit.
Yeah. Just like in Scooby-Doo.
Just
It's Matthew Lillard.
Yo, just like
Scooby-Doo.
Matthew Lillard, Scooby-Doo, just like the high geologist dude.
Some mechanophobia was teasing that Matthew Lillard was gonna play Springtrap.
But
Yeah,
by the
honestly,
way,
I can't.
Again,
So,
you're
some
talking about
mechanophobia, I'm
the
stumped.
Or the old business owner in the street pretending to be something else.
Yeah, Animatronic Apocalypse does have connections to the modern FNAF story. Not, I don't know necessarily the mimic, but the principal of the school is freaking giving weird burn trap energy a la the teaser before he wasn't really a character anymore.
I
He's like,
think
"Come on,
this
kid."
is
Eat dirt and bugs.
this is very similar to what Matt Pat thought like 8 years ago. This is similar to what Matt Pat thought the Help Wanted storyline would be, where there's a bunch of mind-controlled apprentices of Le Mimic, all wearing mimic masks, saying, "We are mimics. We
Yeah.
are mimics."
That is
Yeah.
that is what the Animatronic Apocalypse feels like. I didn't hate
Yeah.
Animatronic Apocalypse, but I don't really know what it told us outside of like, if the principal quote unquote is Glitchtrap, then the girl that he like convinces to be his little underling, I can't remember her name. It's like Zoe.
Class
it starts with a
president,
Z.
something, yeah.
Yeah,
I want to say Zaria. Give me a sec.
yeah. She's like, it starts with a Z.
Zarina.
Yeah. She is Vanny. You know what I mean? Vanessa.
Mm-hmm.
Not Vanny, but Vanessa.
Yep.
But then I don't know who the freaking protagonist is at all.
He's chilling.
It's kind of Gregory before Gregory was GGY, I suppose, where he's like, why am I the only one who makes any sense around here? What's going on? But
Zabrina. That was it.
Zabrina.
Everything about this place is crazy, and no one seems to notice except me.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah, there is that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's Michael.
Father, I'm in the mimic.
Father, I'm surrounded by mimics.
I'm freaking out.
Help.
Father,
I'm
they're
mimicking it.
eating bugs.
But at the end of that
Father, my siblings
story,
keep eating bugs, and he like doesn't believe him, like Candace Flynn.
if you guys haven't read Animatronic Apocalypse, this is gonna sound crazy, but they really do all eat bugs. Is the bugs the chip? The occipital nerve chip? Is that what the bugs are?
Holy.
Wow, we've cracked it.
What?
I did it.
Corey, I don't think you got to this one.
The bugs are the reagent.
Like
Oh God.
a specific time. I'm just gonna say 2 o'clock. I don't remember what time it was, but I'm just gonna say 2 o'clock. Like every day at 2 o'clock, like on the dot, as soon as it hits, they'll pull out a box with a live beetle in it and eat the beetle, and then just continue on like nothing happened.
Excuse me.
But then they start
Yeah, well, I
doing
knew about
weird crap
Monkey
after
Day.
that.
But what does that have to do with the occipital nerve?
Bless.
That's what I was confused about.
Oh,
Why do they have to retake it like it's Medicine?
they have to keep eating the bug?
Yeah, I remember them doing it like every day.
Oh. I guess I just thought that it was like different people eating the bug.
Is the mimic doing like Fent or something? Why is why is that such a why does that happen so much
It's
in these
another-
stories?
it's
The drug
another drug
drug
allegory.
allegory. Yeah.
Well,
Mimics also doing drugs, and now it knows how to do cocaine.
people in the chat keep being surprised that I'm still talking about this. I don't think that you understand the stakes. I need to know everything there is to know about the mimic.
You need to know if the mimic does drugs.
I need to know. So okay. What the only other thing I want to say about Animatronic Apocalypse is that at the end of that story, the principal is a robot the whole time.
Yeah, that was confusing because when I first read it, I was confused because it's like, oh, he stabs him and something like something that's either oil or agony comes out of him. And then the police come in, all they find is like scrap metal. And then like on a second read through, I was like, is he an Eleanor victim? Because that is way outside her normal like target range.
Of teenage girls. I mean, he
Yeah,
could have
teenage
been
girls with
at one
insecurities.
point.
But I don't really see like why it'd be an Eleanor thing. So
Here's-
I'm just
Yeah, why would she be doing that?
Crazy
So I'm
plot
just like-
twist. The principal is female to male. Was an insecure teen girl.
Yes, that's what I was
Because
saying.
Oh, I
he
see,
was
I see, I
trans.
see.
He was trans.
I mean, listen.
So
we
the
know
mimic
from
is
City
the
Beautiful
mimic
that
is one
Eleanor-
of those.
We know from City Beautiful that Eleanor does do top surgery. It will not end well for you, but she will do it.
She
She'll
does
do
it
it.
really bad, but she does do it.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
well,
yeah.
it's like if all it is like this insecure teenager puts on the necklace and it's their ideal form, and then it's a man. It's like, oh my god, you were just trans.
Eleanor's like, listen, I'm not transphobic. I kill both trans and cis kids. It's fine.
I don't care.
Famous social commentator Scott Coffin.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't think that he. This is off the rails. This is off the rails.
Something
Okay,
tell
Bobby
I have a
Dot.
hunch that he does not.
I'm gonna say that's not what's going on, but
Bobby Ots, Miku is probably some sort of mimic parallel.
Isn't that the girl with the blue hair that sings like Android songs?
Yeah, yes.
Miku.
Hatsune Miku.
Hatsune Miku.
oh, okay. I was like, what are you talking about? But yeah, I think it. Hold on, on Mimic One program. I already put Bobby Dots on the Mimic One program abilities and applications.
Oh, yeah.
I do think that this is an. I don't know how to say what this narrative theme is. But it's kind of like this theme of there being two versions of something. One that seemingly like is more rudimentary, and the other one.
Wait,
that's,
hold on. Someone uploaded Jackie's box in heavy metal. Gotta keep this.
What?
Oh.
Oh, shit,
This is
it's got
not
a
what I
banger.
needed at like 11 p.m., but I need it now.
Are you? Do I need to play it? Is that what the?
No, it is kind of a banger though. It is absolutely a banger.
Okay. Well, now you all know.
Jackie's box metal cover.
Okay, wait, the Jackie's box. Is this gonna get my stream demonetized?
Better not.
You can't have my
Wait.
chicken nuggets. I don't care. She's so mad.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
This was 3 months old? Are we just now finding out about this? Here you go, guys.
I have a great photo of my dog sitting in front of the TV while like a creepy, slowed down version of Jackie's box plays.
Okay, we're playing it.
Why? Why are you? I said you didn't have to. No.
Well, it derailed the stream, and they were like, "We have to hear this."
I mean, it's still bad because it's Jackie's box, but the instrumental is comp.
You guys
What are you
heard
talking
it.
about? Song of all time.
Okay. So I don't know how to boil this down to a narrative theme. I've talked about it before, but just the idea of like this old like it's the way that the Bobby Dots conclusion and stuff happens kind of also reminds me of the way that the Tangle comes in at the end of Security Breach and is like, we're gonna get rid of the like more corrupt version of this thing.
Yeah.
But I don't know how to that's what I talked about in my video, but I don't know how to like say that whatever this theme is.
Kind of
I mean,
theming.
you know, I will at least say like two. I don't know. I'll just say I don't know how to put that into a theme right now, but
Yeah.
Watch me shoot my
Terminal.
secret cannon.
Am I getting older? Is that just bad? It's not supposed to be good, I don't think, for Jackie's box.
No. It's Jackie's box, not Bohemian Rhapsody.
That's so true.
I raise you. It's Jackie's box.
Okay, we'll leave the Bobby Dot stuff. I know at least it's an application of the Mimic program. The way that the whole thing that it does is that kind of vibe.
Yeah. Then I think GGY and Storyteller are pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, I don't think we have to think about that too hard. There's Bobby Dot's conclusion.
Leave the mimic to his mimic. Rest your own mimic.
Rest your own. Okay, so applications, the storyteller. Oh yeah, because I also kind of looked at like the protagonist, what's his name, Abe or whatever in Bobby Dots. He kind of goes through a similar journey as Edwin in the storyteller, where it's like he has to do a bunch of sneaking around to figure out why things are going weird in his house versus in the Pizzaplex, and then ultimately has to just like destroy the thing. Though Abe weirdly survives, and then is like, here, the old version of this thing can now live in my home with me and take care of my elderly mother with dementia.
Yeah, it's his new daughters.
Yeah,
These weird robots he found in the attic.
Yeah, he now has adopted 3 robots. Hopefully reprogrammed them to where they don't do anything. To where they don't learn so much that they become overly sentient and think that they deserve to be alive more than she does.
Part of the Bobby Dot's conclusion was his girlfriend being a CPS worker. I'm like, girl, we even needed you.
Where have you been?
I know, like, how are you at the Pizzaplex and not seeing what's going on right now? Is this
It was
awful?
like, if Princess Quest ending happens, which I'm still like on the fence about, but can you imagine like she just like walks out of her room like to go get like some oil for her and Abe's like adoptive robot daughters, and she turns around and the missing runaway kid is sitting like outside of Vanessa's door like with Glamrock Freddy's head.
Like, what is going on over there?
She's like, wait a minute, Gregory? What are you doing here?
Yeah, what is going on? Oh,
Missing for however long.
Yeah, it's some indeterminate amount of time. The storyteller, GGY, possessed by Glitchtrap. That's a whole other conversation that I don't have time for. But I don't think that they're really gonna. I don't think we're gonna have to worry about any of the applications of Glitchtrap in Secret of the Mimic. I think the big question is going to be, oh yeah, Helpy is a big. Well, that's not in the Tales. That's in the games. But a really big question is like, is Helper going to also be an antagonist in that game? Because if it's a part of the Mimic One program. Could be.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all of number 5. So Nexie's number 6. I feel like Nexie.
I mean, she's trying to put a human skin on, so there's that.
I feel like Nexie is at the very least alluding to.
Well, we know like what happened was like the storyteller shorted out and caused her to be evil. So I don't know.
Yeah. So I mean, but it's probably still some kind of Mimic One program.
Yeah.
Buffoonery going on.
Mimic did that.
Yeah. It's like
where the Mimic is headed is that the.
See. Did we lose Corey and Connie?
I hope not.
They cut out. They did the thing.
They did the thing.
You know what I mean? Like where it sounds like all electric echo.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I think someone's
You
dead
packed
now.
my bag last night. We flying. Yeah, I probably am gonna take off. I got work in the morning.
You're back.
I'm probably going too soon because I got travel early in the morning.
That's fine.
Bye, Chad. Make sure you like the stream in memoriam of me. I'm dying now, so like the stream in memoriam of me.
That's so sad.
Goodbye, guys.
We get to drowning and I have to hold myself back.
I love sales. Sales.
Bye. Bye. Well, does drowning have any connection?
Died doing what he loved. Gooning.
Jesus Christ.
Wait a minute. We lost Narrow Raven.
He said he was also going to go.
Oh, okay.
So
So
it's just us.
the drowning. Long story short, it's just got like kind of the same AR system in place.
Okay.
Also time dilution, like under construction.
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't read Drowning yet.
Okay, it's
good.
It's my
I know.
favorite, but I have a very, very specific opinion on it.
I know.
I don't need to go off. We're talking about the mimic, not how it's definitely Charlie, but you know.
I know. I've read your tweet long, if you will.
Yeah. My manifesto.
Yes. Your manifesto.
But and then I don't think the mimic is in the mimic. I think the mimic is probably mimic free.
Yeah, probably not that. We've definitely gone over that though either way, so we're good there. Now next is what? Tiger Rock?
Yeah.
And obviously yes.
I'm still confused as to what that ending was supposed to be.
No, I think it's mimic free.
Yeah.
Very similar to under construction, probably the same. I believe it's the same orb.
Yeah.
There's some people who've said that Tiger Rock happens before under construction, and that's why they take it down. Tiger Rock, yeah.
No, that's literally can't happen because
Wait.
it happens at the same time as Nexi. And Nexi is a couple years into the Pizzaplex's run.
Yeah.
And under construction happens on the day it opens.
Wait, on the day it opens, or is it just the day that the under
was the reason
construction?
it closed down? But that then that can't be it.
No, Tiger Rock is probably the reason it closed down, like, finally. But the under construction, Fazbear could get away with that legally and be like, oh, she wasn't supposed to be in there.
Yeah.
Are there
Tiger Rock,
spirits
they're getting
possessing-
sued whether Kai's alive or not.
Yes, EB theory. There are two spirits possessing the dual process theory avatar.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So,
We have one phone right now.
I mean, I think I'm just comfortable kind of just saying Tiger Rock is definitely the mimic.
Oh,
But it's
mimicking reality again. It's
ripping off limbs.
yeah.
Poor thing. That poor guy can't catch a break. So the Monty Within is another one I haven't read.
You don't have to.
Okay, it's my least favorite just because I got frustrated being like, man, this kid never once considers just going to the hospital and telling them that there's that his body is doing weird things. Like, he doesn't even have to say there's a Monty talking to me in my head. Just say, hey, my right arm is moving on its own. They'll do something.
So
but it's probably a Vanny metaphor of he got zapped by a game at Fazbear's. And the Monty AI from the game ended up in his brain and slowly took over his body and then made him saw himself in half because he got mad at him.
Got it. So this is more of a narrative parallel than it is an application of the Mimic AI? Or do we think that the Mimic AI is in the video games?
I mean, it was probably in the video game.
Okay, so we'll say...
I don't know if they have a lot of arcade games at the Pizzaplex. I don't know if they're putting the Mimic in all of those, especially if they're
This one had its
Mario-
own special room though. This one was a very special. You have a headset and everything.
Okay, specific.
So I think this one probably
probably
had
a
Mimic.
Vanny metaphor of
Do we
some
know
kind.
the name of the game?
Let me check. I think it was Food Fight. Just because I
hilarious.
remember they were doing a food fight.
Okay, I can just search Food Fight and see if it shows up in this.
Wait, hold
book.
on. We the first 10 pages of the story, we had to basically read this kid's entire thesis, and it was so.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's okay. Yeah. Good luck. Okay, Fazcade Tag Team.
Okay, Fazcade Tag Team. Okay, that's what I'll put on here. So,
Yeah.
Fazcade.
Virtual food fight game against another group of players on the opposite side of the Pizzaplex. You pick your favorite Fazbear animatronic and get partnered up with another animatronic that syncs with your brain. Kane thinks working with an AI partner that follows his instructions would be a fun way of acting out his theories.
That makes sense. Okay. That sounds kind of mimicky. Okay.
Yeah, that really does. I will say, Bleeding Heart, I think probably is not the Mimic. That's probably
That's
the
a very
best.
obvious metaphor.
well, not metaphor. It's not even the metaphor. The only animatronics that are in there are the nanobots that just do as they're told, and just do their programming. I can't think of anything Mimic in that story.
Just despite the fact that there is some kind of they are AI nanobot things.
Yeah, it's just kind of like you tell them to do something and they do it. But it's mostly like they were supposed to they're like single purpose machines because there was like the nanobots that specifically wrapped presents at the Pizzaplex and nanobots who specifically cut the wrapping paper, and he grabs the ones that cut the wrapping paper and all they know how to do is cut things. That's the most I'm gonna say on a stream.
If there was
enough,
Mimic,
fair
they
enough.
would learn.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That makes sense to me. Okay, and so that takes us to
B72, which is B72. Then there's we can just skip that one. It's the same as B7. Alone Together, which is
that's Ghosts.
Alone Together and Dittophobia. Alone Together is mostly just explaining how ghosts work, and Dittophobia is just the nightmare gas.
Yeah, neither of those are an application of the Mimic AI, and neither is B72. That's a completely separate entity. It's a narrative parallel situation, but not an application of the AI. Okay, so then that seems to be all from Tales. And then I'll just very quickly...
Oh, right! I forgot.
Okay.
I keep meaning to bring this up, but now that we have the context of the Mimic and also the fact that the Glamrock Endos are definitely mimics, right? Like that was probably what the daycare was supposed to tell us.
Yes,
those things are mimics.
Yes.
And like the Glamrock Endos' main mechanic is they freeze in the light, right? So should we
will bright shiny light, like a big flash, because they are on
should we
stages with
revisit-
lights. So
So should we revisit the fact that in out of stock Plush Trap Chaser freezes in the light and can mimic voices?
wait, what?
Plush Trap Chaser mimics voices in out of stock,
Oh,
which is wild. I don't know what that could possibly mean.
yeah.
But it would be very funny if Plush Trap was the mimic the entire time. Like, that sounds like a joke, but...
yeah. Well, yeah, we have to see the yeah. Well, if Plush Trap is just a part of the nightmare experiments, I feel like I could totally see that being connected.
Yeah.
Good night, Evan.
William took it. Was like, "All right, mimic, you're in timeout. Get in the bunny."
Yeah, get in the bunny. Okay.
So you want to pretend? You want to
he get
pretend to be me?
tiny.
Here, mini me.
He could get tiny. Be a tiny little mimic inside of the Plush Trap. Okay. Oh, not Tails in games. Okay. Glamrock Endos, Helpy is Mimic 1. Would the Mimic 1 program be a part of the Vanny Mask since...
Probably.
Yeah, okay. Vanny Mask. I mean, yeah, because Helpy's in there, so that would make sense. I'm trying to think of anything. I don't know what Princess Quest is.
No one does.
I have
We'll figure it out.
theories.
It's probably not Cassidy.
Yeah,
That's about all we got.
No,
Yeah.
that's all we know. Is they were like, okay, we're not gonna. Okay, Scott came in and he's like, we need to fix the lore of this game. We're not gonna remove Charlie Door as a file name, but we will remove this character being named Cassidy.
Yeah, Charlie
so I think
Door
it's
is
the one
fine.
thing we know about Princess Quest is that it's not that.
Scott was definitely obviously didn't have access to all of those files until after, and he saw it and was just like, guys, what did you
Oh
do?
no! They're already theorizing about it. No, guys.
Well, you know what happened is he was like, "Oh yeah, this will be a fun parallel for what's going on with Vanessa or
Or Cassie
or Charlie or whatever." And
he said, well, every Princess Quest song connects back to a puppet song. It connects back to Alchemist Fantasy or the song that plays in the puppet level of in Freddy in Space 2. Like they all connect back to the puppet. I could see him being like saying like Cassie or Charlie, and someone misheard him and was like, Cassidy, okay, sure.
Or like I think probably because again he didn't tell Steel Wool like anything. It was probably someone just like, yeah, this is probably Golden Freddy. Like we'll put Cassidy as the name. And he like when saw on Reddit someone was like, OMG, the princess is named Cassidy, and he's just sitting there, the creator of the series, going, the princess is named what?
You're joking, right? You're totally
Oh
kidding.
no, I need to send an email.
So I mean, it's possible, and I mean, if anything, likely that Glitchtrap is in the Princess Quest machine, but that's not what the Princess Quest machine is. So I'll write Glitchtrap in VR game and Princess Quest. And then other stuff that the Mimic One program can do is also, I mean, mimic. Obviously.
My name is a mimic, my name is a mimic.
I think it could, especially if we think that like what's going on with the staff bots can possibly create false realities.
Yeah.
I mean, mimicking memories and reality. I could see it.
Yeah. I mean, it can do, yeah. The Helpy and everything that he is in the games is so bizarre because when we first met Helpy, it was FNAF 6, and for all intents and purposes, I think we all thought he was just kind of like a stand-in for the player. And it was just like, well, Helpy doesn't exist, but he's here to just kind of be like the little character you see in the shop and the character that is in, just keeping you company. But now it seems like Edwin originally made Helpy.
Which is so wild.
And I'm like, why? Why did he do that?
Actually, God Helpy theory. Helpy is actually in control of everything.
Helpy's actually God, yeah. Like from the Bible.
Like from the Bible. It's
in the beginning, there was a Freddy Fazbear.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is going to sound crazy. But this is going to sound crazy. That's all I have to say. Helper, in essence, predates at least everything but Fazbear's Family Diner, but potentially even, Fredbear's Family Diner, but even potentially that, because it's like,
I will say, I would not be surprised if they end up saying that Fredbear's opened in, say, 77, because that is the exact year that Chuck E. Cheese first opened.
Oh, that's fair. But yeah, so
which means he could possibly predate Freddy, because Fredbear and Freddy were kind of separate for a while.
So I'm like, are we really putting a situation in place where Henry's concept wasn't Fredbear? Like, he just, like, was introduced to the Helper character and was like, I also want to make a bear who wears a little top hat and a bow tie, but I
really hope that's not what they're trying to go with. I hope that they're just like, oh, they were both bear characters, so Fazbear just fused them, like, because it does seem a little like it's very retconny to be
terrible.
Like, oh, actually, it was all this guy's idea.
Yeah, but it's just confusing because it's like Funtime Freddy and Helpy are like visually, I don't know what the word is, but like
identical?
They're in the same family. Like,
yeah.
So it's like, okay, because initially I was like, oh, well, this makes sense. If Helpy existed further back, it's just that like that is kind of the concept that Afton took and ran with the Fun Times. But because this game takes place in 1979 and Helper is something that exists,
I'm gonna pull
inside
up a
of
picture.
Edwin's factory. And he's, I mean, like, obviously in the helper terminal, he doesn't have any colors to him. He's just, like, green. But he's still got the top hat and the little cheeks and the bow tie. And I'm just, like, I'm really confused. You know what I mean? I'm just, like, how?
Yeah.
I think the only thing that makes sense in my head, I'm like, they're gonna have to tell us that Edwin's middle name is Henry, or we're gonna lose.
God, that would be so funny. I keep someone in John FNAF's chat keeps suggesting that Edwin and Henry are brothers, and the only thing I can think in response to that is, man, imagine being Aunt Jen and this shit happens to both of your brothers in quick succession.
It's like,
she's like, oh man, Edwin's kid died in a tragic accident and he like went mad and just started beating the crap out of its robotic replacement.
yeah.
That's so sad. And she turns around and Henry is doing the exact same thing. And she's like, are you-
It's like, you know the cartoon where you like step onto a rake and it like hits you in the face? You turn around.
Yeah.
And there's another rake. Aunt Jen said, "This is why I never had kids." Exactly. You cannot have kids in this family. They will die horrific deaths.
I mean, them in the actions.
But yeah,
Michael made it's amazing that Mike made it to like, I mean, if he died, say, mid to late 90s, he made it to like mid to late 20s. And that's amazing.
It's like you made
Good
it.
on him, survivor.
He may have been able to rent a car, you know?
Yeah.
he probably owned his own house, considering
It's the 80s.
well, considering like
Considering they cost a nickel.
well, the Afton house is in the middle of the woods, and like the mini games show him walking through a neighborhood.
True.
People that like know him, yeah.
So like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, Helpy isn't an anomaly, because why? Like, like, there's something about Helper existing that makes me more mad than, like, most other things.
oh yeah,
I
'Cause
mean,
I'm looking at him now. This is just basically the same design as Fred. I can see like although Fredbear's singing show
mhm.
is
Could've-
like
It's really
30s,
old.
40s.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember I sent that to my Discord of Series of Unfortunate Events fans, which means they're all history buffs. And I said, hey guys, when would admission tickets for a carnival be like 50 cents a person? And they just went off and eventually came back and they were like, yeah, it's the 40s.
Yeah, so maybe Fredbear as an entity was like a family business for William or Henry. Who cares? They sure don't.
Yeah.
Steel Wool doesn't care. They care a lot about Edwin, and that is about it.
Maybe if this is like, again, a separate continuity and Edwin's an employee, or no, because he's a contractor. He's an
Yeah.
employee in the book.
So what I'm thinking is Helper is very specific, not to the whole manor, but the FNAF related things that he made. So theoretically, potentially, hopefully, I don't know, Helper might only show up when we're looking at something that was connected to FNAF. So because this is like the Reset Welcome Show thing. So I'm like, I wonder if it's like he was designing this show, whatever it is, for a Fazbear location.
Mm.
And that's
Yeah.
why he's on this particular computer.
Or maybe it'll like Helper will take different forms depending on what computer we're at.
There's also
Ooh.
because Fredbear's Family Diner presumably does exist, and Fazbear Entertainment already does.
Yeah.
Freddy's doesn't open until 83.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing the Mimic pulls some stuff that pushes that opening date back. But Fazbear Entertainment as an entity does exist.
Yeah.
Which means the idea of separating Freddy and Fredbear could already be in the works.
Yeah. It's just weird because this is Helper. Like, this isn't Freddy or Fredbear. This is like a completely different
But again,
guy.
he is green technically. So if we don't look at the coloring,
Yeah. It could, yeah. I think the only thing that makes me question that he's a different color scheme is this guy from Help Wanted 2. Oh, hey, what the heck? Where did he go? Get back over here. This guy. This little freak.
Yeah.
So it's like...
I think, I mean, he's taking on the form of, like, the old cartoon.
Yeah. Just exactly like he looks...
Which I doubt he was in. I think that's just, like, a reference kind of thing. Especially if this is Cassie's dad and he was, like, a collector of old Freddy stuff and potentially watched that cartoon, then this is something he would connect to. I doubt he was in that cartoon.
I'm not saying that he was in the cartoon. I'm saying that his design here and here would suggest that his color scheme here is meant to be his color scheme here.
They're not exactly the same, but they are similar.
But either way, I'm like, you guys are going to have to explain this. If he's just inexplicably all over Murray's costume manner with no explanation to, like, why the heck, I'm going to lose.
Like, that's one of the ones where I'm like, dude, if I'm going to get mad, I'm going to save it for June 13th.
Yeah. So, but I'm like, what is this? What are you doing here?
What are you doing here, sir?
I do like that we can't get into this without executive access. So, like, we're going to find this and not be able to actually do the welcome show until we have full executive access.
Yeah, we're going to do a security breach, like, unlock different levels thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if you first find this guy and you can do some basic stuff with him, but if you replay the game and find whatever key you need for this, you can, like, come back to this opening area and mess with him and get something else.
It's like the week before where you had to have the code.
Yes.
Yeah. The funny story about that, because you're not supposed to be able to put in the code until night 4, but, like, you pull it up on night 1 and it says, oh, it's a 4-number code. Corey immediately said, put in 1983. And I was like, that's not supposed to be an ending until night 4, but
you did it.
Yeah, I'll just turn to it for you.
I mean, you did it. I don't know what else to say.
That was our first death.
Yeah. You guys made it through night...
adamant about
she made it through night 1 completely unscathed, and then gets to this, and she's like, oh, put in 1983.
I technically made it to night 4. If you think about it from a certain way.
Time traveled.
Yeah.
All right.
With the power of Golden Freddy.
In the ball pit.
So... let me check this again. Okay, so Mimic 1 program abilities and applications in the games. I have Glenrock Endos, Helpy, Vanny Mask, Glitchtrap in the VR game in Princess Quest, the Mimic, or mimicking abilities, obviously, and then can possibly create false realities. It's smarmy.
At least, like, in a VR or AR simulation.
Yeah.
Which, actually, wait.
Which has, like, programming, so
why are we saying possible? We have the Brazil ending.
I mean, I guess so. Like, that's fine. Yeah, if we just can create false realities. Boom. And then I was gonna say something else, but I forgot it. It's okay. Hold on. It's.
I can't imagine being in, like, an AI generated VR game. Like, that would be horrible. It would just be so off.
Yeah, like one that you're just kind of in perpetually.
Yeah. I mean, have you seen AI Minecraft? Like, that's horrifying.
I have not, and I don't want to.
It's at least a little more, like, creative. It's not like someone trying to replace Minecraft or something. It's just they fed an AI a bunch of Minecraft
yeah.
around and stuff, and it's trippy.
Thank you, Peppermint Leaf. I'm really good at homework. Create false realities. Let me see. There was one.
I used to be good at homework, but I'm out of college now, so suckers.
I'm bad at homework because I have horrible memory and forget due dates.
Yep.
It's like, okay, it has like creative problem solving skills. Because even when things go wrong with Mixis, it's able to kind of like reroute Cassie and figure it out and still make it seem like, oh no, I'm definitely on your side.
Yeah.
This is not really an ability or an application, it's just kind of like a fact. But it's also kind of like immature.
Mm-hmm. I just remembering the epilogues where like it thought the same trick would work twice and it eventually figures out that it won't.
Yeah.
But it does like think that at first. It's like, all right, we'll just lure him back here.
Yeah, it's still okay. So I'll just say it still has childlike behaviors, because that's something that I think actually doesn't always manifest itself in the tales. Like, obviously, yes, in the epilogues when we're talking about the physical mimic, but when it's just the AI program being implemented into other things. I mean, I guess in the storyteller, when it starts affecting the other animatronics, they all start acting pretty childish.
True.
So, okay, officially
Incredibly so. I mean, Freddy
has
like has to do the mascot thing of taking someone's toy, but he won't give it back.
Yeah, yes, hold on. Okay. Well, maybe there's like some kind of like it can install itself into other, like it doesn't have to be installed. Like the workers, nobody at Fazbear is necessarily like installing the mimic program into the Glamrocks, are they? Is it just kind of happening on its own, or are they implementing that and everything around?
If they're already mimic, like if the endoskeletons already have some type of Mimic 1 program, there's not an impossibility that there's some sort of hive mind that one mimic set up, and so all of them knew how to do it.
Yeah, I think it is, because remember the storyteller tree is like there's wires that go out throughout the Pizzaplex, and the whole idea is that all of the story-based attractions are immediately filtered with all this stuff. It's just odd that the story-based attractions includes the animatronics. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
They're not story-based attractions. They're supposed to sing songs. Is it supposed to help them write new songs? Like, what is it supposed to do?
Baby turtle.
Huh?
Holding her head.
Oh, this is
Baby turtle.
God.
Inky's being a baby cat right now.
And she's getting babied by me. I'm smothering her.
Toast is growling at me for moving even slightly. Listen to her.
The duality of cat.
Her head is a little wet because I've been kissing it. Yeah. You trying to escape?
Just like,
Why would she do that? She loves her mama.
okay. I think chat, continue to filter in anything if you can think of anything, but this might be the major stuff. I'm gonna say like fathers consumed.
It does seem that mimic programs can probably share information with each other, potentially. I don't know if that would be a physical or like hive mind connection.
I'll just put I don't know. Like maybe I can just put like other mimic facts. I don't. Different iterations can communicate with each other via hive mind central system.
Bluetooth download.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because like that's an interesting thing to point out, because it's like even though the physical mimic is older and technically in a kind of a way, I don't know if it should be tapped in.
I don't know. Like, if there is a hive mind, I don't think the original mimic endo is in on it.
Yeah, but it
probably affected how the other ones worked, but I don't think it's in that.
But they both had the same goal of freeing the physical mimic. So how could Helpy Mimic have the wherewithal to say, we need to disarm the security nodes so you can get down there and quote unquote free the child, if it wasn't in on it with the mimic? And they even have a little disagreement on the catwalk when you're in the like weird nebulous space. It's like, yeah, with my help. Like it did something.
Yeah, that art little argument is
It's so
wild.
interesting, yeah.
OG Mimic seems to be connected despite being... Despite... I don't know. Well, I'll just say it seems to be connected because, like, it just seems to be. I don't know if it's... Because the other thing that's odd is, like... And I don't know if people have, like, talked about this, but somehow, some way, the two walkie-talkies on the same channel talking to each other, you know, able to communicate with them, end up one with the Mimic itself all the way down there, and the other one all the way up at the top, in Cassie's line of sight. And it's like, I guess it could have just happened to be there, but I don't know how one gets with the Mimic unless somebody gives it to the Mimic. You know what I mean? Because it's like, how was it locked down there, presumably before the Pizzaplex was open, but there was already, a Glamrock Freddy walkie-talkie? Because you see Gregory's backpack outside of where the Mimic is, and that vent that, like, leads to where the Mimic
They
is.
probably used that walkie-talkie to lure it in there.
Yeah, maybe so. He just says he's been trapped down there a really long time. And so I'm like, did it pseudo-escape? And Gregory and Vanny got it back in? And now it's, like, trying to escape again? Or when Gregory says a really, really long time, does he mean, like, maybe 8 months?
He's like 10. 8 months is a while.
We tracked
he's
it
like,
down
I
there
don't know,
2 weeks
man.
ago.
Like, oh, really?
Yeah, he's a
long
really
time.
young kid. Like 2 days is a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't know. It's just, it's odd. Jack said my brain is complete soup now. That's fair.
It's 1 a.m.
Yeah, it's almost midnight where I am.
Yeah, really?
Well, it's 12:45, so we're
Oh.
close.
Look at her stretch her little feet out.
Maybe
kitty
it
is so
fell off the blob. There's a walkie-talkie
Blob
just
dropped it
fell
off.
off the blob.
Blob picked it up and like sucked the burn trap skin off of it and shot it back into its concrete.
threw
hole.
it up like Michael did to Ennard.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just, okay, this is just like a crazy, crazy thought. But if Gregory is still under the influence of Glitchtrap during, now, if you believe Help 1 and 2 takes place before Ruin, which obviously it kind of like has to, then potentially Glitchtrap is no longer a thing. But if Gregory just is still somehow under the influence, or was just before the full events of Help 1 and 2 took place, it could have at some point during that time, like before Glitchtrap was quote unquote destroyed, Gregory could have been lured back into the Pizzaplex, tried to get to the Mimic. Maybe it pretended to be Cassie. I don't know. And like the opposite thing happened. But because Gregory's backpack is like down there, but there's no insinuation that Gregory ever came in contact with the Mimic beyond just knowing that it's there and locked
could also
behind
be,
like a
like,
giant sheet of
July's
concrete.
backpack.
And I don't know where Gregory would have gotten a bunch of like mixed concrete to like
But
lock
can
the
you-
Mimic in.
I just had the random thought of like GGY and Vanny like trapped the thing down there, and then like Gregory snaps out of it and like doesn't remember what GGY did, turns around and is like, "Now what's that?"
He immediately is like, oh no, there's a there's a child
There's
trapped on the
something
other
behind the
side
wall.
of cement. We have to get it out.
Who killed that?
Who did this?
Who did this?
Who killed this?
How could someone do this? Gregory's backpack is full of mixed concrete. I'm just saying, because like it has to constantly stay in motion and everything. It doesn't make sense for like the Pizzaplex to have already been built and then the concrete got down there somehow. I'm not saying it's fully impossible, but it would be confusing and odd. And it would make more sense to me that it was similar to in Tales, where the Mimic gets trapped down there before the Pizzaplex is really open.
Yeah.
So I'm like, if Gregory came in contact with the Mimic, I feel like it would have to have been through that vent. And I'm like, what were you doing in that vent, Gregory? What were you trying to do? So I don't know. It's just like one of those things where I'm like,
if it was before the Pizzaplex was open, then he would have been trapped down there post the epilogues.
well, wait, Gregory or the Mimic?
The Mimic.
Well, he is trapped down there in the epilogues. That's
Yeah, Lucia leaves him
not
there.
via concrete as
Yeah.
much.
Well, the
Not to say,
concrete.
he's trapped in the pizzeria and turned off.
yeah, fair enough.
He's just not in the specific area he needs to be in for Ruin, is what Corey's saying. I think.
That's fair. But in the I'm saying similar, not exact. But in the epilogues, in the first one, the worker comes, like one worker is like, we've got to do something about this. Get the concrete. We've got to like it literally is like concrete that they like lock him behind.
Yeah.
in
However,
there.
he is trapped in the pizzeria, like the FNAF 6 pizzeria, instead of
The one's room.
yeah, way under it.
Yeah.
And he's
So-
turned off. She turned him off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is like something either okay, that's not exactly canon, and we've seen that's a debate in and of itself, but
Oh yeah.
the idea that something similar but not exact happened. I'm just saying later down the line, I don't think Gregory was down there at the beginning of the Pizzaplex. I'm saying like later down the line. So maybe Vanny went down there and reactivated him at some point because of I don't know, because she was told to.
Vanny just does what he wants.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Vanny does. Vanessa doesn't. Vanny, however,
Yeah.
Vanny will just kill things because God forbid women have hobbies.
Yeah. Vanny's just out here girl boss gatekeeping,
Oh yeah.
doing her thing, gaslighting. But I think it would be interesting if like it's like okay, so maybe Vanny is like trying to free the Mimic. I don't know. I'm making things up. This is not real. But like at some point it's between Security Breach and Ruin, Gregory goes back down there because that backpack is down there with his name on it. So he's been around the area in more recent memory. And that's, I'm sure,
Do we
where
know
he
it's
learned
that,
about
or do you
it.
think that's where he ended up when everything was collapsing at the end of Security Breach?
Well, that's kind of like my thing is like, because he draws like Burn Trap and the Tangle.
The Tangle, yeah.
And we know the Tangle is real in Ruin, but Burn Trap is not anywhere to be seen. It's just the Mimic. So it's like, was he having a VR hallucination situation where the occipital nerve was making him see the Mimic as Burn Trap? I don't know, because I don't know, because he said
Mimic
so.
also fit in any suit, so it probably slid into whatever was left there, and was like, "Ooh, this is nice, William Afton guts. I love this."
Yeah, and then it took it all off.
Yippee! Yay!
And then the Blob was like, "Thank God we've got a scooper 5 feet away. I need
Yeah,
God, this is disgusting. You can take this off of you.
yeah. Take this off. No, he's like, "Oh, I need to go out there to kill children." Not looking like that. You're not.
Everybody hates Tangle. I hate calling it the Blob. I don't care what anybody else.
I
has to
like
say.
Tangle.
I love the Tangle.
It just makes things more confusing for me as a Sonic fan. Because, well, years before any of this happened in FNAF, they have characters both called Mimic and Tangle, and they are connected.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Mimic wants to kill Tangle's girlfriend.
They're like, "Oh yeah, watch Secret of the Mimic. We're gonna get a major character named Whisper, and we're gonna start throwing things.
I'm gonna cry.
Find Mimic, end Mimic."
Yeah, I mean, Tangle was like, what? She was like issue 3 or something?
Yeah, and that was right when Forces came out, so that's like
2017, yeah.
2018 might be for the comic, her comic. So yeah, she was a while ago.
And then Mimic wasn't long after that, because Whisper showed up pretty quickly as well.
So yeah, it's just also Eclipse being in the same game. There's also a
That's
Sonic character
right.
named Eclipse. These
Oh,
not
man.
connected to them, thank God.
Oh, I guess that's another thing. I know we said Glamrock Endos, but Sun and Moon would
Yeah.
also be an
Well, those things are
application.
mixed. They saw a kid with autism and said, "I can do that."
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
that's
oh
how,
yeah, no problem.
Why do you think Freddie and Bonnie are gay? They saw two men kiss and went, "Yo, we could do that."
I guess the last thing is I guess about the Tangle is like, do we think that there is Mimic in the Tangle, or is that like an Agony amalgamation situation?
I'm gonna be completely honest. With the Tangle, my thoughts are, I don't know what that thing is, and we'll find out eventually, probably. So I'm just gonna wonder about that later.
Fair enough.
It's in the back of. It's in the corner over here.
It's probably like an Agony conglomerate because of how it is, but they might tell us differently later.
Yeah.
We don't know enough. We don't have enough information currently.
Yeah. Because, yeah, that my not theory, but like things I've thought about is like how could it be the Mimic One program situation is if when they took all the wires that were the storyteller, assuming that Tails is canon, which I don't know that it 1-to-1 really is, and it would be hard to figure out when the storyteller giant tree was in the Pizzaplex and then moved somewhere else. But I was like, oh, the whatever like wires potentially that were connected to whatever Mimic One program thing that they tried. Maybe they tried to like get rid of it. They couldn't, but they tried to like be like, okay, well, we'll take all this down and we'll put it down where nobody else can see it because it was like making all the animatronics act weird or something. And that stuff continued to have some level of, I don't know, not sentience, but animation to it. And but all of that, I think, to me, would still require Agony to be at play or Remnant. And it's like, still is going to have something like that. Because I don't know how the Mimic One program could be connected to nothing, really, and still have any power.
Yeah.
A giant trash Afton-shaped thing. Yeah.
Gosh, if that thing is the Agony, I will just start throwing things. Not because it would be like an unforeshadowed plot twist. Like, no, that makes sense. I would get it. Just because the Agony being back would be so funny.
Mm-hmm.
It's also possible they did the Agony and then we're like, this idea is cool, but let's like do something different.
Yeah. Okay.
There's also the theory that UCN is happening in the Tangle, and I kind of dig it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because it has all the
true.
animatronics there.
Yeah, that's
What happened with Burn Trap is that he and or the Mimic like escaped that, ran around for a bit, tried to kill a kid, and they were like, "Get back in here! Get back in UCN!
Go back to your
cage!"
Go back to purgatory. Get back in there.
He was like, what are you doing? Running around and things.
How did you get out?
It's like, I was keeping an eye on you.
Get back in here.
Okay.
We need to do some more 50-20 runs.
I don't really have anything else I think I need to go over that I have. I mean, oh. Hold on. Mimic ability. Okay. Also, just, okay. Really quick. Other places Mimic One could be. This might be a different thing later.
Oh my gosh, I also forgot another thing I remembered. So you know how the Mimic can like connect to radios and mess with them?
Yes.
You know what the Fredbear plush was holding?
A radio.
Oh, fudge.
Look, I have it on here. I put it on other theories. I said Fredbear plush is Mimic One, and then I credited you, and then I put the glyphs.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's it's a very weird one, but I feel like the series is gaslighting me into believing it.
You know what? You got to do what you got to do, and if it's true, big.
You know what? We can say we called it.
I think every FNAF theorist should have one theory that is absolutely off the walls insane, like just to have like a practice run of like figuring out how to defend something that like is gonna be hard to defend. Just like sit there and be like, I'm going to argue today that the girl from To Be Beautiful possesses Nightmare Balloon Boy or something like that, and then just like figure it out.
My crackpot theory right now, and I'll talk about this next week, but the people who have sat through all this deserve to hear something.
Ooh, fun.
But my crackpot theory is after David dies in Tales, Edwin enters a fugue state for weeks, for at least 2 weeks, I think.
Mhm.
And he says he doesn't remember anything, really, but burying his son,
Yeah.
which is freaky if you think about the fact that something that he did often was reprogram the mimic. And when he comes back to, he's remembering the mimic doing things that are like way, way David. Like beyond just mimicking David, it was like he's holding, the mimic is holding David's plush, not his plush, not the mimic's plush. And he's like asking for ice cream, even though he should know that he can't eat. And so it would be a weird thing for him to communicate to Edwin that he wants to eat ice cream. And he's sleeping in David's cot like he is David, even though the mimic would never have seen David sleep in that cot.
Yeah.
So in the fugue state, did he like do some funky experiment on his dead son and like try to like infuse the mimic to make it act like, to make it be his kid? Because like Henry style.
Henry style?
Henry style. And then like the reason he remembers burying his kid is because like he did that like secretly so nobody would know that he like poked around in his kid's brain.
Yo.
Crazy theory. Don't really know how to but my evidence that I point to, I'm like, well, Curse of Dreadbear is this bear like coming out of the ground. He's got like an exposed brain.
They could also be telling us that it's burying important because now the mimic knows how to bury things potentially. Just burying things like a dog.
So
that would be funny. I doubt it does because it would start off burying the body parts in the epilogue.
Edwin took the mimic along to the funeral, and now the mimic is ordained to perform funerals.
Yeah.
I just like, it's just one of those things. Okay. I am going to call it because it's midnight, and I think that's right. And I think we have done, I've got 3 pages worth of study notes and a lot of brain stuff that we went through.
I love making notes.
So now I have stuff, and I also have work tomorrow, so I can't go to sleep. But thank you, Dual Process Theory. Everybody say thank you for them joining us.
Thank you for having a fun mimic theory stream. I love talking mimic.
I was like, we have to, right? It's like not an option. We have to talk about the mimic until we drop because it's coming.
Oh, yeah. Like probably once this call ends, me and Corey are gonna start talking about the mimic.
Yeah, or Sonic.
Is it? Can I still get pre-order the U2's mimic?
He is very cute.
He's very cute, but like it took my Amanda like way too long to get here.
Oh.
Yeah, she ordered the Amanda because she saw it and was like, "Oh, it's adorable. I need it."
I did finally get her though.
That's good.
Oh, look at his arms.
Okay. All right. Well.
Okay. Yeah.
Say good night to everybody. I'm gonna hang up and then say my last goodbyes to the folks in stream. But thank you so much for joining us. This was really fun.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. All right, guys. Thank you so much all for being here. I can't believe that there are still over 100 of you hanging out with us, but I hope you all please sleep. It's been really wonderful getting to talk about the Mimic for freaking 6 hours with everybody. I hope that you have a wonderful day, night, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are right now. And I think that that's about it. And I'll see you Wednesday, and then I'll see you next Friday as well. And then we'll be only a week away from the release of Secret of the Mimic, where hopefully we'll have at least one of these mini questions answered. Okay. Bye. Okay, bye.